Good morning from the Riverside in Durham for the Northern Diamonds against the South East Stars. They have dashed out there, having delayed the toss, and we've got a slightly delayed start therefore because of some mizzle and murk around when we arrived about 9 o'clock this morning. Pleased to say the majority of that has cleared. The Diamonds have won the toss and have decided that they will take first use of the ball. Paul Shaw, former England women's head coach, and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this one today. Of course, top v second in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy table. There can be no move for the Diamonds, irrespective of the result today. They will get a home semi-final next Saturday at Headingley against, well, who knows at this moment in time. Rachael Slater is going to open the bowling, left arm over the wicket with a typical Slater in-swinger to get things going. And the first run of the day goes to Chloe Hill, who played that first delivery into the onside and picked up a single. Umpires today, Joe Ibbotson and Tom Lungley. Tom standing at this end at the outset, and in comes Slater then. Wide of off stump with her second delivery, and there is no run. I'll bring Shawsy in a moment, but just let me read you the teams first of all. At the top of the show, as it were, Lauren Winfield Hill skippering and also keeping wicket for the Diamonds. Emma Marlowe, Rebecca Duckworth, fresh from her first 50 in Diamonds colours the other day. Stir Callis, a recent ton of course. Erin Burns back from Australia for the latter stages of this competition. Catherine Fraser, Phoebe Turner, Abby Glenn, Katie Levick, Rachael Slater, who's bowling it now, and Beth Langston back in the team. Owens, Slater is going to concede a run here, and that was not the best piece of fielding by Rebecca Duckworth at mid-off, and they've got through for a single there to Alexa Stonehouse, who's out opening the batting with Chloe Hill. Give you the Stars team in a mo, because Slater back to her mark, of course, hero of that win on Wednesday at Headingley with those 2 runs off the last ball to beat the Vipers. Nicely played into the offside this time. And so for the Stars, it is Chloe Hill and Alexa Stonehouse, this opening pair. Then Ailish Cranston, Alice Davidson-Richards. Kira Chatley is keeping and also skippering the Stars. Phoebe Franklin, Emma Jones, Kaylee Moore, Priyanas Chatterjee, Danny Gregory and Tilly Courtine Coleman, the 11 in the bright yellow and navy blue. And Slater's latest delivery turned into the offside by Chloe Hill, and there is no run. Get my breath back now and say good morning, Shawsy.
Good morning, Dodgy, and good morning to all our listeners. We're here at the Riverside, and as you just mentioned, a slight delay on the start today. It's describing the weather here. It is grey, but it's great that the floodlights are not on, and the mist that was preceding the ground has lifted as Slater comes into bowl.
Yeah, this one just jagging away quite sharply, but down the leg side, unfortunately, for Rachael Slater. She just got the starting trajectory wrong, and they're going to get through for 2 wides there as signalled by Tom Lungley. So there will be one more legitimate delivery to come in this opening over.
And just, the first sign of any movement there for Rachael Slater. She's running in over the wicket, looking to swing the ball or nip the ball back into the right-handed Chloe Hill at this point. But that one did swing and just nipped off the pitch a little bit, did a little bit too much. But it's the first ball to show any movement at all in this first over as she approaches again.
Oh, good delivery this time. That's just about right on the money, round about off stump and cannoned into her own pads there by Chloe Hill. So final ball of that opening over, and 5 without loss, the Stars after 1.
And we saw then on those last 2 balls that Slater's just beginning to get a little bit of movement. When her radar is working and is consistent, she's bowling roundabout, or she's looking to bowl roundabout knee height level to the batters Stonehouse and Hill, and looking for that little bit of swing that will bring in both bowled LBW and the caught behind percentage dismissals. But I think we're set up for a good game here today, Dodgy. We've got 2 teams that are in form. We know already that the Diamonds have secured a semi-final place at home at Headingley next week, and they sit on 41 points, and the Stars sit on 35 points in second place. But both teams have won their last two games, so both teams are in form.
Cracking view we've got as well, just about bang on behind the batter in this case, or behind the bowler's arm from this end, and that first delivery dropped into the offside by Alexa Stonehouse. There's no run. Beth Langston opening the bowling at the Lumley end of the ground. Langers, as the girls obviously nickname her. Obviously she's had some injury problems in the last few years. She's been back for a little while, but did sit out Wednesday's win against the Vipers, was rested in that. Some big games to come, or they're hoping, of course, on the back of this. Certainly a big game next week in the semi-final. That's a really good second delivery. Loose straight away there, Beth Langston. That was started off probably about fourth stump and nipped further away.
Yeah, really good delivery. It's great to see her back, isn't it? She's had, as we said before, quite a number of injury worries over the last 18 months or so, but it's really pleasing to see her running in and ball. She's also got runs in recent games since she's come back, but she's straight into her lines and lengths, hitting roundabout, off stump, just outside that fourth, fifth stump channel as such, and as you rightly say, Georgie, fair bit of movement there. Yeah,
as in comes Langston again, and straight delivery this time. Stonehouse can only drop that into the pitch. What
Langston does really well is she hits a hard length, so the batters are never quite sure whether to go onto the front foot or the back foot. And they hit quite high up the splice of the bat as well, so she just rushes batters a little bit by the length that she bowls, and the ball's hard into the pitch.
That's this lady's delivery again, straight is turned into the onside. There's no run. Set up here is a slip who's wide-ish, Stir Callis. Erin Burns has gone in at gully. Katie Levick down to our right is about 5 yards in from the boundary at third man. And then point cover is squarish, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and yawning gaps through the onsides, and so Langston's going to have to be careful with this line. We have another misfield. Shouldn't have been any runs, unfortunately. It's going to be two. Up through mid-off, and I think possibly Rebecca Duckworth again the guilty party on that occasion. Ball will be slippy. She's got a towel hanging out of the front of her cricket trousers, and there's another one as well in use. Phoebe Turner, by the looks of things, at mid-on, just drying the ball for Beth Langston. Still one to come in this second over, and she's in again here, and that's just a bit too straight and has been picked off in front of square on the leg side. They're coming back for a second here, and it will be two to Alexa Stonehouse. So she picks up a couple of bonus twos at the end of that over, but it was pretty tidy in the main from Beth Langston, and should really only have gone for that last two, Paul.
Absolutely, and that's the challenge in it when you bowl the real tight lines. I mean, perhaps that last ball she's gone a little bit too straight, Megan Langston, but other than that she's bowled a really good over there, so you want the fielders to be absolutely on top of their game and not let any runs through, and Duckworth unfortunately has let that one through for two runs, and there's no doubt that both the South East Stars batters, Hill and Stonehouse, are really looking to push twos here, and try and build a good strong foundation, and build that with some positivity as Slater comes in again.
Yep, with the familiar bunny hop, and that one shaping in towards Chloe Hill, who pushes it to Duckworth, who's this time secure. Rebecca Duckworth, we have this curious thing with her that this is several times now it's happened this season. She's got number 26 down against her name on the team sheet, but she ain't wearing 26 on her back. She's got 18 on her back. Not quite sure how this happens. If she should be 26 or 18, but she seems to wear 18 a lot, and maybe nick somebody else's shirt in the dressing room possibly, as that is cannoned into the pads of Chloe Hill, and there is no run.
It's Good areas again by Rachael Slater. She's bringing all dismissals into play, or certainly the percentage dismissals that we talk about from a coaching perspective. She's making the batter play, so Chloe Hill's having to play, and the ball's just offering just a little bit of swing. And I think Slater spotted that when Chloe Hill plays a forward defensive, there's a slight gap between bat and pad, so she's trying to find a way in there to run the ball into the stumps. So it'll be interesting how this the rest of this over goes.
And she comes again then, and once more good shape, but it's a very, very optimistic appeal. Probably pitched about middle and leg and was going well down the leg side, but hit the batter, so they thought they'd have a go. 3 dots in a row is good. It won't be easy out there at all from a batting point of view. There's no floodlights on, but I promise you there's certainly plenty of moisture around up here in the northeast this morning. In comes Slater again, and that's Ariel on its way into the leg side. It felt like Kelly's might have come into play, but it must have been fair way past her. 1 run to Chloe Hill.
Yeah, just a fairly thick inside edge on that, really, that she managed to work in front of square on the leg side, but certainly Slater here is in the game, very much so at the moment, and I think both Stonehouse and Hill will have to be watchful, and as they look to build this partnership and set the foundations for the innings.
Slater in again, and that's punched away into the offside. Good piece of fielding at cover, diving to her right there by Abby Glenn, who played really well with the bat the other day and just kept the Diamonds interested. I mean, reflected on that match the other day, don't think there were that many people who were confident for much of the Diamonds innings that they were going to get across the line. It just felt like at some point it was going to slip away from them, even with 9 to win off the last over and your last pair there. Rachael Slater bowling here is punched square on the offside by Chloe Hill, and there's no run to complete a really good third over. 10 without loss after 3, but it was Slater, of course, who hit the ball and that produced those winning 2 runs, along with the lady running towards our commentary position at this moment in time, Katie Levick. Last wicket's partnership unbeaten of 25, and Slater played an absolute peach of a push through roundabout extra cover in the final over, Shawsey, to really set up that grandstand finish, because it looked as though it was probably just going to slip away from him.
It's brilliant to see, tight games, isn't it? For long periods in that game, the Diamonds looked like they weren't going to come out on top in that game, but they stayed in the game, managed to put little partnerships together and gave themselves a chance and took the game really, really deep for that extraordinary last ball finish. Charlotte Edwards, the Vipers coach, would be disappointed, but I'm sure Danny Hazel will be delighted with that win.
So Beth Langston continuing. That ball has hit Chloe Hill. Not that she knew much about it after it had done, and it's disappeared backward of square leg. Joey Bitson, did she signal anything other than off the bat? See what goes on the board. I think they're also trying to decide. No, it's been given as a run to Chloe Hill, moves her on to 3. The Stars, of course, they're effectively trying to win this game to ensure they cement a home tie in the semi-finals next weekend. So there's still an importance about this for them, because if they lose, they may still get a home tie, depends on the result elsewhere, but they'll want to secure that with the victory, obviously. Stonehouse dropping this Langston delivery into the leg side, and there is no run. So the points set at the start of this match, the Diamonds 41 from 13 games, can't be caught because you can only get a maximum of 5 points for a win, including the bonus, and they're 6 ahead of the Stars, who are on 35 in second. 34 points then the Vipers back in third place, as Langston is in. Good delivery again from Beth, and Alexa Stonehouse struggling really to make much of that, and the ball just drops out into the offside. The Vipers 1 point behind the Stars on 34 in third place, and the Blaze 3 points behind the Vipers in fourth. So at the moment that is the top 4, but the Blaze lost yesterday to the Sparks, and therefore that's their last game done. They can't improve on their 31 points and could lose fourth spot to the Sunrisers, who play Surprise, surprise. The Vipers on this final round day of matches as Stonehouse drops one out into the offside there. And there is again no run. Let's just check in and see what is happening in that match. And by the magic of that internet, I can tell you that Sunrisers have made a positive start. 66 without loss in the 12th over. That's a lovely shot by Stonehouse, who really did middle that one. And Rebecca Duckworth this time has fielded it almost cleanly at mid-off. There's no run. Thunder are playing the Storm, both sides out of it. Thunder 41 for 1 in the 12th over, but we'll keep our eye on the Sunrisers-Vipers match in particular. Vipers have put Sunrisers in, that one taking place at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton. So a positive start for the team who need to win to get into the top 4. Now then, Beth Langston's just slid one down the leg side here. I think that's going to be 4 leg byes. It's certainly crossed the boundary. Yep, Joe Ibbotson raises the right leg. And that is confirmed as 4 leg byes. So I won't go against Langston's name. She's bowled 2 overs for 5 so far. Slater 2 overs for 6. And with the boundary, it's 15 without loss after 4 overs.
Both bowlers, both Slater and Langston, have started pretty well. But Langston, that over, just every now and then he's just going a little bit straight. So they're able just to work the ball onto the leg side. I think she's bowling at the moment round about middle stump. I think if she can focus in on middle and off and target that area, I think she'd certainly be in the game and bring in the potential dismissals that we talk about so often. And just watching Rachael Slater just put a little bit of sawdust down. It is quite wet still here from the rain overnight that we've had, and also the mist that was here when we arrived at the ground this morning. So it might just be a little bit slippy on that front foot when she looks to go through the crease. But looking at Slater now, she knows she's in the game, her radar's on, she's bowling pretty good, accurate lines, and her lengths are pretty good. I think it's just really working hard with Chloe Hill here and really attacking that middle and off stump and allowing that ball to swing into the pads.
Yep, Slater in, round about leg stump. In fact, one of those where had Chloe Hill stepped across and missed it, probably would have been given as a wide, but she got something on it. Couldn't make any runs out of it. Yeah, it's still a bit tricky, I think, conditions for everybody really, because, as you say, there's a bit of moisture out there. There's a pile of sawdust at either end, which tells you something. There's a bit of that on Rachael Slater's front foot marks as she lands here. Another good delivery, and bringing that fielder Erin Burns into play just off the cut strip as Hill turns the ball on side of straight. No slip in place for Rachael Slater, so they've got plenty of fielders in front of the bat. And as we know, as a batter, you try and block that out, but you do start to, you can see just a crowd of blue in front of you in the field, and where am I going to get a run through here? Where am I going to push to find a single? Well, there you go. She's flicked one backward of square leg, Levick round to field, and they get a single. But yeah, not amazing conditions for bowling in, but you'd still, I think, would have made that decision today on winning the toss. It just feels like a bowling day, doesn't it? Fairly heavy skies, it's a little bit on the cool side, and there must be some moisture to exploit in the pitch if you're able to do that. But it's definitely brightened compared to what it was a couple of hours or so ago when we got here. Slater in, that's pushed into the offside by Stonehouse. And there is no run. If you're just joining us more recently, then no overs lost here despite a delayed start. I think I clocked at 11:03 when they bowled the first ball. So still 50 overs aside in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. Paul Shaw and myself, Jonathan Doidge, doing the commentary for you today on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on the stream as well. And he's punched square on the offside, just over pitched by Slater. That's a lovely shot, very nice shot indeed by Alexa Stonehouse, who didn't try and go at the ball, did she? She just waited for it to come to her and timed it really well.
Yeah, I think it's a lovely shot from Stonehouse, as you rightly say. She's just allowed that ball to come right to her, and she's played that ball nicely and timed it away from under her eyes through the gap just forward of point. Now, The challenge here for Slater is she can see the ball just swinging and just offering a little bit of shape, and what she's done is she's just pitched that a little bit too full, wanting that little bit of swing and allowing that time for the ball to swing, but just a little bit too full. It's not swung that much. Stonehouse has put it away nicely, so it's just finding that nice balance between full and the right length to ball.
Yeah, she just dragged one down the leg side there, Rachael Slater. You could feel that. I mean, I used to bowl left arm myself, and just sitting here right behind her almost, just felt like she's a bit too square on. She's a bit too square on, yeah, and she's just dragged it. She just needed to get herself a little bit more side on before releasing that. But she'll know. Gave us a great interview the other night after the game. She's definitely a good talker. And she's a good bowler as well, and there we go, further evidence of that, with a little bit of in-swing and a bit of nip on it, and well defended by Chloe Hill. End of the over, 21 without loss after 5.
And that's what we talk about, isn't it, George? You from your left arm bowling experience, and me from a coaching experience, focusing in on that line and length, which she bowled beautifully there on that delivery. Just offered again, was close to the pads. She misses that ball, she's bowled out with that little bit of swing. So that's the area that she's really focusing on, hitting as consistently as possible. One of the challenges with the weather that we've had up here is, for the Diamonds players, is keeping this ball dry, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, because it's swinging a little bit now, but within even 10, 12 overs, if that ball keeps getting wet, then quite quickly that lacquer comes off, its ball begins to swell a little bit, and it makes it really difficult to get any purchase on the ball from a swing or seam perspective.
Here's Langston, full, and driven into the offside, half fielded by Erin Burns, and Rebecca Duckworth cleans up. Somebody mentioned the green looking pitch before the off, but I'm not surprised it looks that way. Usually when you've got grey overheads, it tends to make pitches out in the middle look green, and once the sun comes out they look a bit more straw coloured. But whatever pitch you seem to get here at Durham, on my visits here anyway, doing commentaries, they always play pretty well. Oh, now then, this has been turned into the leg side, and a difference of opinion on whether there was a run there or not. Chloe Hill felt that there was, but Alexa Stonehouse didn't, and Hill able to get back. And Langston, it's really interesting again, being able to watch her running towards us ball and her action. She's got a lovely smooth run up. There's no wonder she's played at a higher level. Technically she looks good. She's fairly chest on, isn't she, as she bowls it rather than side on, but she's getting the job done here. Chloe Hill right behind that one.
Yeah, and she's one of those bowlers. I think you're absolutely right. Her approach is smooth, it's rhythmical, she gets to the crease, and she looks to hit the pitch hard. There's not too many bowlers in the women's game at this point in time that look to hit the pitch hard. She's certainly one of those bowlers that does that and gets a little bit of nip too. Yeah,
lovely athletic run up. It's just short of length and pulled here out towards backward square where Abby Glenn fields, and they get one. They're getting the ball to swing, but clearly so far there's nothing that's really... There's been some deliveries that have been difficult to get away, but they haven't looked like wicket-taking deliveries just yet. So I'm not sure if they want to just drag the length back a little bit with fielders in front of the bat, and maybe look for that mistimed push where, you know, one of the batters might get underneath it. They've got a catcher in there, in Erin Burns, for that sort of shot, as well as a slip for Langston, and that's a full toss, and there is Burns with a nice dive to her right to save it. A bit of a hand slap from Langston. She appreciates that piece of fielding. She probably thinks, well, yeah, I got away with one there.
I think so, yeah. She's lucky to have got away with that. But I think your point's a well-made point, where the pitch just doesn't look the quickest of pitch. It is offering a little bit, but actually when it's relatively slow, that short extra cover and short mid-wicket can be wicket-taking options as Langston comes in again.
Pushed out into the offside this time by Stonehouse, and winged in out there by Emma Marlowe, and they get through for 1. End of a Langston over, which means she's now bowled 3 overs for just the 8. Rachael Slater 3 overs for 12. It's been pretty tidy from the pair of them, even though they haven't really, if we're honest, looked like making the breakthrough just yet. But one of those days, I think the Stars batters will be well served to just Take the time out there, play cricket as we say, not try and force the issue here, because I think a steady, patient build-up might well be rewarded later in the day.
Absolutely, and I think that's the key, striking that balance with real positivity and looking to run hard and hit the gaps and put the bad ball away without taking that level to a reckless level. So it's just sitting in there, absorbing that little bit of pressure. If it's a good ball, can I get one off this ball? If it's a bad ball, let's make sure I put it away. Let me look to hit the pockets as much as I possibly can and gradually build as you create that foundation.
Rachael Slater to continue from this Finkel end, and she's got underneath one here, and there we go, just what I was talking about, and the catch has been taken by Phoebe Turner above her head, and disappointment for Chloe Hill for the Stars, because she has levered one up to mid-on, and Rachael Slater with that swing, to be able to play that shot, she must have just dragged the length back a bit, as we were suggesting there. Shawsey, and the first wicket taken.
Yeah, it's a good wicket for the Diamonds, and certainly Rachael Slater has been rewarded for her accuracy and that little bit of swing that she's getting. But Stonehouse will be disappointed with that. She looked to me as if she was slightly in two minds. I think it should have been better to get on top of that ball and work it on the ground for two past mid-on. But actually, she's looked to go over the top and probably was caught slightly just in between. And it's a well-taken catch just on the edge of the ring, which brings the Diamonds their first wicket of the day to here, with the Stars being 23 for 1 here at the Riverside.
Yeah, my apologies if you're screaming at the screen, because I said Chloe Hill, because the marker on the scoreboard was against her name at the point the shot was played, and 24 without loss was also on the board, and that's been reduced to 23 without loss, and Alexa Stonehouse was the batter in question out, so Stonehouse caught Turner, bowled Slater, and taken the score off the board, as you do in situations like this. So let's just give you the correct details. 10 off 21 deliveries was the value of the knock, and the new player out there is Phoebe Franklin. And on strike then to face Slater's first delivery, which unfortunately is down the leg side for a wide. The last thing you want, really, isn't it, new batter? You wouldn't want to throw that first delivery, waste it away down the leg side, so something for Rachael to think about there.
Yeah, and I think your point around her position at the crease is quite important here. With the angle, if she lines up, gets her alignment to body alignment, that front shoulder lined up just outside off stump, she'll probably swing it into middle stump, but she's just bowling. That's better. That's much better, isn't it? Yeah,
so about off stump, and because of that natural swing back, that's going to hit middle and off middle stump. You've got to play that as a batter, and the last thing you want to do at early doors is play too many deliveries. You want to see as many go past down the leg side, wide of the off stump as you like. Get used to the light, the pace of the pitch, pace of the ball out there. 7th over then, 24 for 1. Slater is in again, and again good shape. That would probably have hit off stump, and Franklin just dragging it back onto the onside.
Yeah, so for our listeners, if Rachael Slater hits the crease with her front shoulder of her non-bowling arm pointing towards just outside off stump, then the ball will swing into that area. If her front shoulder of a non-bowling arm is pointing towards middle or leg, then it's probably going to go down the leg side.
Yeah, she's got that one wide of off stump this time. It's funny as well that, and this can happen in all forms of cricket, whatever red or white ball. Sometimes you hang the ball wide of off stump because it's been curving in all the time, and you think that's going to really come back, and it just goes straight on. Yeah. Especially with left armers, again, that's something that I would have experienced myself in. It's shaping back in towards right-hander, shaping back in. If you don't know what it's going to do sometimes it just goes straight on. That's when they often get a nick. Another good delivery by Rachael Slater. Again, that's hitting off stump if Franklin doesn't play it, but she gets right in behind that and does so. And as I'll reiterate what I said a couple of hours ago, just you wouldn't want to try and play too many shots too soon here. Just feels like it's brightened again, so anything in your favour as a batter. Batting conditions not great, but beginning to improve slightly. As Slater's in again, and another good delivery to finish off that over, which, barring the wide, would have been a wicket maiden. She's throwing her arms up in the air, maybe in frustration at that herself. 4 overs in, though, for Rachael Slater, 1 for 13. And the Stars 24 for 1 at the end of it. So it must have been 23 for 1 at the end of the last over. And the wicket fell when it was also 23 for 1 before the wide.
So now you've got Chloe Hill 5 off 16 and Franklin at the crease yet to score. So if you're in a Diamonds position here, you're looking, if we can get another wicket here while we've got relatively 2 new batters at the crease, then we could be really in the game. We could pick up 2 or 3 wickets quite quickly here in the next 3 or 4 overs. So this is around keeping the pressure really, really high from a Diamonds perspective, hitting their lines, hitting their lengths, the infield fielding really well, and the 2 people that we've got out on the boundary coming in and stopping 2s.
Abby Glenn in a change of bowling replaces Beth Langston at the Lumley end. First ball turned into the onside. Catherine Fraser fields. No run.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if the Diamonds can keep pressure on the Stars batters here and not let them settle and build that foundation that we often talk about, then they could be in the game with a couple more wickets.
Yeah, here's Glenn again. That's turned round the corner by Hill. Fielded out in the deep. And they get through for 1. Just have a quick check-in again on that other most significant match. Sunrisers have lost their first wicket, 78 for 1 in the 16th over against the Vipers. Sunrisers need to win that, remember, to get into the top 4 and depose Blaze. And Vipers, if they win it and the Stars lose here, the Vipers will assure themselves of a second spot on a home semi-final next weekend. Oh dear, there's been a misfield by Emma Marlowe out in the deep. And that is, it should have only been 1 really. She's kicking the ground in frustration, and yeah, well, she might, to be honest with you. 4 runs. So there's been already, 3 of those. That's probably cost them half a dozen runs, and you come to the end of matches and think back about things he could have just shored up on. Here's Glenn again. That's full and turned into the leg side. It's a nice full delivery. Not massive swing, but just a little offering of swing away from the right hander there, Shawsey.
Yeah, just a little bit. The key thing here is the length, isn't it? It's in the right length to build that pressure, not give them any free balls to put away, and then the fielding unit backing that up. But we've seen a number of fumbles and the ball go through, so I know it's difficult conditions.
Yeah, wide of off stump this time, and no shot played by Phoebe Franklin.
But there are a number of the Diamonds fielders have got towels which they're constantly drying the ball with, so they're going to need to that as often as possible and minimise any of these little fielding errors that have just creeped into the game with the conditions or with the surface being quite damp. And I've noticed that each of them that are wiping the balls with the towels are spending a fair amount of time on that and drying up that seam.
Here's Glenn again. Should be a cat. Ooh, dear me, just short of Catherine Fraser there, mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. It was clothed, wasn't it, by Phoebe Franklin? There's no other word for it, really. So she could have gone for 4, but she'll be happy that she clothed it so much that it dropped short of the mid-wicket fielder. End of the over, 29 for 1.
Absolutely, and I'm hoping here the Diamonds are acutely aware of the situation that they're in, because the building pressure here is an opportunity to, as I say, take wickets, take a couple more quick wickets, which gives them a real strong foothold in the game, and not letting the 2 batters, Hill and Franklin, settle here. Hill's been in already for around about 18 deliveries and he's only on 6, and Franklin's got 4 off, I think, 9 balls. So it's really important in this to sense the opportunities to take further wickets.
Yeah, Rachael Slater continuing at the Finkel end. She's gone underneath this one as well as Chloe Hill, but over the top of the bowler. Just about the best place to hit the ball if you're going to stick it in the air. And so she's fine with that and gets through for a single. But it's been hard work for her so far. 7 off 19. Tells you everything about batting out there. Definitely getting brighter. And if there is to be any sun breaking through, then that will obviously dry things out down at pitch level. And make batting a bit more favourable. Slater in again. Good delivery once more. Just towards the inside half of the bat there. Phoebe Franklin hit that into the onside. Having to dry it after every delivery. The Diamonds fielders. Last time, of course, the Diamonds playing here under this guise as the home side. Back to being the Durham women's team and the Yorkshire women's team next year. Oh, good delivery here from Franklin. There's an appeal, which again is understandable, but once more, and not bang on straight. I'm probably sitting and describing this to you from about another set of wickets to the right of where Tom Lungley is, but you could tell from even my angle that was going down.
Yeah, going down leg side, wasn't it? It's a convincing shout, but the umpire stood firm there. It's consistent with decision making as that ball was just going down leg side, but again, it's a competitive delivery. There's that sign of a swing. Just see if you can hit off stump.
Gone wide of off stump, and again we've got one of those that doesn't really swing then when it's gone wide of off stump. That's probably the widest delivery she's bowled in the match so far.
You're often encouraged by that swing, aren't you? Then you get a little bit greedy and you end up pushing the ball rather than just holding that wrist. You just end up just pushing that ball and it doesn't swing. So she just needs to. If Slater can hit that consistency and around that fullish off stump, she'll be there in the game.
Slater in again, shorter of length this time. She's going to pay for that, unfortunately for her, because that's going to be 4 through extra cover, and it was nicely played by Phoebe Franklin, top of the bounce, and timed it well despite the 3 chasers. The ball was always going to win. Boundary rope is quite a long way in from that changing room side, the clubhouse side of the ground here at the Riverside. Got to be a good 30 metres, you would have said.
Yeah, Slater's just dropped that one a little bit short, hasn't he? Just outside that off stump. But Franklin's played that ball beautifully. She's let the ball come into her, under her eyes, and just time it away through the covers. Good shot for 4 runs.
34 for 1. Slater in again. That's better. And around about middle as it's played into the onside by Franklin. Completing that 9th over with 5 runs from it at 34 for 1. So Stars not getting away, but the Diamonds not taking more than just the 1 wicket in the first 37 minutes of play, the first 9 overs here. They got through their overs pretty quickly the other day. In fact, I think they finished the full 50 about 15 minutes before the cut-off time, which was a pretty good effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
You'd wish the fellows would do the same. There's a couple of snappers in attendance. John Heald away to our right and Paul Butterfield trying to get some good shots of this final round match of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Always love my trips up to the Riverside, I've got to say. Cracking place to come and watch cricket. Lovely big flat ground. Here's Abby Glenn in. It's into the front pad of Chloe Hill and into the leg side, no run. But yeah, cracking place to come at. So from a selfish point of view, Shawsey, I'm kind of hoping that the Yorkshire men get promotion back to Division 1. Then we'll have a 4-day game here as well. I think this is about a 3rd trip up this year just for either T20s or 1-dayers. But nice to come up for a 4-dayer as well. Short ball here by Abby Glenn, and that probably got the treatment it deserved really from Chloe Hill, who stepped across, and good technique in playing the pull through fine leg for 4.
Yeah, Glenn's just missed the length there. A little bit short, just outside the leg stump. Hill's rocked back and pulled that away off her hip for 4 runs just behind square. So, I mean, the other thing, Dodge, about coming up here is what I love is how friendly the people are.
Yeah.
So friendly, aren't they, and welcoming. It's a great place to come. But there is one thing I need to ask you. I'll probably wait a while just after this ball.
Abby Glenn in again then, wide of off stump, driven up to mid-off as a a fumbling stop, but no run.
Well, you'll be aware that I like fish and chips very much, and I just wondered in your travels over this summer whether you found an outstanding fish and chip shop in this area.
In this area, no. I'd have to say I don't think I've had fish and chips on a trip up to this ground this year. Ooh, good delivery by Glenn, pushed out and missed by Chloe Hill. Go on. Where?
No, I haven't yet. I've not been on a look round, but I know next time I'm thinking fish and chips somewhere up here.
Last time, well, I stayed up here at Lumley Castle after a men's T20 game last season, and then headed on to Scarborough where the Yorkshire men were playing the day after, 2 days after, or whatever. That's dropped out into the offside by Hill. There's no run, and I do remember trying to find somewhere to eat because I think they were fully booked or something over there, and I ended up finding a pizza shop over near Chesterley Street Cricket Club.
Oh yeah.
Went and nipped across there. It's only 5 minutes across the way. Yeah, nice big chunky pizza. I remember that. Sort of eating it, thinking, yeah, that's great, and then realising that it was probably about 4,000 calories afterwards. As that is pushed wide of off stump, backward of point. There's a half stop by Rachael Slater. Katie Levick cleaning up. They get 1. That is the end of Abby Glenn's over. She's bowled 2 overs for 10 so far, so she's coming in a little bit on the expensive side. But it's only early days for her. Still got 8 to bowl if her skipper, Lauren Winfield Hill, decides that's the case. 39 for 1 after 10 overs, first power play done.
Yeah, so of course at this stage the Diamonds can put extra fielders into the outfield if they so wish. It might well be that they want to keep building pressure. Normally what happens at this stage, they might stick with the 2 or they might put a third fielder out to minimise any boundaries. But I think it's sensible to keep the pressure on before the likes of Hill and Franklin get settled and build a partnership, as we see a change of bowling. And Katie Levick, the leg spin bowler, right arm leg spin, comes on.
Here she comes then. 3 wickets on Wednesday. And, well, we know that she's the all-time leading women's domestic wicket taker. Stacks and stacks of those. First delivery was a bit leg stumpish, but we'll let her off with the first one. Often part of our BBC Radio Leeds commentary teams on matches back at Headingley. I think she's going to be joining us actually for the match against Northants, the final men's game of the season down at Headingley in a couple of weeks' time. That latest delivery, roundabout leg stump again, and Chloe Hill, I think I'd probably describe the shot as a drag into the leg side. Emma Marlowe fielding it. They got back for 2.
Looks like Hill's not going to let Levick settle here. Looking to be positive.
Here's Lev again. This one wide of off stump this time, and pushed into the offside. Abby Glenn fielding, no run.
What is really pleasing here with Levick coming on, you've got a short mid-wicket, short extra cover and a slip in play there, wicket-taking positions.
Yeah, as she's pulled that one away straight, and a diving miss by Phoebe Turner at mid-on this occasion. So they pick up 4. Much chat between the pair of them. Chloe Hill has now moved on to 18 as a result, if I can get my teeth in, of that boundary. 18 off 29. And Lev has gone for 6 off her first 4 deliveries. She's just trying to get the radar right at the moment. You'd have to look at the colour of the pitch and think, what in the way of turn is she going to get here? That's been deflected away backward of square leg this time. Full length delivery, and they get 1. Rachael Slater up inside the circle.
It's a good single there, isn't it? Franklin was at the non-strikers end, was very aware where that ball went, and as soon as it made contact, she was looking to run 1 there. Yeah,
and if you're fielding there, you've got to be really on your toes, haven't you? It's often, sometimes, just the first few strides of movement. Good delivery by Levick this time, off stump and turning away from Phoebe Franklin, who did well not to get an edge on that end of the over, 46 for 1. But what I was saying shows if you're fielding in that sort of position, you know, we used to talk when I was playing about those get your first 2 or 3 strides in. You don't necessarily need to pick the ball up cleanly or anything, but once you put the doubt in the non-striking batter's mind that you're going to get in and field that ball quicker than they can run, then you've had a little win, haven't you?
Absolutely. And in that position at 45 there, short, fine leg, really close, you're not stopping 2, are you? Your job's to stop the 1 in that situation. So the first 2 yards, first couple of movements are really important. I agree with you.
Abby Glenn to continue then. 46 for 1 after 11. And she's bowling here to the right-handed Chloe Hill, who's been out there since the outset, and she's got a delivery down the leg side that she couldn't get bat on ball to, but they will still receive a run, the Stars, because it's going to be given as a wide. Peregrine Pocock, good morning to you, says Crumbs. I bet you can't even see the Lumley Castle, brackets, best breakfast I've ever had was it there. Yeah, we could actually, even when it was misty, we could just see it, but now we can clearly see it, which tells you something about how conditions in the sky have improved. Nice push down the ground here by Chloe Hill. It's been chased down and fielded, and there you go. Just by getting there quickly and getting your hand on the ball, it stopped Chloe Hill thinking about a 3rd run. She probably actually could have got back there, Shawsey, but you just put the doubt in her mind as the fielder by doing that chase, putting in the hard yards, and saved 1 that you probably gave her in the last over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that intent, isn't it, and purpose that's just put her off in the 3rd.
Here's Abby Glenn again, pulled round the corner by Hill. Catherine Fraser diving for it from fine leg, but can't get there, and that is 4 more. So Abby Glenn, I think she's got to think about her line here as much as anything. Lengthwise, you know, she was driven down the ground. Well, you can cope with that.
Yeah.
But she's a little bit too leg stomp.
Yeah, she is, and Hill's just getting herself in at this stage, and has started to accelerate now on 25, and he's looking to play good shots down the ground, and anything short, certainly on the leg side, she's looking to certainly pounce on.
So 50 up for the Stars in 11.2 overs.
There we go.
And she's flicked one into the leg side, and there we go. Round about middle and leg, and an easy catch for Erin Burns, and Chloe Hill's gone for 25, and the Stars 53 for 2.
Which goes back to your point just a few overs ago, and the importance of short extra and short mid-wicket in catching positions on a relatively slow pitch. But Hill will be disappointed with that dismissal. She was just getting herself in. Has been dismissed for 25 off 33 balls, and it just gives Glenn that little bit of confidence, having just picked that wicket up, as Hill walks off in disappointment, having been caught by Burns at short mid-wicket off the bowling of Glenn. And the score is 53 for 2 here at the Riverside.
Yeah, and as I was saying, Abby Glenn needs to think about a line. She's just a bit too leg stumpish. Well, there was the clear adjustment. It's not much at all, is it? But that's more like a middle and leg delivery to get Chloe Hill to play the shot she's played. Whereas if you're bowling it leg stump, as we saw just a couple of overs ago, she's got the room to free the arms a bit more and flick it away wide of fine leg. But tighten that line up, and the ability to play that shot goes. And if you're still trying to work it that way, you do run the risk of what just happened. And so the end of Chloe Hill, 25 off 33, as Shawsey says. We're 11 overs and 3 balls into this one. 53 for 2, that second wicket partnership, worth 30 between Hill and Franklin. And it's Alice Davidson Richards coming in at number 4, and we know she can be a dangerous player.
Yeah, and a little bit of form as well is Alice Davidson Richards. She got 70 in her last game against Central Sparks just the other day.
And she's facing up here to Abby Glenn and driven down the ground first ball. She's timed that really well. That's 4. That's a cracking shot to say good morning to the Diamonds with.
Yeah, it was a great way to start your innings, wasn't it? First ball, Glenn comes in, ball's really, really full, and Alice Davidson Richards just leans into that ball beautifully. Full back face, it's the ball under her eyes, down the ground, beats the dive of mid-on as the ball runs away there for a really well-timed boundary.
And again, line-wise, she's been hit just to the onside of straight with a full-length delivery. That's got to be around about middle and leg stump again. Just needs to think about this line-wise, I think, Abby. Once more, worked off the legs again here and backward of square for a single. Now, as a captain of the side here, Lauren Winfield-Hill, she's standing behind the stump. She knows exactly what line's been bowled. Is she saying to Abby, I want you to bowl off stump, and she's just not quite getting it right? Or is she saying, carry on bowling that line? If she's saying the latter, for me, you're pulling a fielder across from the offside and sticking it somewhere on the onside to block a gap.
Well, if you just look at the field itself, there's 5, as you say, there's 5 fielders on the offside and 4 on the leg side, so you'd expect us to be targeting off stump, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Be better.
About middle stump this time. Turned into the leg side again, though. End of the over. 3 overs bowled by Abby Glenn, and she's coming in at 7.3 and over, 22 runs off those 3 overs, but she has taken a wicket, and it's not a massive adjustment that needs to be made, as I keep saying, but you just think, from what we've just seen field-wise, Lauren is saying to her, I want you to bowl off stump. She's got that slightly more loaded offside field. It's still not quite happening for Abby. She'll be happy to have picked up the wicket. And just got to think about that line a little bit more. And Katie Levick as well, after her first over, she was not her usual metronomic self. 9 for 7 off her first, and it was a bit 2 sides of the wicket. Can she try and settle in here on her usual sort of lines and lengths that bring her wickets? 58 for 2. Levick in. She's gone wide of off stump first up. That's punched away by Davidson Richards for a single.
That's really well played from Davidson Richards. You see, it's slightly back of the length, and we talk a lot about batting when we're working with batters, about picking that length quick, rocking back, and then just accessing through the offside as Levick bowls again.
Defended this time by Franklin.
So rather than getting stuck on the crease or even reaching for that ball, you just pick that length, rock back, and just hit it through the offside, low risk, high reward cricket.
Here she is again. That's tossed up outside off stump. Just given Franklin a little bit too much room to free her arms. It's well fielded out there in the deep by Langston, and we'll keep them to 1. But you're risking going for boundaries if you throw up too many of those, especially to Alice Davidson Richards, who is now back on strike. And again, wide of off stump. And Davidson Richards, strangely, can't get any bat on this. Just reaching for it, a bit too wide really to reach.
Is that close to a wide, Dodger?
It can't have been so far off, hard to tell, because Tom Lungley's hat is pretty much in line with where it pitched, and that one as well, which is taken by Lauren Winfield-Hill. So a bit of frustration early on for Alice Davidson Richards, who announced herself with that superb on drive for 4. Here's Levick again. Once more, she's gone wide of off stump. There doesn't appear to be loads of turn. There's the odd one has turned, but even the wrist spinner is not managing to get it to rag, and is back to the colour of the pitch. There's a bit of grass on. You probably wouldn't expect too much in that regard. End of the over. She's got through that one pretty quickly. 2 overs for 9 now for Katie Levick. 60 for 2 after 13.
Yeah, the South East Stars now will be looking to build this partnership, pick up what they can, absorb any pressure, and look to put the bad ball away. And the diamonds here, again, we talked before about getting quick wickets when there's a little bit of pressure on. If they can get another one here, then that just slows down the progress that the South East Stars make. Current run rate around about 4.8 by the Stars as the score moves on to 60 for 2, as we've seen a change of bowling. We've got Phoebe Turner coming on now. Phoebe Turner actually just a couple of games ago took, I think, 6 for 20, didn't she, against Lancashire Thunder, my old team.
Well, that's down to your coaching method, you see. You should have worked on the batting a bit more, as she's in, and that's worked off the legs by Franklin down to long leg Langston Fields. 1 run.
I gave you in again, didn't I?
See, I never miss those opportunities. You should know me by now.
Yeah, dear, Georgie.
Yeah, she wasn't quite as tidy against the Vipers the other day, but not a bad performance. She's in again. There's a bit of drift in towards the right-handed Davidson Richards, who drops it into the leg side for a single. Now, as I say, Alice Davidson Richards, apart from producing really good shots like she did first up, she's a switched-on player, and she's picked up one there to Erin Burns, and they're going to have to be on the metal in the field here, because she may not necessarily hit loads of boundaries. She might just keep it ticking and just nick a load of singles that other players might not quite do. Good delivery by Phoebe Turner, which sees Franklin trying to play slightly across the line off, and she's got a leading edge on it into the offside for one.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner started well here, hasn't she? She's running into the crease pretty good, with good momentum, decent rhythm, good approach, hitting the pitch, and he's certainly targeting those stumps.
She's in again. Ooh, good delivery, which just nips away from Davidson Richards through to Lauren Winfield Hill. So different bowler, for example, to Beth Langston, who we saw earlier on. She wouldn't have quite as much pace as Beth, who was getting the ball to nip away. That one did, but her general delivery is just drifting in towards the right-hander, Phoebe Turner. And she's in again. Well, there we go, once more. Just a little offering of swing, nothing major. Played out into the offside by Davidson Richards. So in her last few matches, 1 for 26 against the Sunrisers at York, none for 18 down at Chelmsford against the Sunrisers as well, 6 for 20, as Shawsey says, at Southport against the Thunder, and then 1 for 50 at Headingley the other day against the Vipers. Phoebe Turner with the ball. And she's dragged one down the leg side here, and there's no run. Again, thinking about the Rachael Slater, the Beth Langston we've been talking about there, run up and delivery. You know, I think that the sort of setup, if you like, is a good one here for Phoebe Turner. She's quite stiff from the hip as she sets off in those first 2 or 3 strides, but it reminds you of plenty of bowlers you've seen. She's got a good run up and a decent action, and that's dropped into the offside by Davidson Richards to complete the over. So I think, you know, the longer she plays, the more success she'll have with the ball. She's just bowled her first over for the concession of 4.
Yeah, I think you're right. I've in the last 12 months, even last 6 months, I've just seen how much she has progressed as a bowler, and obviously with a batting developing as well. She's another potential all-rounder coming through, but the way she bowled that first over, she's bowled it really, really well, other than that one ball that she's pushed down the leg side for the leg side wide. She started really well. I like the approach. She's got reasonable momentum, hits the pitch, and there's just been a little bit of movement, but for me it's the areas that she's bowling and the consistency that she bowled that last over that didn't give any opportunities for scoring many runs.
64 for 2, Levick bowling here to Franklin, who's punched one out to Langston in the covers, 1 run.
And again, she's just rocked back there, hasn't she, Franklin? Just rocked back, played the ball under her eyes off the back foot. And again, it's a low risk, high reward strategy to keep the scoreboard ticking to play in that way.
Levick tosses one up. Davidson Richards pushes it square for 1, but they're ticking here, aren't they? They're picking up singles.
Levick's going to have to just pitch this ball a little fuller here, just a little fuller, and not allow them just to rock back. And it's easy, isn't it? They can get 3 or 4 and over if Levick balls that line and that length. Needs to be a little fuller. There
she goes full, round about leg stump. Phoebe Turner coming into play at mid-on as Franklin hits it that way. Andy Lockwood, good afternoon to you, says, morning Dodge and Shawsey. Pleasure to listen to some positive cricket recently after the water torture match against Middlesex. Levick bowls, and that's punched away into the offside by Franklin for 1. Langston again fielding. Andy goes on, great win for the Diamonds last Wednesday. Will the Duke's ball be used again in Tykes games this season? Yorkshire men's matches. Yes, it will. In the last 2, the match against Glamorgan at Cardiff and then the match at Headingley against Northants. Levick in again, that's punched into the covers by Davidson Richards, no run. But it will be the Kookaburra in the forthcoming match against Leicestershire at Grace Road, which is going to make it interesting. So you'd kind of look at the Division 2 table. Levick bowls it here. Davison Richards smothers. That is exactly where you want to see Levick dropping the ball. It's the first time she's really landed the spot-on delivery, and if she can keep her line there ain't going to be too many runs scored. End of the over, 67 for 2.
I think that's a great point. And we talk about hitting middle and off and really targeting the knee roll and let the ball spin. It'll just start spinning a little bit as this pitch dries a little bit more. But actually the length you don't want to ball is back of the length to now allow people to go back onto the back foot and play it under the eyes and wide. It's low risk, high reward strategy. If I'm batting out there, or the teams I'm working with are batting out there, I'm wanting Katie Levick to ball back of the length and a little bit wide, because there's no risk associated with that and get 3 and 4 and over. But the last ball she bowled, that length and that line, perfect delivery for a leg spin bowler.
Phoebe Turner continuing at the Lumley end. Good delivery right over the top of off stump. Curious really, because it didn't feel like it did much at all, but Phoebe Franklin was inside it. So going back to what I was saying, it could be an interesting game between Leicestershire and Yorkshire this coming week. For those Yorkshire listening supporters, I'm aware obviously we're on the Durham stream here as well, but Durham playing here against Lancashire in Division 1 this week, Yorkshire at Leicestershire. As that's a good delivery. There is some drifting towards Phoebe Franklin, who gets inside it and drops it into the offside. Lengthwise, that's good. She can't get quite get forward to that, but also she's not confidently got onto the back foot to punch it. Maybe just even dragging that length back slightly more, she might get into drive mode and then get a nick or get under one. Here she is again. Franklin playing across this one. She's got a tendency to want to do that from what we've seen of her so far. Even to deliveries that have been off stump, that wasn't, but she's playing leg side it. Oh, yeah, getting offside of it. So, yeah, Kookaburra ball, Leicestershire in 4th place, Yorkshire in 3rd, 17 points between them. Leicestershire need to win that match. You'd expect to see something seamer friendly, wouldn't you? Because they're going to need to take wickets, and it's a Kookaburra ball, which we know is next to useless after not very long in your hand. Good delivery here from Phoebe Turner, which crashes into the pads of Phoebe Franklin. Now, she's not been comfortable at all in this over against Phoebe, who is getting the ball just to swing slightly, but it's the length as much as anything that's making, well, that's sort of saying to Phoebe Franklin, I can't commit to getting forward to this. She can to this one, you see. She's done a half volley wide of off stump, and having had her on toast for 3 deliveries, she's just given her an out shot, and she's taken every opportunity. That's a really good shot by Phoebe Franklin for 4 runs. She's on to 13, 67 for 2. 71 for 2, and 17 from 28 for her.
And that's the difference, isn't it? If you bowl 3 really, really good balls, good length, good lines, and build pressure, and then just that release ball a little bit wider to enable Franklin to free her arms.
And again, that one just holds its line wide of off stump, and she's pushed it away into the covers for a single. She's not having the most comfortable of times out there, Phoebe Franklin, but she's still there. That's the important thing from a star's point of view. 18 at the end of the over, 5 from it, 72 for 2.
Yeah, I think that's the point, isn't it? She's getting through this period. She's still at the crease, and also having a really torrid time in that over. The last 2 balls of the over has enabled her to get 5 runs off that over, hasn't it? So she'll be happy that she's come out of the over still at the wicket and picking up 5 runs off those last 2 overs. But from my perspective, the way that Phoebe's ball there, Phoebe Turner's bowled really well for the first 4 deliveries, and then the last 2 has just given a little bit of width, hasn't she?
Yeah.
See how Levick starts this over.
I think we might have a bit of sun breaking through, for the first time today. It's definitely as bright or brighter than it has been. First delivery of the over to Franklin was, again, good line and length. So she finished the last over well. She started this over well, Katie Levick. She's still got a slip in place, so hoping for an opportunity. Oh. She might get one here. No, she hasn't. She's got underneath it, but she did it for 6 over long off. At first, it felt like she'd got right underneath that, but she's timed it well, hasn't she, Phoebe Franklin, and smashed it for 6.
She has. That's gone soaring over the boundary for 6 runs. Yeah, it just looked as if it went straight up in the air, that, didn't it? And you're thinking that someone extra cover or maybe mid-off is going to be in the game with the catch, but the ball just seemed to keep going, so she clearly got enough into that ball, enough momentum through the ball to clear the boundary. The score moves on to 78 for 2, and Franklin's now on 24.
Yeah, so Stars beginning to get going. That ball would have got wet. Rebecca Duckworth trying to give it a good dry so that Katie Levick can get a grip, and she's in and bowling here, and Franklin turns that into the leg side, and there is no run. Elsewhere, the Sunrisers 111 for 2 at the halfway stage against the Vipers, so they could be setting up an interesting contest as Levick's latest delivery finds the outside edge of Franklin's bat and drops out to Catherine Fraser at point. And I think you're going to need to offer some of your contract money back to the Thunder because they're 4 down already on that batting front, 93 for 4. You're going to give them a refund? That's Levick's in, it's down the leg side, and that's going to be a wide.
There's no comeback for me there, is it, George?
I'll give him a bell, shall I? And say he's just making a gesture, Shawsey. Here's Levick, that's driven to mid-off. Oh dear. Rebecca Duckworth has failed to get down behind it again, and that is 4 runs. And that's several Rebecca Duckworth fielding errors today. She made a good 50 with the bat the other day, but she really needs to get down and behind the ball. And we all got taught that long barrier, didn't we, when we first started playing? I know it's not the professional cricketer's way, but if you can't stop it, then you've got to get something behind it, and she might be well served to just get the body behind it like that. As Levick is in again. Oh, that's down the leg side and going to be a wide. So 84 for 2 now the score. And the sun is breaking through at the Riverside. Levick in again, and that one the googly, and this time fielded by Rebecca Duckworth. She's got across and got down to that one well enough, and they pick up 1. End of the over, and 85 for 2 with Katie Levick. Well, it's not coming off today. Not really surprised given the moisture around and the pitch. You might be well served to put her back in the locker for a little while there, Shawsey, and maybe give it another half hour before you give her another go, because it might have dried up with the sun out a fair bit in that sort of time, and she's gone for 25 off her first 4.
Yeah, you could be right there. But I mean, when we're watching the Diamonds bowlers ball that's bowled so far, and we know that Langston bowled well, economy of 2.33 as she started, and Levick's at 6.26. They're just missing the lines and the lengths.
Yeah, here's Phoebe Turner. That's a good line and length. Pushed away into the offside. Duckworth again. Not quite sure what the issue there with the fielding is, but that's bounced off her knee or a leg or something like. She's got behind it. They've got 1. Really needs to work on kind of watching the ball, I guess, all the way into her hands. As Phoebe Turner comes in again, that's offering in towards Alice Davison-Richards and turning to the leg side. Erin Burns does the fielding. So 86 for 2. They were a third or so of the way through this innings, and they're setting themselves up for a pretty big chase here, the Diamonds, if they're not able to get in and among. And just, on a bowling morning, they've not really taken full advantage, have they, in the first third of this Stars innings. Without being poor, they've been just a bit off it, I think is what you'd say. Davidson-Richards turning that delivery from leg stump backward of square, and they get 2.
Davidson-Richards just worked that ball nicely away then, didn't she? Low risk again, just full back face, just worked it off leg stump, as you rightly say. Look, I think there's been enough in the pitch and the conditions. The Diamonds bowlers, I think, as a unit, will be slightly disappointed that they've been inconsistent with the lines and lengths. Would be my view.
Yep, here's Turner, and that one just holding its line on its way in towards Davison-Richards. She's run it down to Levick at third man for 1 run.
Nicely played again there, wasn't it? There's signs that, certainly for the Stars, that Davidson Richards is in good form here. We know she got runs in her last game, but just the way she started the innings, in good position, she's run that ball down to third nicely as Turner comes in again.
Pushed into the offside, nicely timed by Franklin. He's going to get one out to Emma Marlowe in the deep. And there's no evils in the pitch. The pitch has played really well so far.
Yeah.
So you can certainly trust that from a Diamonds batting point of view, and they may well have the runs in them, who knows. But first of all, they've got to work on just trying to put the squeeze on the Stars here, and the Stars, of course, well, certainly more vital for them that they win this match, because if they do, they will cement second place and a home tie next week in the semi-finals, as Davidson Richards just falls over one slightly as it drops into the leg side. A little bit of jag about that delivery. So 5 off the over, 90 for 2 after 18 of the South East Stars.
I just noticed on the last ball of that over, Winfield has taken out Callis from slip and put her just forward of square on the leg side there, hasn't she? So
yeah, and Beth Langston, having a change of ends, is going to come on to replace Levick, as we suggested, or yours truly did, at this Finkel end of the ground. I wouldn't want to put my thoughts down to you, mate, because they're probably mostly wrong, and I wouldn't want you to have to claim responsibility for those thoughts, as well as the Thunder batting today. Langston then, who bowled 3 overs for 7 from the Lumley end earlier in the day.
Yeah, I think this is a good decision, and goes back to what you were saying about bringing Levick back on later on when it was tried out a little bit. But actually, I think this pitch could suit Langston, and from this end, if she can hit the right areas consistently, it might just be able to take a couple of wickets, or certainly build some pressure.
And she comes then. First ball is wide of off stump, and a swing and a miss from Phoebe Franklin. No slip in place. There's a third and a deep backward square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Extra cover is Callis. Sweeper Abby Glenn, by the looks of things, out to our left on the cover boundary, and a point. Looks like that's Catherine Fraser. That's a good delivery from Langston, shaping in towards the right-hander who's got an edge on it. And Katie Levick makes her way around to field it. They get a single.
I was just going to say, Georgie, I think it's still worth, certainly to Langston, of having a slip in place, because Langston hits the pitch hard, does get a little bit of movement. I think it's still worth having a slip in there. Where you get that slip from, whether you move square leg, you bring in deep square, whatever, but I think you could still attack when Langston's bowling.
Here she is, and that's flicked down the leg side. She's got that one wrong line-wise. It's going to be 4. Alice Davidson Richards getting a little clip on it. Too good a player to miss out on an opportunity like that.
Diamonds are just leaking runs because they're not able yet just to hit the consistent areas of lines and lengths that they would want to as a bowling unit, which is just releasing any pressure at any point of this innings that's been on the South East Stars. It's not an easy job, the conditions that we've had, but the conditions are getting better, and it's a good pitch, but there still is a little bit in the pitch if you can get the ball into the right areas enough times, and that's certainly something that Diamonds have just struggled a little bit with this morning in the first 20 overs or so.
Here's Langston.
Better.
That's straighter. Davidson Richards treats it with the respect it deserves. No run. She's on 15 from 19. Franklin 32 from 39. This pair came together when the score was on 53. So very useful 40-odd run partnership so far. Langston gone for 5 off 4 in this over so far. She's in again. Davidson Richards drives through the offside, missed by 1 and 2 fielders, and it's going to be 4.
It's a really well-timed shot, that, isn't it? Langston's a little bit full. Davidson Richards just leads into the ball, times that ball away, an off drive there past short extra, and Rebecca Duckworth that did dive for that ball but wasn't able to stop it as it ran away for 4 runs, taking the score to 99 for 2.
Yeah, good placement, to be fair, to Davidson Richards. 99 for 2 as Langston's in, and that's a better delivery, good response, but the over cost 9. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 16, and you would say at the moment it's just feeling like, although it's not a massive swing in their favour, that the Stars are on top of this and the Diamonds are playing a little bit of catch up.
Yeah, I think that's the case, and with this partnership developing, the scoring rate as such, the run rate's gone up from 4.5 to 5.2, and both batters here, the experienced Davidson Richards and Franklin, have not really taken any risks, have they? They've accumulated, they've hit the gaps, and then they've put the bad ball away. So it's relatively risk-free at this stage of the game. 99 for 2.
Phoebe Turner again from the Lumley end, driven nicely by Phoebe Franklin, but straight back to the bowler, no run. I've been asked by Adam Swallow to mention this, which is really appertaining to those of you down in the Leeds Bradford area. A T20 charity match under floodlights next Friday the 13th of September from 6 o'clock onwards. £2 to get in. Bradford and Bingley Cricket Club against Bradford City Legends. Yeah. As Turner is in, good delivery, and she's got I think an inside edge onto leg stump by Phoebe Franklin, and it was, well, line and length was the key. She's just not been able to get forward to that. Just playing a little bit away from her body and has nicked it on. 3 down for 99, the Stars.
Yeah, that's an excellent delivery from Phoebe Turner, and I think a much deserved wicket actually, as she's dismissed the dangerous Franklin for 32 off just 41 balls, strike rate of 78. And from that perspective, that's the wicket through good line and length has brought the wicket that we're talking about on a consistent basis, really. So they'll be pleased that they've got that breakthrough, and now all they need to do is get the new incoming batter. It looks like Ailish Cranston that's walking to the wicket. I think if it is, she's left-hand bat. Does score quite a lot of useful mid-innings runs. We've got the
Kira
Chatley, who's scored runs consistently this season, 86 in her last game, and game before that got runs also. So yeah, really good form is the batter. She walks to the crease, and she'll be looking to build a really good partnership here now with the experienced Alice Davidson Richards, who's playing well. But the score, just to remind you, 99 for 3.
So, Kira Chatley, right-handed. 4 to come in the over. So I was mentioning that match when the wicket was taken. Bradford and Bingley Cricket Club against Bradford City Legends at Wagon Lane. That, if you know the area, Bradford and Bingley's home ground. And good delivery! Oh dear me, Stir Callis barely moved at slip when it was a catching opportunity there. And Kira Chatley's got away with one first ball. Phoebe Turner, you'd probably be fairly livid if you were the bowler at that stage. You've created an opportunity first up, and Callis didn't move. Maybe thought it was Lauren Winfield Hills to go with the gloves, but felt like it was a slip catch to me. And it's disappeared somewhere down beneath us, underneath the black sight screen.
Yeah, it was an opportunity. I mean, the great thing is, the good thing, the positive captaincy there is Winfield's brought a slip back in with a new batter coming to the crease. I just wonder there whether Callis is 1.5 slips as opposed to 1 slip. She looks slightly wide, but I agree with you, Doige. It's a slip catch, is that one? Whether she takes a half a yard to her left now or not, I'm not sure.
Just to complete that mention of the charity match, supporting Alan Gilliver's Dementia Charities anchor, Geisley Memories Cafe and Alzheimer's Society. Alan Gilliver, a dementia sufferer who used to play for Bradford City, of course. Those with memories long memories may recall, as that is pushed out square on the offside by Chatley and fielded there by Rachael Slater. Many will know Alan's son Mark Gilliver, who's been one of my contemporaries back from the playing days. Good Bradford League player during the years, coaches plenty of players coming through in the Yorkshire area. Hope they go well with that. Here is Turner. Oh, good delivery again, and Chatley. Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. Looking at Sturkallis's positioning, if she's going to bother to be in there, I know you never quite know where the edge is going to be, but you don't want a ball going between slip and keeper. You might as well close the door slightly, and if the ball goes wide of you at slip, then so be it. You don't want to miss it going through the gap. Phoebe Turner in again, short, and that's going to be cut away very nicely indeed by Chatley, who picks up another 4, much more orthodox fashion than the first one. 107 for 3 come the end of that 20th over. I'll just leave you with Shawsey to do your ball by ball for the next over or so.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner's just dropped that ball slightly short and wide of the off stump, and the in-form Chatley just managed to rock back onto the back foot and time that ball away quite strongly in front of point for a well-timed 4 runs here at the Riverside. Just a reminder of the score here today. The South East Stars are 107 for 3 at this stage of the game. Current run rate 5.4. We've got Beth Langston, who's been out for a little while with injuries, played the last few games, so it's really pleasing to see the ex-England international back in the fray. She runs in to ball to Richards. Just pushes that ball down the leg side. The umpire signals a leg side wide, so that's just 1 more run to the total for the South East Stars. Just a bit of an update on the weather. The weather here is improving. When we arrived at the ground this morning, myself and Doige, it was cloudy and there was some rain in the air, but it is improving as Langston approaches. And Davidson Richard just clips that full ball off leg stump out to deep square and just jogs through for 1 run. We now have a little bit of sun coming through the clouds here at the Riverside. It's beginning to be a little more pleasant as the Diamonds and the South East Stars battle away up here in the northeast in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over fixture, as Langston just is poised and begins her run up and her approach. She runs through and balls good length delivery round about middle stump. Chatley just works that ball out to Burns at short mid wicket on the leg side for no run. Langston just starts her approach and runs into ball to Chatley. Good length delivery round about off stump, 3/4 of the way up the stumps. No run as the ball's worked out to point on the offside. So the South East Stars will be obviously focused on trying to win this game to assure them of a semi-final home fixture in around about a week's time. Langston balls again. Fullish length ball just worked out to point for no run by Chatley as the ball worked its way around the infield to Rebecca Duckworth, who was drying the ball. It's still relatively wet on the surface, but as I say, the sun's out now, so it is drying. 2 more balls left in this over as Langston starts her approach to Chatley. Langston balls, full length delivery off stump, just worked out in front of square on the offside by Chatley for 1 run, and just 1 ball left in this Langston over as the score moves on to 110 for 3 as we welcome back the one and only Jonathan Doige Welcome back, Dodgy.
Thanks, Josie. Langston in. Nicely blocked by Davidson Richards, who replays a shot that she says should have gone to the leg side. Not so sure. Langston now 5 overs for 19, and the Stars 110 for 3 after 21.
Just saying, Dodgy, that a bit more pleasant than it was when we first arrived this morning, isn't it? The mist's gone, the rain's gone, and the sun's beginning to shine across this very fine outfield here at the Riverside.
Much nicer. Reminds me of your neck of the woods, you know.
Barnsley.
Yeah, Barnsley is always glorious there, isn't it?
You know, it's the only place, I'll share this with our listeners. It's the only place in the universe, I mean, I term it as the centre of the universe. It's the only place where the sun shines 24 hours a day, don't
Is that right?
Yeah.
That right, as they say down there. Turner in, and that one full and turned into the leg side by Chapley. And there's no run. Kelly's still standing just probably half a stride too wide for comfort, for my liking anyway, at slip. Maybe just a foot to her left, and that might be enough.
Oh.
Good delivery from Turner, and Chapley pushing back to the bowler, but that was that line and length, wasn't it? Nagging. If there'd been just a little bit of nip about that, could have been in the game, top of off stump.
It's much more difficult to score runs, isn't it, when you're targeting that top quarter and middle and off. And certainly I think Phoebe Turner has done that today.
Yeah, here she is again. It's wide and driven, and a miss with a dive at extra cover. It's going to bring 4 runs. Catherine Fraser in there. 114 for 3. Andy Lockwood says, how do again, JD and PS? I'm a touch confused. Now different, really. Am I right in thinking that the Duke's ball is traditionally used and the Kookaburra is a failed experiment that should be consigned to a specimen jar at the Cricket Museum? Well, that's the opinion of the majority of us, Andy. But the Kookaburra was used for 2 matches earlier in the season. It was always going to be used for 2 matches later in the season, and this just happens to be the second one coming up, the Yorkshire-Leicestershire game, if that's what you're referring to. And everybody else in that round as well, not just the Yorkshire-Leicestershire match. 1 run there to Chapley out to cover. Who knows whether they'll continue using it in the long term. But last week's match at Headingley for the fellas against Middlesex, well, no point in going on about it anymore because we did during the 4 days, but suffice it to say that a Kookaburra and a hybrid pitch and lots of sunshine meant for few wickets and not lots of excitement. Phoebe Turner wide of off stump, and that is punched away nicely by Alice Davidson Richards, who'll pick up 1 out to the sweeping Emma Marlowe. So 6 off this over so far. Plenty of time remaining. Certainly haven't got through their overs anything like as quickly as they did at Headingley the other day, and I think that's probably on account of them having to dry the ball after every ball. Only 22 overs bowled after this delivery in an hour and 25 minutes or so's play. That's wide of off stump from Turner, and a waft and miss by Kira Chapley. End of the over, 116 for 3.
Yes, so again where already the run rate and the tempo is beginning to build. It's now 5.3 in the 22 overs or so that's being bowled here at the Riverside, and we've got Davidson Richards just facing up to Beth Langston as she approaches.
Wide of off stump and driven away square on the offside. They're going to pick up a single. 117 for 3 then, and the wicket, well, the wickets of this pair might well change things. So they're going to need to work hard here, the Diamonds. The Stars, you wouldn't say desperate for victory, but certainly would very much like it. If they're going to get a home semi-final tie, Tom Lungley has let Beth Langston get away with one there, because that looked pretty wide to me. Kira Chatley not able to stretch across and meet it. Thunder, they are 113 for 5 now in the 32nd over against the Western Storm, both those sides out of it. Sunrisers, meanwhile, are in the process of building something against the Vipers. They're 151 for 2 in the 32nd over there. As a little drop into the offside by Chatley, but no run. Griffith 46 not out, Grucock 28 not out. Grace Scrivens earlier made 35 and Joe Gardner 27, so going pretty well, the Sunrisers. Just 2 wickets for Naomi Datani, the only one in the wickets column for the Vipers. Oh, good delivery from Langston, shaping in towards Chatley, who plays and misses as it just holds its line on its way through to Lauren Winfield Hill. Yeah,
you just mentioned the Sunrisers there. They're mounting it sounds like a really good total down there, doesn't it? But one of my good friends, Andy Tennant, is the head coach there, and he's doing a really good job. Former Scotland player, Scotland coach, doing a tremendous job down at the Sunrisers.
Langston straight delivery, turn into the leg side by Chatley, no run. Well, they could nick 4th place for him, Shawsey.
He's finishing off this innings, isn't it? It's amounting a good enough total to get the Southern Vipers under pressure, because obviously they need to win and they'll be looking to bounce back after the Diamonds' defeat the other day.
Final ball of the over, good delivery from Langston, pushed into the offside by Chatley. Just the one off the over is just what the Diamonds needed at that stage. None for 20 off 6 now for Beth Langston. 117 for 3 as we approach the halfway stage of this Stars innings.
Yeah, and this partnership is developing nicely, isn't it, for Davison Richards and Chatley. The last wicket went down at 99, and they're just beginning to build this partnership nicely. It's a relatively good run rate, 5.1 the run rate currently is, and probably the pick of the Diamonds bowlers at this stage. I mean, Langston's bowled 6 overs, none for 20, but actually Slater's got 1 for 18 off her 5 as Turner comes in to bowl again.
Yeah, pulled by Davidson Richards, it was too short, and it's going to go for 4. Got what it deserved, I think you'd have to say.
Yeah, a little bit short, wasn't it? And just sat up there, and David Richards used our experience just to rock back and pull that ball over mid-wicket for a well-timed 4 runs, which takes the Stars total to 121 for 3.
Interesting. Richard Robinson, head groundsman, of course, down at Headingley, has sent me a photograph of the ball that was used in that Yorkshire Middlesex match last week, as Turner has just dropped one down the leg side. Unfortunately, that's going to be signalled as a wide by Joe Ibbotson, plus well, she didn't signal anything else that they took a bye as well. Yeah, wide plus 1. 123 for 3 is the latest. So you can see this, Shawsey, but dear me, what would you describe that as? It looks like a ball that's probably, as Phoebe Turner's in, good delivery, there's a big appeal for LBW, yes, and that is out, and no surprise whatsoever from sitting almost straight on behind. It was full, it's probably about leg stumpish by the time it gets to the stumps, but that'll do. And Chatley has gone for 14, 123 for 4.
Yeah, pretty straight that, wasn't it? A good delivery from Turner, full and straight. Chance to try to work that through mid-on and just missed the ball and hit it full on the pads in front of probably middle of the leg, maybe running quite hard into the leg stump, which brings Diamonds back into a decent position in the game. If they can pick up another couple of wickets here, then again they'll get a good foothold in the game. The current score is 123 for 4, and the dangerous and experienced Alice Davidson Richards is still at the crease and is playing well. So until Davidson Richards is out, the Diamonds won't relax, but we've got another good foothold into the game. As I say, as the score is 123 for 4.
Yep, Ailish Cranston, by the looks of things, is walking out to bat next. Left-handed, as you said. And they're deciding for a moment at this stage to take their drinks break. We could do the same, actually, but you could go get us a cup of coffee. That'd be good, Shawsey. Yeah, good man. Upstairs. And I'll tell you more about this ball, folks, while Shawsey goes and gets me a nice decaf with plenty of milk. Thank you. You've got to get your orders right, haven't you, on these broadcasts, folks. Richard Robinson sent me this photograph in of that ball last week. And he says this was the ball that Yorkshire used last week, served us right for playing on a used hybrid pitch. Well, I've mentioned it. I'm not sure if that photograph is available for everyone to see or not, Robbo. But if you just knock me a message out, I think that's worth putting up on social media, just so people can see what it was like. But I think you'd describe it as, it's almost like, you know, you've played with that ball for years as your practice ball. I can remember doing that as a child back in the park at home, at the side of the cricket ground, and you just kept playing with it and playing with it and playing with it, no matter how soft and dog-eared it got. And it might have ended up under a bench for a couple of seasons, and then somebody discovers it again one day. It's a bit like that. There's no seam left on it. The leather casing is absolutely cream crackered, and yeah, there you go. And it's not really the ball he's having me on. So thanks for that, Robbo. But he's actually put a photograph up of his dog ball, he says. Well done. And we'll get back to this then, 123 for 4. With the drinks break being taken. And also, go back to those other two games. Thunder against the Storm. Now the Thunder, 124 for 5 at this stage. That's in the 34th over. Ellie Threlkeld is not out on 12 at the moment. Threlkeld on 12, Johnson on 15. And 124 for 5 after 33.2 to be precise. Thunder won the toss and decided to bat. Don't forget, of course, that has no bearing really on the outcome of the placings in the semis, because that's been and gone as far as those two sides are concerned. And the Sunrisers, 161 for 2 now after 34 overs against the Vipers. And Griffith, 53 off 65. Grucock, 31 off 46 there. They've put on 67 off 96 for that third wicket partnership. And that could be a really interesting contest down at Southampton as the day wears on. Sun shining here now at the Riverside, where the Diamonds won the toss and decided to bowl first. They've now taken 4 wickets. It's been a little bit hit and miss on the bowling front. Certainly you wouldn't say it's been brilliant, but nor has it been poor. It's just been just a little bit off it for lengthy periods, with quite a lot of good deliveries thrown in between. If they could just develop a bit more consistency, then they could still finish this start innings at an under par score. Alice Davidson Richards and Ailish Cranston at the moment stand between them and a more significant chase, but 123 for 4. Davidson Richards on 26 off as many deliveries, and Cranston to face her first ball following that drinks break. There are still 4 legitimate deliveries left in the over, and here is Phoebe Turner, and she gets an outside edge first ball there. Ailish Cranston past Ster Callis, who's at slip, and they get 1. You'd think batting conditions are going to improve as both this innings continues, not quite at its halfway point, and also the Diamonds innings as well to come later in the day. Turner in. Ooh, now then, that's thereabouts as well. Davison Richards turning it to the onside of straight. Erin Burns is there at mid-wicket to field. line of Diamonds blue in the offside. Levick at third man. There's a point. Extra cover mid-off, and then just Emma Marlowe out in the deep, but none of them going to come into play because that was a little bit too leg stumpish from Phoebe Turner. Turned away backward of square. Rachael Slater does the fielding. They get 1. Cranston then gives the bat a twiddle. And in comes Turner. Cranston right in behind this one, pushes back to the bowler to complete the over. There were 8 taken from the over, plus the wicket, so 125 for 4, and over short of the halfway stage. And I suppose that over is pretty much a microcosm of what we've seen so far. Wicket picked up, boundary, wide, and a couple of good deliveries thrown in there as well. We're going to see a change. We haven't seen Erin Burns, apart from in a fielding capacity, in this match yet, but she's going to come on from this Finkel end of the ground, where our commentary position is situated. And she's going to be bowling first up to Alice Davison-Richards. Off spin. Erin Burns was with the Diamonds early in the season. Returned elsewhere for a stint, but is back here, having flown in again recently. And she'll be with the Diamonds for their semi-final, and should they get there, the final, which is of course in just 2 weeks' time. Semi next week at Headingley, and if good enough, final the week after at Grace Road, Leicester. First ball of the over from Burns is just a little bit too leg stumpish, and turned backward of square by Davidson-Richards for 1. Changing the field for the left-hander. Burns also just switching to bowl round the wicket here. Slip in place. A ring field in the offside plus a sweeper out there. And just 3 in the leg side. So she's got to be careful with the line here, Erin Burns. And she is. She's pushed it up there wide of off stump. Defended into the offside, and there's no run. Here she is again. It's wide of off stump and cut this time, and that is straight to point, and there's no run. And in comes Burns again. That's turned into the leg side. A bit of drift into the left-hander as she worked it out to mid-wicket. Catherine Fraser doing the fielding. They got 1. So Davidson-Richards 28 now. Cranston on 2. 127 for 4. 2 balls left before the halfway stage. Here's Burns again. Davidson-Richards using her feet well. Has just run that one down to long on where Phoebe Turner fields. I've now got Robbo telling me that that was the real ball. Well, who knows? Only he does. But if it was the real ball, it's not looking in great condition. Let's put it that way. As that is turned into the leg side by Cranston. Final ball of the over, 128 for 4 at the halfway stage. So just 3 runs coming from the over. And that usual feeling of control that you get when Erin Burns has ball in hand. Shaw's is returned with a cup of decaf tea.
Coffee.
Decaf coffee, is that? Is that coffee?
Yeah. Try that. Do you think to that?
Looks like tea. It smells like coffee actually, so we'll go with that.
There we go with that one.
It's a Barnsley coffee, it's a tea. Phoebe Turner's going to continue at the Lumley end. 6 overs, 2 for 36. So 1 a ball, but she has picked up 2 wickets, and I'd say she's been one of the better bowlers despite going at 1 a ball. She's asked a few questions. And here she comes. First ball driven back at her by Davidson Richards. She got plenty on that. I think it was fielded by Phoebe Turner's ankle. And she still sat out, sprawled on the pitch. Is she injured? No. Oh, she's limping. So I'm going to say, I think she did stop it with her foot, ankle, something like that. Saved a run. Good piece of fielding off your own ball. Should never let those go past, should you, Shawsey?
Never.
Got to be brave, get something in the way of it. Deal with the pain as and when. Then she comes again towards us. Davidson Richards drives up to mid-off. No run. And that, I mean, that's a case in point today, isn't it? The fielding has been less than perfect, shall we say, and you're probably looking at already, what, 12 to 15 runs have been gifted, something like that.
Yeah, for sure. And you can say, yeah, maybe 12, 15 runs have been gifted as Turner approaches.
Oh, Davidson Richards has a potential run out here. She's run it to point. Callis with the throw, just a stride behind, really getting there. Davidson Richards cleverly as well managed to get her body between Callis and the stumps, and they got through for 1, but there was a bit of indecision between Cranston and Davidson Richards just then.
I think the other thing, Georgie, to consider is that, and support the inconsistency that we've talked about with the bowling unit this morning. I think there's been something like 12 wides bowled already in this game from the Diamonds bowling unit.
Here she is again, Turner. That's dropped into the leg side by Cranston. No run. Yeah, I mean, white ball cricket, you know, there's obviously there's no margin for error down the leg side, but whatever you see, women's or men's cricket, there's always going to be a few of them. Very rare that you get no wides. So you expect 3, 4, something like that is probably fairly normal. Not saying that you'd be happy with that, but that's kind of what you get. In comes Turner again. No ball this time, so another couple on the total. And more extras conceded. What is the extras count at this moment in time?
Growing, for sure.
Yeah. It is 4 leg byes, 12 wides, and now a no ball. So add those to those fielding errors, you're probably given 20 runs plus away here, with a score of 131 on the board. Oh, now she's got underneath this one. She's going to drop lucky, is Ailish Cranston, because she's put it in no man's land at the back of the bowler again, mid on, mid off. Both converging on it, but not able to get across. Cranston picks up 1, and we'll move on to 3. And the total to 133, I think, for 4. Still showing 132 as... Oh, Turner's in. That's a good delivery, which has the beating of Alice Davidson Richards, and we can't say that about many deliveries so far while she's been out there. End of the over, 26 now gone, and the board is holding steady at 132 for 4.
It certainly is, and you know, watching Phoebe Turner bowl today, we said before that she's certainly grown and developed, but this summer I think she's probably put a yard of pace on, and she's certainly a lot more accurate and gets the batters playing in and around middle and off on a consistent basis. And you look at the danger bowlers, or the bowlers that's offered or built pressure or created opportunities, and in this game so far you would say that Phoebe Turner's been the one. She's already picked up a couple of wickets or so, but she's certainly the one that's bowled probably the most consistent lines, the consistent lengths, and caused the batters most of the problems as Burns comes on to bowl.
Yeah, first ball wide of off stump, 2 full, driven through the offside, and that is 4 to Cranston. Sorry folks, just trying to finish off Banana, you've got to take the right foods on board when you're doing this job, Shawsy.
Fibre, potassium.
Fibre, potassium.
You know.
Yeah.
All those types of things that keep you going through a day. Slow
Well,
release
well,
energy.
I mean, that's right.
We need something to keep you awake at the side of me, don't we?
It's,
That's why I got you that coffee.
I've got my own personal nutritionist now, dietitian, strength and conditioning coach for the commentary box, all of that. You've got to follow, modern processes, haven't you, really? As that is wide of off stump and played away backward of point on the offside by Cranston, who's going to get 2.
Well, since you bring up the subject, I need to ask you what your secret is, actually. You're looking very trim, you're looking refined, you're looking distinguished. You're looking on top of the game, mate. What's the secret?
It's the S word, as Burns is in. It's wide of off stump. And that is played through the covers for a single by Cranston. Starvation.
You had me wondering for a moment then, don't you? Starvation. That's the secret, is it? Well, you're looking very well on the starvation diet, I have to say.
Here's Burns, and that's put square on the leg side by Davis and Richards, who's going to pick up a single. And Marlowe doing the fielding.
I'm sorry, I've got the giggles, but I have to say it was the glint in your eye when you said starvation. This has clearly been going on some time. The starvation diet.
Would that it was something else? No, definitely starvation. Here's Burns, and it's wide of off stump, and Lauren Winfield Hill taking close to off stump. Cranston playing and missing. Erin Burns is just asking Phoebe Turner if she will disappear down to our right to the long off boundary, and then bowls one down the leg side for a wide. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's just that inconsistency that we've spoken about with a number of the Diamonds bowlers here today, and I'm sure that they'll be striving to finish well. This
one wide of off stump, stepping back, she kind of cuts that to cover, does Cranston, and picks up a single. So end of that over, and again a bit of a bag of all sorts there really. And I was talking about control normally offered by Erin Burns, and she certainly didn't have any in that over. I think there were 11 off it, so at 13 off 2 overs. I think there are 11 off it, I'm not sure. Anyway, there's 13 being scored off 2 overs. That's the long and short of it. When Erin Burns has been bowling, it's 141 for 4. 9 scored from it. My apologies, 9. Sorry, Erin.
Are you sure? 9?
I think I'm sure. Yeah. It's... Back to the S word, shocking. Katie Levick is going to bowl at the Lumley end in a change. So, well, I'm not sure if they were listening to us or not, but she's been off now for precisely 11 overs. Changing ends as well. Things might have dried out a little bit more for her. Might get a bit more of a grip on the ball. Might get a bit more grip off the pitch as well. First ball pushed into the covers there by Cranston. No run. Here's Lev again. And she's been pulled this time for 4. Backward of square leg. Got the line wrong once again. Obviously for any bowler it's not easy when you've got to make the adjustment right hand to left hand, although she hasn't had to do that in this spell yet because she's only bowled 2 at the lefty. She's got to get the line right here and then make that adjustment. Gone for 29 so far from 26 deliveries, Katie Levick, and she's been pulled again here, backward of square. Emma Marlowe in to do the fielding, they get 1.
So Levick's got a couple of things to consider here, not just the right and left handed batters, which affects line, but also the difference in size of both these batters. You've got Alice Davis and Richards that's of a relatively tall stature that looks to hit the ball in front of square, and then you've got Ailish Cranston, the left-handed, slightly shorter in stature and actually pulls, cuts and sweeps quite a lot. So straight away there's a few different challenges for Katie Levick to work through.
Here she is again, stepping back. Davison Richards has played that one through mid-on, and she's going to get it through long on for 4. 2 fielders converging on it, but she got enough on it. Didn't feel like a 4 when she first hit it, but maybe the outfield's quickening up a little bit as things dry out.
Yeah, it's a very good shot, isn't it, that actually, when you think about it, onto the back foot, on top of the bounce, looking to go for 2, hitting the gap, but actually she's timed it well enough for 4.
And she's played it off the back foot. That's 3 shots in this over, which suggests that Katie Levick's bowling it a little bit too short lengthwise. She's done the same again there, and punched into the offside, this time no run.
Yeah.
So 9 off this Levick over already. Wouldn't say it's the best conditions to be bowling wrist spin in. And she steps back and cuts this one, Alice Davison Richards. Dot ball to complete the over. The 150 came up during that over, by the way, after 27.4. So 150 for 4 now. 50 up in 11.2. The second 50 came in 8 overs and 1 ball, and the third 50 came in exactly the same time, 8 overs and 1 ball.
And with that in mind, the tempo of the innings is just beginning to rise slightly, and the run rate's gone up to 5.4. So the more that we know that the partnership builds, and we know that the runs start coming a little bit more freer, so it's important here that the Diamonds look to make a breakthrough.
So Erin Burns bowling to the left-handed Ailish Cranston, who uses her feet nicely to drive through the offside. Oh dear. Phoebe Turner has not got down quickly enough again for a delivery that has gone for 4, and again could have been avoided.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely shot that, isn't it, from Cranston down the pitch, hits the ball under her eyes from a really good base and times the ball nicely. But you know, the Diamonds feeling you, and it will be disappointed with that one.
Gotta be today. Yeah, it's not been good, and there's no excuses on this pitch. It's lovely and flat. You can't sort of blame a bobble, anything like that. You just got to get down for those. As Burns is in again, and that's a good delivery, which has Cranston pushing back down the pitch.
And that's the line and length of the ball, isn't it, again, for the right arm off spin bowler Burns, the Australian overseas, to keep attacking halfway up that middle of stump and build pressure.
Floats this one up. Cranston gets to the pitch and just punches it into the offside. Rachael Slater will beat Beth Langston to the chase. They'll get 1. Just came up on my X feed. On this day, 40 years ago, on Top of the Pops, level 42, hot water. And if you're not careful, you're getting yourself into that sunshine, I can promise you, before the end of this broadcast. Erin Burns over the wicket now to the right-handed Davison Richards. Good delivery. She's got a leading edge on that. Just didn't quite carry. And you might say that there's been a couple of occasions where the Diamonds have been slightly unlucky with balls that have gone in the air and not to hand, but I wouldn't want to over-exaggerate that, because I think the Stars have tried their best with the conditions they've had out there with the bat so far, and are not doing badly at all. Another dot ball there, and Burns in again, and Davison Richards turns it to leg, and there's no run. And Ailish Cranston has done pretty well already, 21 off 20. If you were kind of having to pick a wicket, if you wanted to choose who'd have to walk off now, you'd still be saying Alice Davison Richards, even though she's not quite striking at 1 a ball, because you feel like in the back 15, 10 overs, something like that, she's around, then there could be some big runs in the offing for the Stars. 155 for 4 after 29.
I was just thinking the same. So if these two come back for another 10 overs, then they're going into the last, if you like, 10 overs or so, probably 220 for 4. You'd want to dismiss, in this order, Davison Richard and then Cranston, and having him 6 or 7 down going into the last 10.
Yeah, here's Levick, and again she's been pulled by Cranston. I mean, part of the reason she might have been pulled compared to Davison Richards, she's probably about a foot shorter. Ailish Cranston, looking at it from this distance, so maybe that should be another point for Katie Levick to just alter lengthwise. She's not going to be able to get down the pitch as far, and may just favour going on the back foot a bit more. She's nearly got Davidson Richards there from a cut shot that almost cannoned onto the leg stump, something like that. They did get through for a single. And Davidson Richards on to 36 now, 157 for 4. In the 30th over of this one, started late, in case you're wondering why they're only at this stage compared to other matches. There was plenty of mizzle and mist around when we arrived this morning, and so couldn't start on time, but no loss of overs. Another dot ball. And this one wide of off stump, and she's had a go at getting her hand through that Ailish Cranston, but has missed out. Give you the other scores in a mo, as Lauren Winfield Hill has a word with Levick and is just going to move Erin Burns in to a straight catching position just off the cut strip to the leg side of straight, that is. She'd probably be 15 yards or so from the bat, which means an adjustment for Rebecca Duckworth mid-on. She's going wider. Levick then over the wicket. Cranston tries to run that one down through third man, but misses out on the cut shot. Sunrise is now 5 down. 186 for 5 has changed the complexion there. That's in the 40th over. In fact, 191 for 5 now. So 10 overs or so ahead of this game. As that is cut firmly by Cranston, but straight to Rachael Slater at point. End of the over. That was better from Levick, who's now back to going at 1 a ball. 6 overs for 36. Just the 2 runs coming from it. 157 for 4.
Yeah, Levick's just pulled that back a little bit there, hasn't she? It's really important now that Burns, the Australian overseas, backs that over up with a really tight over here and builds some pressure now on these two batters. Up until now, they've been fairly free-flowing in their accumulation of runs, so that this over is quite important on keeping things tight.
Burns in. Davison Richards, good shot. She's lofted that one away over Rachael Slater, who's positioned in at straight mid-wicket, and having done so, there's a big gap between Beth Langston out at mid-wicket and Phoebe Turner at long on, and that's 4.
Yeah, she skipped down the pitch there, didn't she? Managed to get to it and hit it over that short mid-wicket. There, for a little while, thought that they were in the game there, but actually it's good footwork and it's a good shot, and it takes the score to 161 for 4.
Burns in again, played into the onside this time. Yep, there was some Turner's Shores is indicating from the off spinner to the right hander. That was better bowling to the field. Rachael Slater doing the fielding at straight mid-wicket, and she might go into play here. No, nicely stroked along the deck by Davidson Richards. Phoebe Turner is fielding. It looked like she might have been offering an opportunity for a second, but just in the nick of time she got the throw away, and that dissuaded Ailish Cranston from setting off back. In that Sunrisers match, 196 for 5 in the 41st over. Griffith making 55 top scoring so far. Grucock 37. Lissy McLeod's not out 13. Miller also not out 12 at the minute. So still 10 overs to put on a score that will test the Vipers, and they look like they might do that. They've already got a bit of something to bowl at. Another dot ball, and now Phoebe Turner being sent to long off by Burns, who's round the wicket to the left-hander. She wanted to dance, and then she had to take a couple of reverse steps before playing that one back at a point. No run.
I'm just wondering whether they're going to let these two keep bowling, or whether they're going to look at a different option in terms of another spin option or maybe seam option.
Burns is in, arm ball, and that one a little bit of in-duck about it, but clipped away back at a point. Nicely played by Cranston to complete the over with a single, so 6 runs from it. 163 for 4.
That's why I played that last ball from Cranston. She just picked length really quickly, rocked back onto the back foot, and then just timed that ball backward a square. It's a good bit of fielding by the point fielder there to stop the ball running on for either 2 or 4 runs. But yeah, that brings the score to 163 for 4. And the Stars have got a foundation to really push on in that last 10 overs if these two stay at the wicket.
Speaking of a foundation, at the Thunder, you put the foundations in place, didn't you? For,
Very strong foundations, don't you? You well know that, don't you?
160 for 7, Thunder.
These things happen. There's a bump in the road every now and then, isn't there?
That is what professional coaches say in their response to those sort of questions, folks. As she got under this one, Ailish Cranston. That's square on the leg side. Katie Levitt continuing at the Lumley end. 1 run.
Just looking through the scorecard.
They'll probably get 285 for 7 here, won't they? And you'll be saying, "You see, there you go, Doidgy."
Yeah.
8th wicket partnership. We did talk about this when I was there.
Yeah, and 2 teams have yet got to bat on that pitch, haven't
Finishing strongly and all that. Levitt with another wide down the leg side, another wide. Here. Dear me, that's a lot of wides in this innings so far. Davis and Richards punching one up to Duckworth at mid-off. No run. Let's just check in on the extras now. 13 wides and a no ball here. 18 extras. As in she comes again, Levick, and that's been cut in front of square on the offside by Davidson Richards for a single. Callis with the stop. So 14 wides and no balls, and quite a lot of errors in the field. You're looking at 30 plus runs here to the benefit of the Stars.
Shot.
And it was a lovely shot wide off stump, tickled away really down to third man, and they're going to get 2 to Ailish Cranston. Rachael Slater with a lengthy chase. Rachael Slater going to be in action with Scotland coming up. Along I think with Catherine Fraser. Did say after the game the other day it's not going to affect any of the Diamonds' later season games. She's just going to go and join the Scotland squad once the Diamonds are out or finished in the competition, whichever way around you want to put that. Cranston gets one away backward of square leg for a single.
Playing well, these two, aren't they?
They are playing really well. They came together on 123 for 4. So I make that 46 they've added so far. Ooh, that one turned. And another fielding error by Stair Callis this time in the covers. Another single. I'm not sure what's going on in the field today. I can't remember them being so off it in the field. The Diamonds in any match I've covered have been the odd error, of course. That's what happens in cricket, but not so many that have cost 1 here, 2 there, a boundary here and there. 170 for 4 the score at the end of that over. 7 runs coming from it.
I mean, in the early part of this game, with the weather being, not great and a very wet outfield, you can half understand that. But other than the first 10 overs, the weather's been fine, the outfield's been fine, the ball's relatively dry. It's been disappointing at times.
Yeah, here's Burns. Turns again this one, round about off stump to about middle and leg by the time Alice Davidson Richards gets it away. Katie Levick off the mark quickly. Backward of square leg. Saved a single. That's more like it. Burns in and flicked away backward of square again by Davidson Richards, but squarer. Emma Marlowe's into field. She's quick across the ground and does the job well. And they pick up 1 to ADR. It's a little bit easier than Davis and Richards all the time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe we'd go ADR from now on.
I think the Diamonds will be really keen to break this partnership now. It's beginning to look that little bit more dangerous as they're accumulating runs quite quickly. Run rate up to 5.3, and these two are just looking to up the tempo a little bit. So it's really important if Diamonds can make this breakthrough quite quickly.
And full length delivery driven down the ground by Cranston to Phoebe Turner, who's at long off, 1 run. Yeah, it's looking a bit ominous, isn't it? Or as you say in Barnsley, ominous.
You mean sunny Barnsley?
Sunny Barnsley, where the sun shines 24/7.
Yeah.
So that Burns is in. That's a bit of an edgy feel about that one from Davidson Richards. We've got a Wasp who's attempting to get into the com box and do a bit with us, and might have more idea about what's going on in the cricket out there. But trying every possible window to get in, but can't do so. Managed to clamp that shut as Davidson Richards pushes one down to long on, where once again Phoebe Turner's on hand to field. Now then, the one and only JD, as described by Paul Shaw. Shaw's comment about sunshine and Barnsley made me chuckle, says Andy Lockwood. Time to change the lyrics of the wonderful Aha song to the sun always shines on Barnsley. Oh, she's got onto this one. Should be out, could be out, is going to be out. Erin Burns off her own bowling, and I think that was probably the most secure route to ensure that you get the wicket you want. And that is the end of Ailish Cranston for 28. From 33rd delivery, 173 for 5, the South East Stars.
And we were just saying the importance of taking the next wicket quite quickly, as this partnership was beginning to look dangerous and therefore ominous for the Diamonds unit. But Cranston's gone for 28, caught and bowled Burns. 28's just come off 33 deliveries, and an important time to break that partnership, and that brings Diamonds back into the game, and they'll be fancying their chances of limiting this total. But at the moment, 173 for 5, and Davidson Richards is 45 not out.
Yeah, last ball of the 33rd over that, and they put on precisely 50 between them in come on Doyd, you work it out, 9 overs and 4 balls. So it's a good effort between the pair of them. I think what I would say is that without having the precise figures written down, she was going at about 1 a ball, was Ailish Cranston, and just for those last few deliveries before she got out, she didn't score. So just a bit of pressure being wound up, and it just shows you the value of good pieces of fielding, good bowling. You know, at this stage when they're looking to accelerate in the back third of the innings, if you can't score, you might take a risk, and she's done that, and she's perished as a result. So, Davidson Richards on strike. Rachael Slater coming back on to bowl at the Lumley end, and it's Emma Jones who is out there for the Stars at number 7. Davidson Richards works one off her legs, first ball of the over. Is that a literal sense or off the bat? It is off the bat for a single, according to Joe Ibbotson.
Good that they're bringing Slater back. The conditions are just slightly changing again here. It's slightly dark. There's a bit more cloud cover. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any swing at all, perhaps traditional swing, or if the Diamonds players have looked after the ball really, really well. They may well get a little bit of reverse, but conditions don't look suited to that. But we'll see as Slater starts her approach.
And she comes then, left arm over, running towards us, and that has been lofted away over cover by Jones, who's going to pick up a run first ball. Yeah, I think it is a good move in these conditions. Good thinking by Lauren Winfield Hill. We had sunshine for a while, a good 45 minutes probably, something like that, going on for an hour, and then it is now dulled, dimmed again out there. Plenty of cloud cover. Feels like it might be a little bit cooler again. Ooh, Lauren Winfield Hill's taken one on the finger end or something like that by the looks of it. Inside edge from Davidson Richards. Not quite sure you can really call it a catch. Maybe you could. But yeah, we're going to have a little break here while she has a look at if she's still got all 4 fingers and a thumb in place. on one of her hands. .176 for 5 the score after that one. Davison Richards 47, the highest score in the match so far. She's taken 54 balls to get there and hit 6 fours in the process. Obviously, I think all those of us who follow the game know that she's a good player in the first place, and we expected somebody of her abilities to have an impact on a match like this. And you'd expect that if the Stars are going to win this game, she would have had to do, and she's come out and done that. She's got a job to finish here, Shawsey, but she's done well so far.
Yeah, I think she played beautifully so far in that partnership with Cranston at a good rate, above 5s, which put them in a reasonable position. But they wouldn't want to lose another wicket now. They'd want to go into that last 10 with one set batter in there for sure.
And then Jones just turning a delivery that would have been a leg side wide for the same result, 1 run off her pads. Could have stepped away and just watched that one go by and had another delivery. It was slightly misaimed by Rachael Slater, but it brings Davison Richards back on strike, and you'd think the Stars would want her to have the predominance of that from this point on. Slater in, Davison Richards slightly uppishly gets it away to mid-wicket for 1. Still out to come for the Stars. Kaylee Moore, Priyanaz Chatterjee, Danny Gregory and Tilly Courtine Coleman, the last at 4 after this partnership. Rachael Slater, 1 for 21, approaching the end of her 6th over, and that final ball of it is a dot pushed into the offside. So Slater 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22 in fact. It's 178 for 5 after 34 overs.
I'm just working out what would be a decent score here for the South East Stars. I mean, if they look to build this partnership and take it into the that last 10, and Richards is still there, Davison Richards, then they'd be looking at round about, it would hope in around 270, I would think. And obviously the Diamonds will be looking to see if they can keep them in around 230, 240. So the next 4 overs is quite important in terms of this game and how the last 10 overs looks. So Davison Richards will be setting her stall out to be positive. Let's see if she can get 80 or 90 here.
Yeah, she's on strike, and this could be a boundary first ball off Erin Burns. It's going to be Beth Langston chasing round the boundary edge, and a full-length dive couldn't reel that in. So good start to the over for the Stars, and Davison Richards gets to 50 from 52 deliveries. Sorry, 52 I should say, from 56 deliveries. 88 minutes, and that's her 7th boundary, and she has played really well, there's no doubt about that. And she's giving the Stars a chance here. And a reminder really that the Diamonds can't be overhauled at the top of the table, but apart from the fact that they'd be going into a semi on the back of a defeat, they wouldn't want to lose any game, and the Stars themselves want to win this match to ensure that they get a home tie next week in the semi-final. Davison Richards turning one into the leg side, and they get a single. Richard Robinson also says somebody called Shaw did some training for the ECB ground staff last winter. It was absolutely fantastic, great bloke. Was that David Shaw?
No, that would be the one and only Paul Shaw.
Really? You? Yeah. No, it can't be. He said it was fantastic. Burns is in, that's pushed out to point. And Jones not managing to get it either side of point for a run. Well, goodness me, you did well done.
I'll wait till the end of the over and I'll respond to Robbo's very kind comments there.
Burns is in, that's punched into the offside, and there's no run. This is going to be a loving, isn't it, between you and the Yorkshire ground staff or something now. I think we should turn that microphone off. Here comes Burns to Jones, and she's played a lovely shot here, Emma Jones. She's not going to get a boundary for it. She's only going to get the one, in fact, because it looks like it's Sophia Turner who's out there as a substitute fielder. doing the fielding, and she's quick across the ground, but it was very nicely played by Jones along the deck through extra cover. She's on 2, but Davison Richards on 53. Back on strike. Has she got one here? Oh, that's a good shout by Erin Burns. It hits her in front. The little symbol from gesticulation, if you like, from Alice Davison Richards afterwards is that she hit that with the back foot, but she was kind of flicking it away to leg, so it was missing. Tom Longley thought so as well, vitally. So 35 overs gone, 185 for 4.
Robbo, very kind.
No, 184 for 5, sorry.
Robbo, very kind words. Thank you very much for that feedback. So I'll bring Doidgy back into the loop here. So the ECB and the Grounds Managers Association designed some training for the ECB for all the grounds managers, grounds persons, staff, etc., across the country. And there was some technical skill development there, you know, all around soil and everything that happens in terms of the machinery as Slater comes into ball.
And Jones gets it away through point for 1.
And we also did some leadership training and self-awareness training, looking at personality types, managing pressure, managing yourself through stress, managing up, lots of different little subjects that we covered and we explored. And it was absolutely fantastic, actually. I think fair play to the ECB and the Grounds Managers Association for involving all the grounds managers in that training. I think it was an excellent idea.
Slater to Davison Richards, 1 run through mid-wicket.
And really pleased that through Robbo's feedback that it was really well received, it would seem. So thank you for that, Robbo, and I hope to do some more training with you in the near future.
Is the fiver in the post?
I'll have to pay him a bit more than that nowadays.
In comes Slater. It's never been cheap, Robbo. And leg stump delivery turned into the leg side by Jones, and there is no run. The compliments that I get from him on the commentary. How do you think he comes up with them? Cost me a tenner every time. I'm broke, I can't tell you.
I have to say, Robbo was excellent, by the way. He was excellent on the training, I have to say that. Also, all the grounds managers were, but he was really pleased to see Robbo in fine fettle and in good form.
Here's Slater, good delivery in swinging and played nicely by Emma Jones up to mid-off, no run. Well, that's good to hear. Anything else?
I'll tell you who else was on that training if he's listening. Vic, the groundsman here, Vic Craven I think it is, as a groundsman here. He also attended that training, so I'd be interested if he is listening in to our dulcet tones as to whether he can give us any further feedback.
Is Vic there? Here's Slater, it's wide of off stump, and Jones has a little flick at it and misses. But so too, unfortunately, does Lauren Winfield Hill. And Jo Ibbotson, for a moment, she paused. I thought that she was going to signal something, but no, that must have been a run, so maybe it could go down as a chance. Maybe. Standing up here, Lauren Winfield Hill to Rachael Slater, who's just having Erin Burns moved to extra cover from the onside. Slater bunny hopping her way in, has pitched one round about leg stump. She's looking up the heavens in disgust as Davison Richards picks her off for a single back or a square. How many times does that happen? You move a fielder from the onside to the off and then you get a delivery around about leg stump. So 1 run off the final ball means that we've now had 36 overs here and the Stars are 188 for 5, having taken 4 off that Slater over.
With Alice Davis Richards still at the crease on 54, and she's going nicely with a run rate of 91.7, so without taking too many risks, she's accumulating runs and building a nice little total for the South East Stars. And be interested now if Jones can support Davis and Richards with a nice little partnership here and put them in a good position to really force an onslaught in that last 5 or 6 overs of this innings.
Davidson-Richards on strike. Levick in a change of bowling is on the money with her first delivery that Alice Davidson-Richards has to solidly block.
That's the area to bowl, isn't it, Dorji? You said earlier on today that's the area to bowl.
She's just not landed that many today, has she, Lev? Unfortunately, 7 overs for 43 coming into this over. Oh, that's better, and that's thereabouts. And Davidson-Richards, who's not really looked troubled by much of anything, was in a bit of a pickle there. And she just held off Lauren Winfield-Hill. Bit of fun between the pair of them, I think, as LWH was trying to pick the ball up. Levick in again, and Davidson-Richards steps back and punches this one into the covers for a single. And she holds the key here, doesn't she? If she stays until the end, they're going to go fairly big, you would think, with 13.5 overs to go, the Stars. Already posting a decent score. Can they make it into a really good one? Levick in again. Jones has got that towards the outside half of the bat. Cuts it. Catherine Fraser-Fields, no run. So, ... is a good first 4. Can Katie Levick get out of this over? Another good delivery. This is her best over so far, I think, without doubt. And she's got 1 ball remaining of it. Sends Phoebe Turner all the way to long on. And in she comes, and that is a good finish. So really good over by Katie Levick. 8 overs, no maidens, none for 44 for her. 189 for 5. Just puts the brakes on the Stars for a moment.
And that was a good over from Katie Levick, but it was a good over because she was a lot more consistent within those 6 balls. So she was targeting middle and off stump, and was bowling a good length, which were bringing the batters forward and playing forward defences, which again makes it much more difficult to score. So well done, Levick, and more of the same. And I'm sure that the Diamonds bowlers, the bowling unit, and in particular Slater, will be looking to build that pressure now and take another couple of wickets to stall up the South East Stars. But it looks like we've actually got a change of bowling here, Dorji. Looks like Phoebe Turner's coming into bowl.
Yep, wide of off stump first up, cut by Davidson-Richards. Rachael Slater, who has come off at the was on at that end, has done the fielding, 1 run. Phoebe Turner into her 8th over, 2 for 42. And it's going to be Emma Jones on strike then. Turner is in.
Oh.
Just a straight ball, really wide of off stump that she tries to cut and misses. Have you done much coaching at Rawdon Cricket Club, Shawsey?
I haven't, no, Dorji, I've not. Is this story coming?
My beloved Rawdon CC. I just wondered, because they're struggling with the bat. They're 5 for 4 apparently. No wonder they're staring down the barrel of relegation, as this is wide of off stump and cut, outside edged really, by Emma Jones for 4 down to our right. So 196 for 5, 5 for 4.
I can safely say I've done no coaching there. But if they need some help, they better ring you.
That'd be 5 for 6 then.
How are the Thunder going? Have you seen recently?
185 for 9. Here's Turner, wide of off stump, flayed away through extra cover, but Erin Burns was on hand to field that.
Could be a tricky pitch, you know, down there, you never know. Western Storm, they've had a bit of rain down. Is it at Taunton as well?
It is, yeah.
Well.
196 for 5, 7 off the over so far. Turner in again. Ooh. And Jones, she's getting inside the ball here, isn't she, and trying to open the face. You can see what she's thinking. There's a third and a square cover sweeper. If she gets it anywhere really in front of the bat through the offside, she's going to probably pick up a boundary the way she's going at the ball. certainly some runs. Here's Turner again. Straight delivery, would have hit the stumps. Jones gets an outside edge on it and Slater comes into play down at third. Yeah, Sunrisers 265 for 5 in the 48th over there. Lissy McLeod 55 not out at the moment. Miller made 34. Looks like they've just lost a wicket, 265 for 6. And 195 for 5 here, so 6 off that Phoebe Turner over. Still 12 overs remaining. Davidson Richards 57, Emma Jones on 9. Phoebe Turner 2 for 45 from her 8 overs so far. And it's going to be Katie Levick to bowl over number 39. So Sunrisers have put on a score. Vipers are going to have to bat well to knock those off with that monkey on the back, the scoreboard pressure thing. Levick, good delivery first up. And Jones can only push that into the offside for Langston to field. So it's been better from Katie Levick in this final spell she's been bowling so far. This time she strays down the leg side, right on cue, and concedes another wide.
So all of a sudden the short extra cover and the mid wicket and the 45 in point are really important fielders at this stage.
Yeah, this time she drops one wide of off stump, reaching for it. Jones pushes one out to the sweeping Abby Glenn.
And of course pick up wickets and catches, as we know, in those positions, but actually stopping the ball from getting through the infield and cutting down those angles prevents twos.
Levick in again. Davison Richards wanted to dance and then had to go readjust, but she's good enough to do that and pushes one out into the offside. 198 for 5, 3 to come in this Levick 9th over. She's in again, and that's a leg stump, nicely pushed along the ground all the way by Emma Jones for a single. Takes her into, well, she's already in double figures on 11. 199 for 5. Levick in again. Davison Richards goes back foot and she's a bit annoyed with herself. She's dragged a cut shot to extra cover for Beth Langston to field. So this will be the final ball of Katie Levick's 9th over. And that's a good delivery. Around about middle and off. A bit of a way turn. Davison Richards punches a single. So 5 off the over. The 200 coming up for the Stars. Bang on the end of the 39th. And that means it took them 11 overs and 1 ball to get the latest 50. So it's a little bit of a comeback for the Diamonds in that last little spell of play.
Which aligns to a little bit more consistent with the ball, and then the wicket just slows things down a little bit. But it's the consistency that builds the pressure, as you said before. The 2 or 3 dot balls before Cranston got out, based on good bowling, and then the high risk shot. So that's they're going to need much more of that consistency going into these last 11 hours.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner is in. I think that might have been a bit of bat and pad from Alice Davison Richards, who's got her back to us as she plays a shot. It certainly was bat, because Joe Ibbetson's not signalled leg by. 1 run square on the leg side. Changes in the field for Emma Jones. They're bringing more, well, basically Lauren Winfield has asked everybody in the offside to go round one and bring one across, into the leg side to go round one and bring one across into the offside. Phoebe Turner in, and that's a thick outside edge. You might want to call it a cut shot if you were Emma Jones, and she has got back for 2. With Rachel Slater doing the fielding down at 3rd. Grace Hall is pulling her kit along from right to left in front of us. Grace part of the Diamond squad. In comes Turner. driven through the offside, missed at extra cover, and 4 runs. Beth Langston not able to get down for that one.
And it's so important, we said, didn't we, just a few minutes ago, in those positions it's key that you stop as much as you possibly can. Clearly Beth tried to stop that ball, but she was disappointed she didn't get her hands on that to slow the ball down, so it went for 2 as opposed to 4. Takes the score to 207 for 5.
Yeah, 7 off the over so far. Phoebe Turner in. Edged this time by Jones, down to third where it is Rachael Slater doing the fielding. Gets away the left arm throw. Another single. Jones on 18 now from 24. Davidson Richards 60 from 68 deliveries. 208 for 5. That field adjusts again. 7 down now, the Sunrisers. 273 though is a heck of a good score. Oh, chance. Davidson Richards, how vital could that be with just over 10 overs remaining? Was it a drop? Did it drop just short? It was touch and go, wasn't it? Phoebe Turner couldn't reel it in.
But again, it's on the back of a good delivery, isn't it? You know, fullish length, just slightly short of a full length. Davidson Richards just pushed at that ball a little bit and almost was a catch.
In comes Phoebe Turner again. Davidson Richards punching into the offside for Langston to field. So a couple of dots to finish the over with, but still 8 runs from it. And it's 208 for 5. The South East Stars with precisely 10 overs remaining in their innings.
And I have to say that Davidson Richards has played beautifully, hasn't she? She's come in at number 4 today and has scored 60 off around about 70 balls and played beautifully. So, you know, going into the last 10, any coach would tell you want one of your top 4 in there in a set position and a partnership building, and that's exactly the position that the South East Stars are currently in. So they want to maximise the next 10 overs and go past 265, I would think.
Katie Levick to bowl the last of her allotted 10 overs. First ball to Jones, cut away to Abby Glenn out in the covers. 1 run. In comes Levick again. Well, that's a good enough delivery, but it's been run down through third. Catherine Fraser giving chase, gets the throw away and keeps them to 1. Alice Davidson Richards getting the 1. So single off each ball, but if they go at 1 a ball for the last 10, 270 is it's a pretty stiff chase.
Yeah.
There's Levick again. And once more, another single pushed down the ground by Emma Jones. So key for the Diamonds here to keep pressing, trying to pick up a wicket. Just stymies progress. Levick in again. Davidson Richards down the ground. Brings Rachael Slater into play once more. And they pick up 1.
Yeah, well, I go as far as saying, Doji, if Alice Davidson Richards is still at the wicket at the end of this innings, there'll be a 280 plus, and that's the difference between chasing 250 probably and 285. You know, it's really important now if they can get Richards out. That would be a big wicket, wouldn't it?
Yep, another cut shot by Jones, straight this time to Catherine Fraser at point, so no run. Final ball of Katie Levick's 10 today, and that's driven away into the offside. Duckworth has got down this time and managed to field it, and they've got just the single. So 5 off Lev's final over. 10 overs, no maidens, none for 54 for Katie Levick. He's clearly not going to be the best offering that we've ever had from her in Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy history, but I'd say in her defence today, not been easy, certainly in the earlier part of the innings. From a leg spin point of view, probably not easy at all looking at the surface out there with the green tinge on it. And with a damp outfield and a wet ball, you wouldn't have thought she would have been devastating. So to come in at less than 1 a ball is probably all right.
Yeah, she certainly improved as the game went on, as the conditions improved, didn't she? And she bowled better lines and better lengths in the last 2 or 3 overs. So I think she'll be a tinge disappointed that she's not picked a couple of wickets up and gone for around about 40. But as you say, not great conditions.
Now Phoebe Turner, she's into her final over as well from the Lumley end. That first ball has the measure of Emma Jones. Wraps her on the thigh pad. No run.
Well, looking at Phoebe Turner ball today, I know we've mentioned her a few times, but she's looked, to me, really dangerous and quite a potent force. You know, she's a good bowler, I reckon, now.
She's in again. That's round about off stump and an outside edge by Jones down to Slater, third man. 1 run. Yeah, and she's gone for the same amount of runs now as Katie Levick, 54, with 4 of her deliveries in her allotted 10 overs left. She's picked up a couple of wickets, but there's been a few edges as well down that way that on a different day might have gone to hand. So yeah, I'd agree. She's probably been better than Lev today, but it's felt much more like a seam bowler's day.
Yeah.
Davison Richards flicks one away off her legs for a single there.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point, isn't it, Dodgy? You rightly said that the conditions have not been great for spin, and certainly wrist spin. Katie Levick is a right arm leg spin bowler and wrist spin bowler, so it would be more difficult for her today.
Maybe Turner is in. Jones punches one away off the back foot out to the sweeping Emma Marlowe. 1 run. I think what you're going to say at the end of this innings, whatever the Stars finish with, you'll be knocking off 30 as a rough guide and saying that's really what they should have had here because of the extras and the fielding errors. And 30 might be being kind to the Diamonds possibly. In she comes again here. Turner, that's lofted away by Alice Davison Richards for 4 through the onside. Just a little bit of a slot ball really, half volley length and flicked away. Davison Richards now to 67, and she's not going to be too far short of a ton. In fact, she'll probably get one if they stick around for the 4. She sticks around to the end of the 50th.
And then you're looking at 285 to chase down, and that's the difference, isn't it? I mean, that was a beautiful shot. Yeah, over pitched, but she got a momentum through that ball, was looking for that ball. And that's how dangerous she can be in those last 10 overs if she's in form, and at the moment she certainly is.
Maybe Turner in again, drilled down the ground, another miss, unfortunately, at mid-off by the diving, whichever fielder it was. I think it was Rebecca Duckworth again.
Yeah.
And 51-run partnership now for this 6th wicket. There's going to be disappointment there. So another 4 runs that could possibly have been cut out. And the way she struck it as well, and Rebecca Duckworth managed to get down for it. Probably wouldn't have been any runs, would it? Because she hit it so quickly to her. So Phoebe Turner went for a few in her last over there. 2 for 64 off 10 she finishes with. You'd probably argue, slightly unlucky not to have better figures than that. But the Wasp now says they're going to be chasing 284 here, the Diamonds, and that feels like a really difficult chase in these conditions, because if the Stars bowl better in these conditions, then if they post that sort of score, they should be capable of defending it. Here's Erin Burns bowling to Jones, who punches one out into the covers. 1 run. Maybe it's one of those days, Shawsey, when at the top of the table, the Diamonds, they want to get one of these performances out of the way before the semis and final to come. Yeah, could well be. But as a player and a coach, you're generally thinking, let's keep this momentum going, let's keep this confidence high, aren't you? But could be that Burns, game today. Davison Richards seemingly really doing what she wants with the ball out there. She looks really well set, confident, playing superbly, and she's just flicked a 1 through the leg side. Erin Burns bowling her 7th over. On at the Finkel end at the minute, there's going to be a dot here. Stair Callis round from straight mid-wicket to field. Every dot will be invaluable.
And Jones here, I notice, is playing a nice little support role, isn't she? Already on 20 odd.
Another wide thrown out, too wide of off stump by Erin Burns. And again, let's just check back in on the wides count now, because it is way too many.
16, I reckon there is.
As that is then overcompensation, leg stump, but flicked away by Jones for a single. It's not making pretty reading at all. 15 wides. No, in fact, it'll be 16 now when they do finally get things updated. Davidson Richards, a ball wide of off stump that she just pushes away into the offside for one. And if they're working on a won ball from here, what's that? 7 overs left, another 40 odd. And that's flicked away into the leg side by Jones. LWH will try and throw the stumps down at the bowler's end. They get through for one. So at the end of that over, 230 for 5, 6 runs coming from it quite comfortably. 6 sevens 42. They're going to get 270 odd anyway, and any boundaries in addition to that could really mount up somewhere between 280 and 300. And very important that the Diamonds keep on at this and try and pick up a wicket. But yeah, 16 wides, 1 no ball, and a lot of runs conceded from fielding errors. This is definitely a below par effort in the field by the Diamonds.
Well, I mean, you point there around wides, 16 wides, 1 no ball, 5 leg byes. There's 22 in extras already. You can probably add another 20 or so in terms of fielding errors.
Yeah, you'd have thought at least 20, I'd have said, yeah, now.
So that's your 40 odd runs, isn't it? And the other thing I should say is from a South East Stars perspective, they have gone past 300, I think, a couple of times this year, and they're used to scoring 280 plus by laying solid foundations like they've done today. They've done it a number of times.
Beth Langston from the Lumley end. First ball is straight and punched away into the offside by Jones for a single.
The other thing that these two batters are beginning to do as well is they're looking to put a lot more pressure in this stage of the game on the outfielders. So the outfielders, the Diamonds outfielders, the ones on the boundary edge, are going to have to be a lot more switched on here to minimise twos.
In comes Langston again. Lovely measured run up we talked about, but she's dropped it short, and she's going to pay the price here with 6 runs through mid-wicket by Alice Davidson Richards. Dragged it into the pitch, and Joe Ibbotson signals that has gone all the way, and Davidson Richards on to 79 now, 237 for 5, and still 40 deliveries remaining in this Stars innings. And well, the horse has bolted, but Erin Burns has now been sent out to the cow corner boundary.
She nonchalantly pulled that ball, didn't she then? Back of her length onto it really quickly. Great shot.
There's Langston in again. She's got underneath this one. Davidson Richards now should be a catch at mid-on, and is caught at mid-on. That could save the Diamonds numerous runs in the closing stages. Langston strikes. She got it wrong the ball before, but credit to her for sticking at it, and she's got the big wicket of Alice Davidson Richards, who has played superbly for the South East Stars. 79 from, I think that would have been her 79th delivery, so bang on 100 strike rate. They're 237 for 6.
And that's a huge wicket for the Diamonds. Langston and Winfield, the bowler and the captain, will be delighted with that wicket. It's the wicket they so desperately needed. Alice Davidson Richards has played an absolutely fantastic knock, gone through the gears, showed great battership, played beautifully. 79, I think it's 79 balls. What an innings that was. She's built good partnerships throughout, and then accelerated the tempo she went through the game to take her team, the South East Stars, to 237 for 5. Yes, 79 balls, 79 runs. As Doige said, a strike rate of 100, 1/6, 9 fours, and 121 minutes at the crease. I think a fantastic knock all in all. I thought she played beautifully. As I said, went through the gears, and I thought it was a really good knock for the team, and has put her team in a very, very strong position here at the Riverside. But again, the Diamonds have just got back into the game, gaining the wicket of Richards that they so desperately needed here today. And let's see if they can get another one as Langston approaches and runs into Moore.
Yep, and that's dropped into the offside by Kaylee Moore, who is new batter in for the Stars. It was Catherine Fraser, by the way, who took the catch at mid-on. She got herself underneath it. They don't always stick, but she gave herself plenty of time in the right position and watched it nicely into her hands. And all Diamonds players out there and supporters will be thankful for that, because Davis and Richards looked nailed on for a ton the way she was going. Langston bowling one in towards the right-hander, catches her somewhere up the thigh pad region, I think. Kaylee Moore looking up at the heavens in disgust. She's none off 2, and that's what a wicket, certainly to a player of the quality and fluency of Alice Davis and Richards can do. It can just stop that scoring rate. 237 for 6, looking 280 plus, could end up being 260 odd, which looks like you've slightly got out of jail, doesn't it, in the closing stages. That's dropped into the offside by Moore, and there is no run. Emma Jones still going well though, 27 off 36, and she's going to have to take on the lead role in the closing stages here.
Yeah, a great point, Dodgy, because it was Jones that's been playing the supporting role to Alice Davis and Richards, who's played beautifully, as we said, but now her job is to take on the lead in this partnership and press the accelerator whilst getting more into the game as such. But yeah, that wicket could be the difference between 260 and 285, and actually really important now that the Diamonds really focus in on 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, so they get a couple of wickets here, then they'll be happy with that.
That was Erin Burns continuing, bowling here to Jones, who's just drilled one to Rebecca Duckworth, who fielded that at mid-off. No run. And she comes again, Erin Burns, and pull shot. Oh, now then, if there'd have been a fielder on hand, Emma Jones could have been struggling to get a run. She fell over having played the pull shot, and she looks like she might be feeling something as she gets to the non-striker's end. She got a single. Had there been somebody bang on square leg, with the way that Moore set off for that from the non-striking end, somebody could have been in trouble, but no harm done. Kaylee Moore just taking a guard. Dot 1 in the over so far. Burns is in, bowling to the new batter, who's pushed 1 out into the offside. And you take 1s off the last few overs now compared to the potential for the boundaries. That's 6 we saw hit by Alice Davis and Richards just before she got out. Jones on strike, Burns bowling to her, but that's been punched up to Duckworth at mid-off. No run.
Yeah, they're just struggling here a little bit. The South East Stars, Diamonds are getting themselves back in this game.
Burns in again, floats one up. It's a good full-length delivery. Jones does well to get it away through the offside for 1, but different complexion in a very short space of time. 3 off the first 5. Can she get out of the over here? Bowling to Kaylee Moore, tries the reverse sweep and gets into a bit of a pickle. So good comeback in that over by Burns, because just 3 runs coming from it. 240 for 6 now with 5 overs remaining, and the Wasp, which was up in the 280s, is back down to 278, Shawsey.
And that's the difference getting the big wicket of Alice Davis and Richards can make, can't it? All of a sudden now we come back, the wicket's gone, come back over, just 3 runs off that over from Burns, the Australian, and all of a sudden the Diamonds look like they can keep the South East Stars perhaps below 270 or 275, and whilst Richards was at the crease, it was looking like they're going to be chasing 285, 290. So really interesting point of the game as Langston comes in to bowl to Jones. But rocks back and works that one through extra cover. He's pushing for 2. The ball comes in to Langston, but Jones manages to get 2 runs there and takes the score to 242 for 6 at this stage of the game. Just a quick look at other scores. The Sunrisers were bowled out for 281 in their 50 overs, leaving Southern Vipers 282 runs to win. As Langston bowls again, and that ball's played beautifully by Jones off the front foot square of the wicket. They are looking for 2. Can they get 2? Yeah, the throw comes into Langston at the bowling end, but they managed to get 2 runs. Run the first one hard and turn the first one into 2. We said before that we'll be putting more pressure. The batters will be putting more pressure on the outfielders. That's something they're certainly doing. And the number of the outfielders now looking to come maybe 4 or 5 yards in off the boundary edge to minimise a number of those potential 2s. Langston runs in midway through her 8th over. And she bowls the ball way outside. Off stump's been called a no ball, and therefore a free hit. And Jones will be on strike for the free hit. Jones is 33 not out of 40 odd deliveries as Langston starts her approach, but this is a free hit. Managed to punch that ball down the ground off the back foot to long on as the ball comes in, so just 1 run off that additional delivery. As the score moves on to 246 for 6, Moore is on 1, Jones 34. Langston comes in again to Baltimore. Moore tried to pull that ball off the back foot through mid-wicket, but slightly mistimed that ball. Hit high up the splice and has just run quite softly out to the fielder at mid-on for no runs. The Diamonds are doing a good job in just pulling this game back a little bit here and minimising any damage that can be done with the runs. Langston balls. Moore tries to punch that ball past mid-wicket, doesn't quite time it, and the Australian overseas off-spin bowler Erin Burns stops that ball at mid-wicket. She then jogs out to protect that deep mid-wicket boundary as Langston is just looking to start her approach as she comes into bowl, and she bowls now to Moore, who swings and misses as the ball goes through to wicketkeeper and captain Winfield Hill. So at the end of the 46th over, the South East Stars are 246 for 6 with Jones not out, 34 of 44 deliveries, and Moore 1 not out. Just 4 overs remain, and certainly the last 3 or 4 overs since the wicket of Alice Davis and Richards, who played beautifully for her 79, but since that wicket has been taken, then Diamonds have got back into the game and have started pulling this game back. But there are 4 overs remaining for the South East Stars to mount an attack and try and take their total above 280. Currently on 246 for 6 as Burns bowls.
Yeah, nicely played as well by Jones, who got right across outside off stump and scooped it away square on the leg side. Emma Marlowe fields 1 run.
Yeah, so Burns is in her 9th over, has got 1 for 43, and she'll be wanting to finish strongly. Certainly the last over, only 3 runs off the last over. She'll be wanting to back that up now, well bowled.
Yeah, turn into the leg side by Moore. Callis does the fielding. Andrew Flintoff's been appointed the England Lions coach for the next 12 months, according to an email I've received, as Moore has got that off the leg somewhere, and leg by 247 for 6. Winfield Hill just wants all our offside fielders to move round once. Callis being brought across from leg. In fact, Levitt going to short third man. Callis going in at point. It's got a bit brighter again now. Burns is in. That's in the air over the top of extra cover and will be 4 runs. Nicely played, Jones. She got there just on the half volley, didn't she, and levered it away.
Yeah, it was the wide nature of that delivery that's enabled Jones to get her hands through that ball, isn't it? It's gone again.
Yeah, she's having another crack at this one. And Rebecca Duckworth with the throw. They get 1. So, as you'd expect, trying to wind things up, and Emma Jones in good position to do that. She was playing well when she was in that partnership with Davis and Richards anyway. And she's now taking on the senior role. 253 for 6. That boundary brought up the 250 in 46.4. There's another single by Moore through the onside.
Yeah, which takes the score on to 254 for 6. Moore is 2 off 11, and Jones is currently on 40 runs. The 3 overs left in this innings, the South East Stars innings, and they'll be looking to 6, 12, 18. They'll still be looking to score in around 280, but certainly the Diamonds were wanting to try and keep them around about 270, something like that. So the game's set up nicely. Certainly be a very competitive total for the Diamonds to chase down. But certainly now the South East Stars will be wanting to go past 280 in these remaining 3 overs.
Yep, Beth Langston from the Lumley end for her penultimate over. Well, should be. She's bowled 8 so far, and she's bowled a straight one first up to Moore, which is turned into the leg side for 1. Oh, now then, poor throw has cost them another run. And you've got to scratch your head and ask yourself why Catherine Fraser would have done that. Just keep hold of the ball. The run was always going to be, wasn't it? Yeah. They were just about there when she got the throw away. So another sloppy run conceded in the field. 256 for 6. Langston in, and this has been hit towards mid-off. Duckworth is going to drop short of her. She's hit direct here. Jo Ibbotson not quite square on, but says she's happy that that is not a run out. But a good piece of fielding by Rebecca Duckworth this time.
Yeah, a good bit of fielding. Hit the stumps there, and I'm not sure whether the umpire had a great view of that. But it must have been relatively close. Direct hit. Must have been close, I would have thought, but South East Stars, Moore batter lives to fight another day, Dodgy.
Yeah, Jones on strike. That one just nipping in from Langston's delivery and being turned away to Erin Burns, who's out at cow corner. 1 run. So 2-1-1 so far. The Wasps still saying 281. Only 2 overs and 3 balls remaining. It's obviously not beyond the realms, is it? 23 runs away. But really important for the Diamonds to finish well here in the field. It's not been their best day, I think it's fair to say. Langston is in, it's full, and a swing at that by Moore. She's got an inside edge on it down towards Levick. She's coming back for a second, and she's going to get through as well. Again, shouldn't really be 2 down there to the fielder at fine leg. And they've got back for a second.
Yeah, it's Katie Levick that's fielding down at fine leg, and she's probably 4 or 5 yards in off the boundary with the intention of stopping twos, but wasn't able to do on that occasion.
260 for 6, Langston in again, and Moore gets it up to mid-on, and Catherine Fraser again trying to throw the wickets down. She's got away with it this time because Beth Langston was back behind the stumps. They get a single. Jones on to 41. He's back on strike. Moore on 8 from 15. 261 for 6, but the number 8 batter's strike rate, 53.3, tells you that it's been harder work for her. Langston, though, to Moore, who steps right across and pulls this one through straight mid-wicket. Erin Burns is right there on hand to do the fielding, and they get just the 1. So 7 off, in fact 8 off that penultimate Beth Langston over. So 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41 for her, 262 for the loss of 6 wickets with 2 overs remaining. The South East Stars, they've put something on the board here. They want to win this match to guarantee a home semi-final next week, and they're making a good fist of doing that. And full credit to them. They've been offered plenty of opportunities today by the Diamonds in the field, unfortunately, and they've taken them. Nobody, you could really say, has failed with the bat. Lowest score of 10 for an opener, Alexa Stonehouse. And here's Erin Burns to Jones, and that's going to be 4. She's lofted it away through the offside. Yeah, you've got to... That's Catherine Fraser at extra cover. Not that it's her fault, the ball went well over her head, but you're thinking now, how are we going to set the field here? The push is on. It's Erin Burns' final over, and she's going to be got after here by Emma Jones, who's managed to just push the 1 to the second ball, but 5 already off the first 2 deliveries of the over. The pressure on Erin Burns to try and bring this back round. Langston's just been sent to almost a second long on position. A slog sweep played here by Moore. She's not made contact apart from with the pad, and they've got through for a leg bye.
Burns has 2 options here, really, hasn't she? She either packs the offside field and doesn't look to rip the ball too much and hides the ball outside the off stump with 2 fielders out on that boundary. She balls again, like that.
Wide of off stump and another wide.
But maybe not quite as wide, but she'd need another one on that side. Or she goes really, really straight and targets leg stump and has a packed leg side field with 2 on the boundary. Catch.
Oh, wicket. She's got one off her own bowling here, and Jones has gone. It's late in the day, but again, with somebody who's set, who knows how many runs you might save by taking her wicket with 9 balls remaining in the innings. It's a small positive, and Erin Burns has picked up the wicket of Emma Jones for 47 off 52, and she's now got 2 for 55 in her final over.
Absolutely. Caught and bowled by Burns, the Australian overseas, who's done a good job here. Important, we got the wicket, or the Diamonds got the wicket of Jones. She was beginning to look dangerous. 47 she got. She played a supporting role in the partnership with Alice Davis and Richards, and then played the leading role within this innings, or this partnership that she's had with Moore. So a really good knock, a really good 47 in the context of the game, but an important wicket for the Diamonds to pull or slow down the South East Stars, and they're now on 269 for 7. But I think it's really important that actually the Burns has real clarity with the captain on the plan that she has here. Is she going to look to hide the ball outside the off stump and not look to rip it? In which case she can pack the offside field and have probably 2 people out on the offside boundary. Or is she going to target leg stump and then fill the field on the leg side? And that's the thing for me. She sometimes gets caught in between that, I think.
Priyanaz Chatterjee is the new batter for the Stars, and she's got her first delivery away. Not particularly well timed. It was aerial for quite a while, but doesn't really matter at this stage. She got a run for it, square on the leg side. So she's off the mark, and the main thing is she's got Moore back on strike, who's at least seen a few deliveries here, and he's now coming down the pitch and trying to get one over the top of Rebecca Duckworth, and does so. And they're thinking about a second, but there's indecision in the ranks, and they've probably missed out on a second run. When you think that that's gone all the way almost to the long off boundary, and yet we saw a ball in the previous over go for 2 that was to a fielder who was well short of fine leg. They've probably managed to save one there. The Diamonds, and the Stars have missed out on one. 271 for 7 they are at the end of the penultimate over, and Burns finishes with 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 57.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm just looking through the scorecard actually, and it supports probably what we were alluding to earlier, Doidge, around there's not really been any clutter of wickets, has there, within this innings. You know, each batter has built a partnership with the opposing batter. You know, the first wicket going down at 23, the second at 53. the third at 99, the fourth at 123, fifth at 173, 237 and 269. So the key has been building partnerships as Langston bowls.
Yeah, and a big yahoo across the line there by Kaylee Moore, and she misses out.
And that's often the secret, isn't it, to building a really good total for the opposition to chase down. It's getting in, getting your partner in, building a partnership, and then gradually accelerating and being sure that if you lose a wicket, you don't lose another one, you get your mate in.
Not a single maiden bowled in the match so far. Here's Langston, and another cross-bat swing by Kaylee Moore, and she's picked up a single into the leg side. Problem she's got is that Chatterjee is fresh out there. She's got 4 balls to face, and she's only seen 1 so far. And if Langston can get this right, she might get away with a fairly quiet final over. We'll see. 272 for 7. Here comes Langston past Ibbotson. Oh, Chatterjee steps into it, and she's out. LBW. Yeah, it was full, it was straight. And according to Joe Ibbotson, it was out. Chatterjee gone for 1 second ball, 272 for 8.
Yeah, well bowled by Langston. At this stage of the game, you often go full and straight, and that's certainly what she did do there. And Chatterjee just missed that ball, and I think it's a good decision by the umpire. It looked pretty straight from here, Doige, didn't it? And that's another wicket for the Diamonds, and the score is 272 for 8 with just 3 balls left of this over, this final over from Langston.
Yeah, the only partnership coming in under 10.
Yeah.
Well, under 24 actually, but in single figures is what I was meaning. In the match so far, and dot ball, as vital as anything really.
Yeah.
So Danny Gregory, number 19 on her back, is number 10 in the batting order here for the Stars, and she's going to be facing Langston with 3 balls remaining, so just Tilly Coleman not to face a ball so far. Another full straight delivery. It's hit the pad and disappeared into the offside for a leg bye.
Gregory, of course, the leg spinner that played for Manchester Originals in the 100 this summer, and good prospect certainly with the ball. Haven't seen too much of her with the bat, but she's got 2 balls, I think, to potentially face at this Langston over.
Langston in, and Moore gets it away to extra cover where it's fielded and kept hold of, and there's just the 1 run. So 1 ball remaining in the innings. They've managed to keep it, unless this goes for 6, below the 280 mark, which looked improbable, unlikely, certainly while Alice Davidson-Richards was still out there. And full and straight again from Langston, and pushed into the offside by Gregory, and she will finish 1 not out. And that is that at the end of the Stars innings. 275 for the loss of 8 wickets, and so 276 to win for the Diamonds. But when they reflect on that, as Beth Langston finishes with 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 44, and probably the pick of the Diamonds bowlers, I think they've seriously got to say, looking at all those extras and misfields, that they could have been 30 to 35 runs tighter than that. Certainly you would have thought well within their compass to have kept the Stars to less than 250. Shawsey.
Yeah, I think so. They'd be slightly disappointed that they weren't as consistent as they would have liked to have been in terms of lines and lengths and building pressure from a bowling unit perspective. And as you rightly say, Doige, I think there's around about 27 extras, 17 of which were wides, and there were a number of misfields that went for 2s and for 4s as well. So they'll be disappointed, but they'll also pleased that they're still in the game, and they kept them below 300. Now, at one point, the South East Stars were well set for 285 plus. They've managed them to keep them under that. And just looking through the bowling scorecard, you've got Slater 1 for 26 off 7, Langston 2 for 44 off 10, really pleasing to see her back and bowling relatively well. Glenn 1 for 22 off 3, Levick didn't pick any wickets up in her 10 overs and went for 54 runs. Phoebe Turner showed loads of potential, 2 for 64 in her 10, and then the Australian Burns 2 for 57 in her 10. But I guess the story to the South East Stars batting total really was building partnerships, wasn't it? You know, they didn't lose the first wicket until 23 for 1, and really good partnerships, I think, throughout that innings, really. Hill started the proceedings with 25, Franklin then chipped in with 32, but the innings of Alice Davis and Richards, I thought it was a real class innings in the context of the game, with 79 I thought played beautifully. Cranston supported with 28 and Jones with 47 on the way to a really good total of 275 for 8 Dodger.
Kaylee Moore finishing 11 not out from 20, and Danny Gregory 1 from 2. Tilly Courtney and Coleman did not bat. So 276 if the Diamonds are going to be good enough to go into the semi-finals on the back of a win here and really sticking their neck out miles clear at the top of the table, or well, the South East Stars have given themselves a really good chance by putting up that 275 if they want to cement second place in a home semi-final tie next week. We'll see how things go after the break. Thunder, by the way, 216 for 9 off their 50 overs against the Western Storm. But in the other vital game really taking place today, Sunrisers posted 281 all out, and the Vipers are about to take their chance to ensure that they, or to give themselves a chance of a home semi-final themselves and put some pressure on the Stars here. Sunrisers have given themselves a chance of getting into the semi-final hat. We'll keep tabs on that, but we'll take a break while the players do. Back with you for the start of the second innings here. fed and watered. We return. Paul Shaw, myself, Jonathan Doyd with you for the Diamonds reply here to the South East Stars 275 for 8. Lauren Winfield Hill facing the first delivery of the innings, bowled by Tilly Courtine Coleman from this Finkel end of the ground. That was no run, pushed into the offside. Batting conditions feel like they've improved. In fact, strangely enough, we've been sitting in here during the morning feeling like it's fairly cool, but having been outside as we just have on our way to get some food between innings, it's definitely warmer out there than it is in here. Shawsey single there to Lauren Winfield Hill. In fact, if we open the window here, might be able to get a bit of warmth in the place. Shall we try? Oh, there we go. That is Shawsey's creaking bones, and obviously not the window, as that's pushed into the offside by Emma Marlowe, who is out there opening the batting with Lauren Winfield Hill, and there is no run.
Yeah, quite a pleasant day now, Dodgy, isn't it? Very pleasant afternoon to watch some cricket.
Yeah, nice drive up to mid-off by Marlowe, but no run again on this occasion. And while you wouldn't want to obviously throw in any panic in the early stages, if you're going to knock off 270 odd, you probably want to be ticking along at least fairly early. Marlowe with a cut shot out into the covers will pick up 1. So 4 balls in. It should be 2 without loss. Nice pie and lattice fries and peas at the tea break, or whatever, mid-innings break there, Shawsey. And Winfield Hill punches into the covers, and there is no run, so the scoreboard should read 2 without loss at the end of the first over. Reads 1 without loss after 4 balls at the moment.
Yes, delightful lunch, Dodgy, and it was really enlightening to see you demonstrate your starvation diet during the lunchtime interval on a wholesome pie, lattice fries, and actually very tasty mushy peas, which I have to say to all our listeners, Dodgy, well, finished off in no time at all. Seen 3 or 4 times licking his lips and wiping his bib, which protects his turquoise sweater. And yeah, delightful lunch provided here by Durham. And we'll see if Dodgy remains awake as we go through the next hour just after his lunch.
Well, if you carry on talking at that pace, I'll be asleep in another over. A ball short of length, and that's hoisted away into the leg side by Emma Marlowe. Will it have the legs to make the boundary? No. Good diving stop. And we talked about the Diamonds in the field giving runs away. That was an excellent example of how to save runs. I'm trying to identify who it was because she was prone on the ground. Could have been Chatterjee, could have been Gregory. Either way, it was a very good piece of fielding that saved 2, because Marlowe's back on strike and left arm over the wicket. It is Alexa Stonehouse opening the bowling at the Lumley end. A little bit of in-duck about that next delivery.
Decent pace as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. So 4 without loss in the second, and she's in again, Stonehouse. Marlowe working it square on the leg side. There you go. First Stars fumble. That's cost them a run. Emma Jones was unable to reel that one in. So 4 without loss, the Diamonds. Changing the field, short fine leg brought in. Jones makes her way out to deep backward square. Power play, of course, first 10 meaning just 2 outside the circle. Tilly Coleman down at third man, but Lauren Winfield-Hill heads to the sky as she feels like she's missed out on a ball that she drilled into the offside and was fielded by Kaylee Moore at cover.
What we do know about this Diamonds batting lineup is there is a look back over the last couple of games, a number of batters in good form.
Yeah, this one dragged down the leg side, so first wide conceded by the Stars.
So we know Emma Marlowe in the last 2 games has scored a 45 and a 52, and there's been a number of half centuries from Winfield-Hill, Langston, Duckworth, of course, and also the 100 from Callis in recent times. So they have a top order that's in form as Winfield plays that ball back down the pitch from a good delivery from Stonehouse. Ball just angled in towards Midland leg, played with a full back face and defended back down the ground. So yeah, we have the Diamonds have a number of players in good form. They'll need that as they look to chase down this total.
Stonehouse in again, another wide from her down the leg side, so that's already 2 on that count. And it all counts, doesn't it, at the end of the day? That's what we were saying about the Diamonds. They could have kept the Stars comfortably under 250. And having seen that themselves, the Stars wouldn't want to offer the Diamonds easy runs. Make them work for every single thing you can. Stonehouse in, turned into the leg side by Winfield-Hill, and there we go. Fielder with a throw that's missed by 2 backing up, but fortunately stopped by the third one. So just the 1 run. 7 without loss, with 5 including 2 wides coming from that Stonehouse over. In fact, it should be 6, shouldn't it? I haven't caught up with the final ball, so I reckon that's probably 8 without loss. We'll see when the board updates. Still hasn't. In fact, it's been switched off. Well, if in doubt, just turn it off and back on, just like anything really. Here's Tilly.
Oh!
God, dear me. Lauren Winfield-Hill has flicked one to straight mid-wicket, and for a second match in succession has gone without really troubling the scorers to any great extent. And the Diamonds are worn down, a little bit like her shot at Headingley the other day, an airy-fairy really from Lauren. Not the same shot, that was a lofted push to mid-on the other day, but she's done the same, flicked it into the leg side in the air, and she's lost a wicket as a result.
Yeah, disappointing for Winfield-Hill, the skipper, and also disappointing for the Diamonds batting unit as they look to chase down this substantial total here at the Riverside. What I would say is the angle of the left arm spinner, if you like, Coleman, she's using that angle just to run that ball in. If the ball grips, it'll just hold its line, and that was just run straight on. And Winfield-Hill's not quite got on top of that ball, and just clipped it to the short mid-wicket, which is, you know, really well placed by the captain in that position, not just to save runs, but actually to create opportunities like that, as you can see her walking in now, getting closer on the wicket end as such. So it's a blow for the Diamonds, but it's a fantastic wicket and great early breakthrough for the South East Stars.
Yeah, and it was caught at straight mid-wicket by Phoebe Franklin. It was dying on her to some extent, and she took it well. I think we're going to call Tilly Coleman TCC. I think they're just for ease really. So TCC with the wicket, and she's round the wicket, and bowling here to the new Diamonds batter, who is Rebecca Duckworth. Now then, what's going on? So she's down as 26 on the board, and she was down on 26 on the team sheets, but she wore 18 when she was in the field. She's pushing this one into the offside, and there's no run. Rebecca, of course, with that 50, first Diamonds 50 in the RHF Trophy for her just the other day at Headingley. And she's receiving this delivery, which looked like it was the wrong one, pushed into the offside, and she's off the mark. So 9 for 1, not quite sure what's happened to the scoreboard away to our left. The electronic one is still blank. And this one dragged down the leg side. I think made contact with Emma Marlowe's pad, and they've got back for 2. Tom Longley thinks that she hit that, so she's got 2 against her name. 6 to Emma Marlowe, 11 for 1.
Yeah, TCC just got a little bit straight then, didn't she?
She's in again. There's a bit of drift, isn't there, in towards the right-hander before she's even thought about turning the ball. And then it's turned into the leg side by Marlowe, and there's no run. So we have 3 overs complete. And the score after those 3 is 11 for 1.
So unfortunate for the Diamonds that they've lost the wicket of Winfield Hill. On the other hand, at this point in time, it's an opportunity for the South East Stars bowling unit to grow in confidence, having taken the important wicket of Winfield Hill. Does bring to the crease the informed Duckworth, who was on the back of a 50 just a few days ago, and also a good young player, high potential young player, Emma Marlowe, that's I think had a really good season, and in the last 2 games scored runs, and in fact got a 50 herself in the last game. So 2 informed batters at the crease.
Yep, Duckworth on strike. She's wearing 18 again out there with the bat, and that one's turned square on the leg side, but can't get it past the field. So the pair of them with the 50 apiece on Wednesday in that win against the Vipers, both getting out actually just after they'd got to that half-century mark. Here's Stonehouse, that ball shaping back in towards Duckworth, who clipped it into a pad.
Yeah, Stonehouse is just hitting good lines and lengths at the moment, just lining up to off stump just outside, and with that little bit of swing is into middle and leg, and bowling well at the moment. So of course challenges for Duckworth.
And she comes again, good delivery, yes, she's gone. That is a very good delivery, shaping back in towards Duckworth, who was turning away, and she's showing signs of dissent there, you've got to say. She's not happy with that decision from Jo Ibbotson, but it felt like a good shout to me. Yeah, you maybe argue if the batter that was shaping in so much that it might have missed leg, but I think Jo Ibbotson can be forgiven for raising the finger there. 1 off 6 for Rebecca Duckworth, and the Diamonds in trouble here at 11 for 2.
They certainly are, and we were just saying just the ball before that Stonehouse were bowling good lines and good lengths, and yeah, she executed her skills really well then, and it looked pretty close from where we're sat. We haven't got the advantage of a replay at this stage, but what I can say is the ball did swing, set off on off stump, and probably was in around Midland leg. It's how much bounce there was there, and whether or not actually Duckworth got a little feather on that, feather of an inside edge. I'm not sure that that's the case, but she didn't look happy with the dismissal. But what it does mean ultimately is the Northern Diamonds are 11 for 2 as they start their innings, and that'll mean that they're in a position where they'll need to consolidate, build partnerships, etc. All the stuff that those coaches chat around quite a lot and work into training, but they've certainly got to do it in the middle here today. And also what I should say is it puts the South East Stars in a very good position as Callis comes to the crease.
Stoneman then into Callis. Another ball from the left armour shaping in towards the right-hander. And already we've seen here from the Stars, in apparently less favourable bowling conditions, what the Diamonds didn't do early on, and that is make use of them. 2 early wickets here.
But if you look at the consistency here, the consistency of lines and length have been pretty good, haven't they, already? And that gives you every chance.
And she comes again. This time she's wide of off stump, and Callis doesn't have to play at that. So already you've got the dilemma of losing two big players, Lauren Winfield-Hill, capable of getting hundreds, Rebecca Duckworth certainly capable of getting half centuries, as we saw the other day. A big score to chase, and you've only got the 8 wickets really to chase them down with now. So scoreboard pressure, all of that. This is wide of off stump and full, and Callis misses out on trying to run that one down to third man. So 11 for 2 the score at the end of 4 overs. And that's the first maiden of the contest. Shawsey says everything that we've just been saying. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6 for Alexa Stonehouse.
Yes, and it's a great start by the South East Stars. The 2 early wickets of Winfield-Hill and Duckworth will just give them that little bit more encouragement to keep bowling, holding disciplined lines and lengths, and build pressure on the new batters that are at the crease. We've got the young Marlowe, high potential Emma Marlowe, that's had a reasonably good season, and also Callis, who comes in on the back of 100 just a couple of games ago. So Diamonds are still in this game, but they're going to have to work hard here.
Yeah, as Tilly Courtine-Coleman is continuing her left arm spin from this Finkel end, and that's pushed into the offside by Marlowe for a single. TCC, well, people of your age remember 10cc, maybe get caught up with that one, Shawsey. My dad told me about them. 12 for 2. Callis on strike to face TCC for the first time, and she's going to do so successfully in pushing a single into the leg side stair. Callis with a ton, of course, a couple of games ago. Didn't work out for her against the Vipers at Headingley the other day, but it's played well this pitch. No evils in it. Plenty of opportunity here in 45 plus overs to register a big score again, as is the case with Emma Marlowe here. He's bowling, he's facing, I should say, TCC bowling, and that's cut to point. No run. Stars, as you'd expect, have been posted a good total on it out there in the field. They need to win this to give themselves a home semi. If they win it well, for a 5-point success, they'll certainly guarantee that. Marlowe pushing one out into the offside for a single.
And the singles that they're picking up of this over is exactly how they're going to build the partnership from a Diamonds perspective. Low risk, high reward cricket.
Pull shot by Callis, who picks up 1 to the sweeping Stonehouse.
Always seems a lot simpler, doesn't it, when you sat here viewing it, but actually when you're in the middle, when the heart's beating and the mind gets a bit cluttered, it's a bit more challenging to do what we're suggesting.
Marlowe strokes one to mid-off to complete that TCC over. She's bowled 3 overs now, no maidens, 1 for 9, and it's been a very positive start for the left-arm spinner, a very positive start for the South East Stars, because the Diamonds, after 5 overs, have just got the 15 on the board for the loss of 2.
Absolutely, with wickets going to Courtine-Coleman and Stonehouse. Both of them have looked quite dangerous. In fact, up until that over then, when Marlowe and Callis came together and just picked up 3 or 4 little singles off that over, which I suggest would be the way they need to play the game for the next 10 overs or so.
Stonehouse continuing. Callis cuts and get it past that point. Fielded there by Ailish Cranston. Conditions pretty good now, much preferable to what they were at 9 this morning. And that wide of off stump, and a swish across the line by Callis, and missed. This week in 1981, Adam and the Ants released a song that they wrote about you. Prince Charming.
That's very kind of you to say, don't you?
Meanwhile, in the real world, Stonehouse bowling to Callis, shaping in towards the right-hander, who can't get bat on ball. It's swinging. It feels like it's hard to tell, isn't it? From we're behind Stair Callis here, so we lose the ball in the latter stages. But the way she played that suggests it swung quite markedly late.
Yeah. Certainly moving him out a little bit, and he's just getting through this period, playing the ball late, keeping that front pad out the way.
In she comes again, and another good delivery on the money. Callis, all she can do is play a respectful defensive push at that. And so 4 successive dots in this 6th over. This is a really good power play so far for the Stars, who at this moment in time would have to be pretty strong favourites to win the match. Callis turns it into the leg side, and another dot. Could we be in for a second successive Stonehouse maiden? Looking that way at the moment.
Certainly got the support from the fielders and the fielding unit there. Absolutely buzzing at the moment.
Here comes Alexa Stonehouse again. This one slanted straight across the right-hander. Played out to point, end of the over. It was a second successive maiden. 15 for 2 from 6 overs. He's giving the Diamonds a fair old mountain to climb here.
And this partnership's pretty important, isn't it? The young Marlowe that times the ball really, really well. And he's used to scoring runs this season. Has been in a little bit of form the last couple of games, along with Callis, who scored a maiden 100 just a couple of games ago. So this partnership, and to enable the Diamonds to take this game as deep as they possibly can, is really important. What they don't want to be doing is going into the last 10 overs 6 or 7 down. They can go into the last 10 overs around about 4 down, and that seems a stiff task from here, but actually if they can do that, then they'll be in the game.
At this point, the Stars were 23 without loss, so not a massive difference in terms of runs scored, but without loss being a significant difference, as Emma Marlowe turns the first delivery from Phoebe Franklin, who's now on at this Finkel end, backward of square on the leg side for 1. Marlowe 9 from 13, 16 for 2. Just checking on what's going on in that other more vital match in the group. Oh, good delivery from Franklin, and before I have a chance to check it, Stair Callis has lost her middle stump. Spectacular. 16 for 3. Dear, dear me.
Yeah, the big wicket off Callis, dismissed for 2 off 12 balls. And that was a really, really good delivery. Really tight, running to middle stump, with the middle stump just cartwheeling. I'm not sure actually whether she played inside the line or whether it nipped back through the gate. I can't quite see from this angle, but what I can say is it was an excellent delivery from Franklin, and that's another blow. 16 for 3 as the Diamonds lose the big wicket of Callis.
Yeah, Stair Callis 2 off 12, so she chewed up a few deliveries, and also lost her wicket, and a lot of pressure now on this pair. Erin Burns has gone in at number 5 to accompany Emma Marlowe, who's got off to a little bit of a start, but can't say much more than a little bit of a start at this stage. 16 for 3 after 6.2 when you're trying to knock off 275 for 8. In comes Franklin first up. to Burns, who's got that away wide of slip, and he's going to get off the mark with a boundary. And a welcome boundary at that for the Diamonds. Not sure what's going on in that match down at the Utility Bowl, but the Vipers haven't yet started a reply against the Sunrisers, so presumably must be rain or something down there. Yeah, rain is given actually, so that's going to be a DLS. And you'd think with 281 on the board, Sunrisers are going to be pretty well placed there. That'll be a fair old score that's needed. And this ball short of length from Franklin, launched into the leg side by Burns, who picks up 1. Western Storm, by the way, 41 for 2 in response to Thunder's eventual 216 for 9. So they did make a recovery to some extent there, Shawsey.
Did you see?
See that late partnership coaching that you put in.
Well, lots of that.
Franklin in, it's wide of off stump, and Marlowe has a waft and miss at that one.
What this does do, I mean, the loss of Callis obviously is a blow for Diamonds, but it does bring to the crease Erin Burns, the experienced cricketer who's been in this position a number of times throughout her career, in different countries for that matter. So hopefully that experience will be supportive of the situation that Diamonds are in. Franklin into Marlowe, punched up to mid-off. No run to complete the over then at 21 for 3. Impressive delivery from Freebeat Franklin to see the back of Stair Callis. Just watched it back on the replay, and it did beat her inside through the gate. Through the gate. Yeah, she couldn't get forward to it. It was a sort of a bit of a nothing shot, really, I guess. Yeah, just shaping in towards her. But yeah, ball through the gate, middle stump. So it's all to do for the Diamonds, and if you're a Stars supporter, listening, watching, then you'll be feeling pretty confident, I would think, at this stage. 21 for 3, the Diamonds. Lots of runs to play with here. 255 more to win in just 43 overs. Stonehouse in. Oh, good delivery to Erin Burns, who gets an inside contact on it. Tell you what, that was bound for the stumps had she missed it. Bowling straight towards us, Alexa Stonehouse has got a great view of what she's producing here, and that is good line, good length, and plenty of induct. Yeah, she's bowling very, very well today, isn't she? And it's reasonable pace as well, so she's looking to rush the batters as well. And again, pulled by Burns. This is going to be 4. She is human after all. She's dropped one just a little bit short, and full credit to Erin Burns, played it well. Yeah, and it shows her experience here. So as soon as that ball is just slightly off length, it is short, she's pounced on that. No, that's the ball. Anything really, really full, she'll look to score, I would think, and anything short, she'll look to score. Other than that, she'll look to get into really good defence, strong defensive position. So she's identifying length really well and pounced on that. Stonehouse in, just wide of off stump this time, and driven by Burns up to mid-off. No run. Well, we know she can play, Erin Burns. Very good all-round cricketer. And somebody, probably 2 players at least, need to score pretty big. And realistically, with 2, whatever it is again, 250 odd to win, 251, you're wanting several players to come up with performances. She turns this one into the leg side, Burns, and there is no run. Just looking down that Stars scorecard, you know, just in batting order: 25, 10, 32, 79, 14, 28, 47, 11 not out. Chip-ins or better from everybody, really. Stonehouse in again, another good delivery, and Burns driving at that. It meets the inside half of the bat. You could feel it almost twisting round in her hand, and that partly because of that in swing again from Stonehouse. Turns out to be a dot ball. Burns has just got to be a little careful here. If she's a couple of times she's lined up to it through a fairly straightish mid-off, she needs to be thinking down the ground or through mid-on with that swing. Ooh. Another good ball from Stonehouse, and this time from the crease. Burns defends. So just that boundary off the over. 8 overs now complete.
Stoneman with 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10 against her name, has been the pick of the bowlers in the match so far, without doubt. And the Diamonds at this stage, well, they were 29 for the Stars at this stage were 29 for 1. Again, not a lot between them score-wise, but already 2 more wickets down. That's got to hurt you sooner or later. Phoebe Franklin to continue at the Finkel end. Comes in wide of off stump first up. Emma Marlowe has a go at it but misses. Must have been borderline wide, but not given by umpire Tom Lungley.
See, Franklin will be disappointed with that. I think they've bowled a really good over before, just running the ball in slightly and then bowling that wide. It was a free hit that Marlowe wasn't given to put away. Better.
And that's flicked into the leg side by Marlowe. And there's no run. Mighty Mariner says it's raining in Southampton. If no more play, 2 points each. Does that mean Diamonds play Vipers again? We can check on the table on that front. Vipers would have 36. And Sunrisers would have 32. So that would eliminate the Blaze. As a short ball here is pulled by Marlowe out into the deep on the onside. They'll get 1 run. So Vipers would be on 36 points. If the Stars win this, then they would stay in second. Vipers would stay in third, and Sunrise would move into fourth. So no, it doesn't. It means if the Stars win this, the Diamonds would play the Sunrisers. If that Vipers Sunrisers game is washed out from here on in, and the Vipers don't have a chance to reply with the bat, it won't be constituted as a game. A single there, by the way, into the onside for Erin Burns. If the Diamonds win this, then the Stars would be second on 35 points, and the Vipers would go on to 36. So all it would mean would be that it still turns face about, but the Diamonds would still play the Sunrisers at Headingley next week, as Emma Marlowe hits 2 through to extra cover. 29 for 3. Hi Jonathan, to my mind the number of wides given away by the Diamonds was only a tad too many, as all the women's teams below international standard bowl wides. For me it was sloppy fielding that has given away too many runs, says Andy the greenkeeper, as Emma Marlowe pushes 1 again into the offside to complete that Phoebe Franklin over. Just 5 runs coming from it. She's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 11 so far, and it's 30 for 3 after 9.
What will be interesting from a Diamonds perspective is, obviously we've talked a lot about Marlowe, Emma Marlowe, the player with lots of potential who's scored runs recently, but not really seen her go on much past 50. So today could represent an opportunity for her to get in, and if she can get in, to bat long and see if she can target getting a really big score, which individually would be good for her, and obviously her experience and maturity, etc., as a developing batter, and importantly put the Diamonds into a good place to have a chance of chasing down this total that South East Stars have set.
Short ball, and that has been flicked away into the leg side by Emma Marlowe and caught at square leg. That is the 4th Diamonds wicket to have fallen here. This is turning into a bit of a disastrous day. They're 30 for 4 and Marlowe gone for 13.
Yeah, Marlowe's just tried to clip that ball off a hit towards, on the floor really, towards mid-wicket, but got caught with the weight slightly back, hands just in front of her head as such, and just flicked that ball to square leg in the air, and the catch was taken successfully just on the edge of the ring at square leg. So Marlowe departs for 13. Court Jones bowled Stonehouse of 21 balls, so that's another blow for the Diamonds, and it puts South East Stars in a very, very strong position here, with the Diamonds just struggling and faltering on 30 for 4.
Also, Beth Langston is going out there at number 6, and yeah, this is not looking like it's going to end well. The Diamonds have had such a good run in this competition, taking them to the top of the table. But if you wanted to carry confidence with you into the semis, and it's not on the back of a performance like this at all, there is that counter argument always, of course, that if you're going to have a bad day, you'd rather get it out of the way now when it doesn't hurt you in terms of the competition than next week in the semi-final when you obviously have to win to make it to the decider. Stonehouse in again. She's bowled superbly so far today. Absolutely exemplary effort from the left arm, and that's wide of off stump first up, and Langston pushes and misses.
Yeah, Stonehouse has bowled superb, hasn't she? Movement, accuracy, and a little bit of pace as well, hence the 2 wickets for 10 runs, 4.2 overs. You raise a really good point, I think, which I'll pick up after this ball as Stonehouse comes in again.
Oh, good delivery again, big appeal, yes, it had to be. Beth Langston just got nowhere on the crease, and another tremendous delivery from Stonehouse. She now has 3 wickets against her name for just 11 runs. In fact, 3 wickets for 10 runs, I should say, and Langston gone, second ball LBW, and that looked plump.
And there's no better delivery than that for a new batter that's just come to the crease, who's feeling the nerves, who's feeling the pressure, hasn't got to know the pitch yet, for you to run in, bowl good pace, swing the ball back in. That was hitting middle stump. What a great delivery that was. And that's all credit to Stonehouse. That's what she's done within her 4.5 overs. She's bowled very accurately with really good skill and good craft, deserving the 3 wickets that she's picked up for just 10 runs. That's another big wicket as the Diamonds find themselves at 30 for 5, chasing 270 odd.
Well, I mentioned that my club team back down in Leeds, Shawsey, not going well today. They were 6 for 5. I've never heard of a score like that from a team that I've been involved with before. I've got to say, 6 for 5 after 10 overs apparently when rain came. But the Diamonds doing the best to try and beat that at the minute. 30 for 5. Catherine Fraser is the new batter at the crease, and she has pushed that one back to Stonehouse, and there is no run. Dear me, what a day for the Diamonds. It would be a very, very, very good one to win from here. It was a good one to win in the first place. 246 needed with 5 wickets remaining and just over 40 overs to get them. An outside edge from Fraser. He's going to be 4 through third man. TCC with the dive, but she couldn't quite get there. And so 34 for 5 is the score.
Yeah, to pick up on your point earlier about whether this is the game where you have a bad game and get it out of the way as such, or actually you see it as a game that you can keep that momentum going and keep confidence building, so you hit the semi-final in a really good place. From a coaching perspective and playing perspective, it's interesting how that's framed, isn't it? It can be framed in either way. I'm sure Danny Hayes will be saying, if they lose this game, we've got that performance out of the way, right, come on, that's it, now we're back into us form. Yeah,
Fraser pushing back to the bowler. Final ball of that 10th over. The power play is done, and what a power play as far as the South East Stars are concerned, because the Diamonds are absolutely tottering at 34 for 5. Just having a look through the records to see what the lowest total is that they've made in List A cricket. And I'll try and find that for you as we go along. Didn't think we'd be looking at that today with the team top of the table, but we better check it out, as it's going to be Phoebe Franklin to continue for over number 11 here. From the Finkel end, shaping in towards Erin Burns, who's turning that one out into the leg side, and there is no run.
In terms of field change of the South East Stars here, they've got a couple of fielders in the ring really close in catching positions. You've got the extremely short extra cover on the drive there, that's the plan, and then you've got your short mid-wicket as well.
And she comes again, pulled this time by Burns. She might get a boundary, she will get 4. Backward of square leg for this, so Erin Burns with a one-woman assault on the opposition at the minute, because she, with just 14 against her name, is now the Diamonds' highest scorer.
She certainly is, and one thing she's trying to be is positive, respectfully defending. The balls are really good balls, but she's still looking to rotate the strike, and what she's really keen to do and is demonstrating well is she's pouncing on that short ball, so it tells me that she's reading length very well.
In comes Franklin again, and Burns playing into the offside.
Burns has got 14 off just 12 deliveries at this point, so we'll be using all her experience to help the Diamonds team work through this situation that they find themselves in at 38 for 5.
And that one down the leg side is a wide.
South East Stars have got 3 fielders. Now we're outside the power play. They can have more than 2 outside that ring. We've got 3 fielders that are outside the ring at this point in time.
Franklin in again. It's wide of off stump, and a swish and a miss by Burns.
And those fielders that are outside the ring are deep square, third man, and also cover. But cover and third man are around 10 yards in off the boundary, whereas deep square is right on the boundary edge.
Franklin in the Riverside sunshine. Oh, nearly a brilliant catch at short extra cover as Burns got underneath one.
And that was the plan, wasn't it? That's why that short extra cover's got in there. That was the plan.
Alice Davidson-Richards, for some reason, thought it'd be a good idea to lay on Kaylee Moore after she'd attempted to catch that. 40 for 5. And in she comes again, Franklin. Fraser turning that into the leg side. And there is no run to complete that over at 40 for the loss of 5 wickets.
I'm just watching the way that Franklin's bowling to Fraser. She's certainly targeting those pads. She's going full, and Fraser can't afford to fall over any of those deliveries. She's got to keep playing with the full bat face and with the bat just out in front of her pads to ensure she doesn't get hit on the pads and caught in front. The score at the moment is 40 for 5, and Burns and Fraser have got quite a large task on their hands rebuilding this innings at this stage of the game. And you've got South East Stars that are full of bubble, full of fight and determination to get more wickets.
And Stonehouse continuing, bowling here to Burns, who is in behind that one, and there is no run. Lowest team total by the Diamonds was against the Blaze on the 6th of May last year in this competition, 62. Try and avoid that ignominy.
Oh, great pick up.
They've got to score another 23 runs. Good pick up at point there from that stroke played out there by Erin Burns. Stonehouse is continuing. Well, she'll be full of energy at the minute, won't she? 3 for 14, Shawsey in the 6th over.
Well, that's it, and she'll be running through on adrenaline alone here, won't she? You know, I won't be surprised if this could be her last over, or she might just bowl her 7th. But she's bowling well. There's still a little bit of swing, and while she's confident, it's, you know, you can keep them going for probably an over or 2 longer than you would normally do. But interesting what they do after this over.
Yeah, she slanted one straight across. Burns, who is not short of attacking shots today. She's certainly not worried about the scoreboard and is just playing a normal game, really. But unfortunately, on this occasion, she misses. Looks as though it's Jess Woolston and Sophia Turner walking along with Chris Bryce, assistant coach, to do a bit of work in the nets away to our right. And here is Stonehouse, and that's the wicket of Burns, caught behind this time by Kira Chatley. Stonehouse strikes for a 4th time. Burns, with a big heave across the line, has gone for 15. 40 for 6. This is incredible.
Yeah, Burns didn't look to seem to get into any type of position there, did she? I think she wanted to go over mid-wicket and target that boundary, but didn't quite judge the length there, and got caught kind of in no man's land. But again, it's another delivery, and it's another wicket for Stonehouse. That's 4 now, I think. She's bowling superbly well, but actually should be pleased to get that wicket of the experienced Burns. Burns departs for 15 off just 18 deliveries with a strike rate of 83.3 in 22 minutes. So that's another big wicket. We keep saying a big wicket for South East Stars, but I'm here to tell you, Dodgy and I are here to tell you they've picked 6 wickets up. The Diamonds team are 40 for 6, and they're facing a real uphill battle here at the Riverside.
Yeah, they sure are. And Phoebe Turner walks in. She probably was thinking, yeah, I'm number 8, have a nice long chill at the side of the pitch, and maybe need to go in sometime in the last 15 overs, something like that, if needed at all. But no, she's out there for the 5th ball of the 12th over at number 8, and she's punched one up towards mid-off for no run first ball.
With lots of their experienced batters already back in the shed, aren't they? Winfield, Hill, Duckworth, Callis, Burns, Langston, all back in the shed, as well as the young Marlon.
Final ball of the Stonehouse over is dropped into the offside by Turner. She hesitated for a moment. She's going to get back for 2. So 12 overs in. Goodness me, 42 for 6 for the Diamonds.
We spoke in the lunchtime break about the importance and congratulated South East Stars on them building partnerships all the way through and not losing wickets in clusters. I'll just read you out the Diamonds wickets. First wicket went at 8, so 8 for 1, 11 for 2, 16 for 3, 30 for 4, 30 for 5, and then finally 40 for 6. So there's no partnerships being built there at all, or even taking any sting out of the opposition bowling attack, is there?
No, not at all. It's been a pretty desperate day so far. But we'll have to take that positive view that get this one out of the way, Shawsey, and then get back on it for the semi. Maybe it's just something sometimes you need to check your progress, to reset, to think, yeah, come on, we can't do that again, surely, before the end of the campaign. That was swinging in towards Catherine Fraser and beat her. Phoebe Franklin continuing from this Finkel end. Turns and makes her way in again, wide of off stump, driven square on the offside, and Fraser picks up 1.
I mean, let's give credit though to the South East Stars. They've managed to get the ball in consistent areas a lot more than the Diamonds bowling unit did early on in the game. Courtine Coleman 1 for 9 off 3, Franklin 1 for 17 off 3, and Stonehouse exceptional to this point with 4 wickets for 16 off 6 overs.
And she comes again. That's turned down backward of square leg by Phoebe Turner. They're going to come back for a second here and get them. So Turner on to 4. And that should be 45 for 6. Remember, trying to avoid a record low score for the Diamonds in their relatively short history. In comes Franklin again, just a little bit of drift in towards the right-handed Turner. Who blocks it. And then again comes Franklin, standing start, bowls it now, drags it down short, punched away into the offside by Turner for a single. 46 for 6.
Looking on the positive side, from a Diamonds perspective, real opportunity for both Fraser and Turner to spend some time in the middle and develop their batting skills out here in a pressure situation.
Yeah. As Fraser turns the final ball of the over into the leg side, but there's no run, so 4 runs from the over. That feels academic now. 230 to win with just 4 wickets left. At 46 for 6. Oh, and there we have a ping. Apologies folks, I've had to turn the volume on my phone because I will get a reminder shortly to do an update for BBC Radio Leeds that they can use in the football half times. A few minutes away. Recovery from Rawdon CC, you'll be delighted to know, 44 for 7 with 16 hours left. It's about similar to this now, isn't it? From 6 for 5, that's a great recovery. Here's Stonehouse continuing. Oh, a slash down to third man by Phoebe Turner, first up. 1 run. But that early assault, or this early assault by the Stars on the Diamonds batters, it's taking the wind out of plenty of sails, you'd have to say. Stonehouse in again. Oh, Fraser with a waft, not dissimilar to that of Erin Burns that cost her a wicket a few minutes ago.
That looked very, very close, didn't it? That was close. Close to the edge.
Stonehouse in again. Oh, good delivery once more. There's an appeal this time, just going down leg, but it's a good shout. Just a little bit too straight, maybe even pitched outside leg. Not sure, that would have been borderline, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think just going down leg. The challenge here is when the ball's swinging in so much, is that you end up as a batter putting your foot down the line of the ball, don't you? And then getting trapped.
Yeah.
Which is what we've seen.
Fraser
today.
punches into the offside, yeah. You'd not do that though, would you?
No. Absolutely not. I think I've ever been out in LBW.
Well, I mean, them little hairy legs, there's not enough leg to it, is there?
Oh, there'll be 1 or 2 ringing up saying that you have.
As Fraser pushes up to mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah.
1 or 2. Is that umpires or teammates or both? You have, lad, I give you that.
I'll tell you a story at the minute about a dismissal at Scarborough when I was playing for Mans. I'll finish this over at
Stonehouse, final ball of her 7th over. She's bowled fantastically well and she feels off her own bowling there. 4 for 17 off 7, including 2 maidens for Stonehouse. 47 for 6 at the end of the 14th.
So I was batting at Scarborough, and I really remember in the Yorkshire League back in the day, and you got a left arm spinner, Hart, at one end, quality bowler, and you got Clifford at the other one, again, off spinner bowler. And I remember just going in, and I remember just leaning forward and just lifting my back foot out the crease, and I looked up, and I thought I may have got a feather on it as well, and I looked up, and the first thing I looked at square leg, and square leg got me out like that, and I looked up down the wicket, and the other umpires got me like that, so I was caught behind and stumped on the same delivery. I'm not sure what it read in the scorebook. True story. I walked off quietly that day. Caught behind.
Stumped behind.
Caught behind, I think we gave him, yeah. Caught behind the ball and stumped. Incredible, isn't it? On the same delivery.
Takes some doing.
It does, yeah.
I suppose you've got to be good to be
No.
caught behind and stumped on the same delivery.
You have to be
surely.
outstanding for that to
Mm,
happen. It's
I think so.
Never happened since. To anybody.
Change of bowling. Kaylee Moore is coming on for a spell at this Finkel end of the ground. Bowling here to Phoebe Turner. First delivery is
A little bit on that.
yeah, there was a little bit of on that, a bit of off spin in towards the right-handed Turner. A bit of loop about it as well. And again, definite evidence of turn as Turner pushes back to the bowler.
Just a bit of grip here, isn't there? Gripping the pitch, the seams gripping the pitch nicely. Oh,
Just a little bit straighter this time, and that with the turn has enabled her to work it square on the leg side for 1.
Fraser is on 5, 12 deliveries. Turner is on 7.
There's more. Tosses one up again. Fraser with a flash at that one wide of off stump. Top edge territory, but gets away with it this time. 48 for 6. The Northern Diamonds. As she pushes this next one back, Catherine Fraser into the offside. No run. They've still got Abby Glenn. I'm scratching my head and wondering why she's not gone in already. I've got to say, the way she played the other day, but she's not gone in yet. You would think she'll be 9, and then the dream pairing of Katie Levick and Rachel Slater from the other day, they're going to need to get more than 25, you'd fancy, by the time they get together, as the final ball of Moore's over is defended. 48 for 6, good start by Kaylee Moore, because she went for just the 1.
Yeah, and Moore's just got a little bit of shape on the ball, hasn't she? Just a little bit of loop, little bit of dip. And of course that comes with the revolutions you put on the ball, and you can see the ball spinning off the pitch nicely in towards middle and leg. She gets the line right this next over when she bowls, then I think LBW unbowled could be in the game here. But as we say, reflecting on the Diamonds innings so far, the story has been really clusters of wickets falling in at regular intervals without too many partnerships being built. But I would have to say that the South East Stars bowling unit have bowled fantastically well and have executed their skills really well. And yeah, we've got just reward for that, with the Diamonds being 48 for 6.
Yeah, change of bowling here. It's the end for now of Stonehouse. 4 for 17 off 7. Will she get back on? The change has brought on Emma Jones at the Lumley end. First ball is turning to the leg side and is a dot. You're just going to have to excuse me for a minute here, folks, while I do a quick voicer for BBC Radio Leeds, so they can use something to give them a breather for a minute during the football half times. And it will go something like this. Northern Diamonds suffering a bit of a disaster here with the bat in their innings at the Riverside. They're 48 for 6, trying to score 276 to win this match against the South East Stars. Remember, the Diamonds came into this top of the table with an unassailable lead. The Stars can move close to them and assure themselves of a semi-final, a home semi-final next weekend if they shall win this, and clearly now strong favourites to do so. Top scorer with 79 for the South East Stars was Alice Davidson-Richards. 2 wickets for Beth Langston, 2 each for Phoebe Turner and for Erin Burns, but they were pretty sloppy in the field as well as with the ball themselves, the Diamonds, and then certainly with the bat. Well, a super spell from Alexis Stonehouse, who's taken 4 wickets for 17 so far for the South East Stars. And the Diamonds' top 6 have been routed. Only Erin Burns with 15 and Emma Marlowe with 13 so far, making it into double figures. It's a mountain to climb here for the Diamonds. They're not done yet, but it's looking unlikely that they're going to go into the semi-final next weekend on the back of a win, because they are 48 for 6 chasing 275 for 8. There we go, a couple of dots I think while I was wobbling on there, as Jones comes in here to bowl to Turner, who's got it away to backward point. And is that no ball? Yeah, no ball given.
Free hit awarded to the Diamonds batting duo. They're out there at the moment, Turner and Fraser. So let's see if they can do as much as they possibly can to take advantage of this free hit. Turner's on strike.
Oh, and the free hits are wide down the leg side, so she'll get another go at this. $50 up for the Diamonds in 15.4 overs. Maybe ironic applause. It took 11.2 for the Stars to get there, as Turner gets a short ball and has banged that one away past mid-on the extra free hit and picks up 4 for it. 54 for 6 for the Diamonds.
Yeah, Turner's picked the length pretty well there. Rocked back onto the back foot and pulled the ball well in front of square, in fact front of mid-on and past mid-on for a well-timed 4 runs down the ground. So yeah, that moves the Diamonds on to 54 for 6. Turner's on 11 and Fraser on 5.
Here's Jones. That's punched away square on the offside by Turner for 1. So 55 for 6 at the end of that 16th over. It's looking as though, he said, the Diamonds are going to avoid the ignominy of a lowest ever Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy score by themselves. 62, I think I said, didn't I, against the Blaze last year. But this is just a sharp reminder, really, that they're going to have to be really on their game in next week's semi-final, because they've certainly not been on it today.
Interesting to see how more balls in this over. We know that she got a fair bit of spin and dip in the last over, so see how she does this over as she bowls to Turner.
And that is pushed out into the offside by Phoebe Turner. Bit of turn once again. $55 for 6 as she's in once more, and again turning in towards the right hand, who cuts for a single.
Yeah, fair bit of turn again there for more, but it's a little bit wide, that delivery, isn't it? She pitches that ball probably for maybe 6 inch outside off stump. I reckon she's in the game. Ooh, not there.
Flicked into the leg side by Fraser, and there is no run.
Current run rate for the Diamonds is 3.4. The required is 6.6. So the run rate's beginning to grow as well. The required run rate.
Now then, here you go. The joys of technology. They want the last line again of that update, as that's dragged into her pads by Catherine Fraser, and there's no run. I can't remember what I said leading up to it, but I'll say this: the Diamonds currently 56 for 6, chasing 275 for 8. As Fraser turns that one on its way up to mid-on, and they get a single to complete that over at Shawsey.
Yeah, that's really well played actually from Fraser. Down the ground nicely, and picks up the strike down the other end. So Fraser's currently on 6, Turner on 13. 17 overs gone in this this run chase for the Diamonds, and it is still an uphill task, there's no doubt about that, with the required run rate up at 6.6 and with the Diamonds being 6 wickets down. But I'm sure the Diamonds batting unit won't have given up hope. They'll look to keep working through this situation, build a partnership as we talk about lots, and look to take this game as deep as they possibly can. That'll surely be the plan. And then the South East Stars will be doing all they can not to allow that to happen, and be looking to take another couple of wickets here and really win the game within 25 overs. That's what they will be wanting to do. But let's see how the Diamonds go in this next 5 or 6 overs.
So just 2 off that Kaylee Moore over. Emma Jones played well with the bat when she was in. Not the most auspicious first over with the ball when she went for 7, and not the most auspicious delivery first up to her second over, because that is a leg side wide. Back to a mark then, 58 for 6. Only a third of the way through this Diamonds innings. Nowhere near a third of the way to the total, and this should be, oh dear me, should have been a wicket. 2 fielders looking at each other, not really making a massive effort to get to it, and it's run away for a single. It was after you, madam. No, after you, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Turner was really lucky that that ball actually bounced in between all 3 fielders at the edge of the ring here, because she certainly mistimed her hook shot.
This one is round about leg stump and flicked away backward of square by Turner. He'll pick up a single. Storm 69 for 2 chasing the Thunders 216 for 9. Still no play, but play to resume at, I think it says 4:39 p.m. Sunrisers against the Vipers, so that will have wiped out quite a lot and will make it a DLS chase for the Vipers, as Fraser tries to whip that off her legs, and I think it might have hit the thigh pad down to fine leg for 1. Yep, confirmed by Joe Ibbotson as a single.
The South East Stars coaching staff will be looking at this passage of play and thinking, oh, we need to just grab a grip on this a little more. Let's not let this game drift. Let's learn how to be ruthless and finish this innings off. That's certainly what they'll be thinking. Just drifting a bit.
Yeah, Jones in. Turner blocks. And they've been off so long in that match at Southampton. Actually, I suggested it might favour the Sunrisers. The Vipers, though, are going to have 10 wickets. Try and get whatever Duckworth Lewis says they're going to need to get. It'll still be a fairly tasty score. In fact, they've put it up now. They need 160 off 20, so 8 and over, but they have got the full 10 wickets to get them, as Turner drops a shot into the offside and there's no run. So it's a tough enough chase, obviously, off 20 overs. It's 160. When you've got all 10 in the 10, you can have a real go at that. That's going to be an interesting game down there, playing for places in the semi-finals. As nicely played by Phoebe Turner to this delivery wide of off stump. She's got it away past backward point and will pick up 4 through third. So 61 for 6 for the Diamonds after 18 overs.
Phoebe Turner picks that ball up really nicely, doesn't she? She plays it lovely under her eyes. So actually, with the ball that's just back of the length, she gets on top of the bounce, hits the ball under her eyes, and just opens that back face slightly and just angles the ball away and times the ball away, as she did then for 4 runs. I've seen her do that 2 or 3 times today and a number of times throughout the season. That's a sign of a good player that's developing quite nicely. I think she's got some potential as a batting all-rounder. We've already seen her ball today, and she bowled really well. Without much luck, actually. She was one of the main bowlers for the Diamonds in the innings against the South East Stars. So Yeah, I think she's a young developing player and she's got an opportunity to progress in this innings for sure.
Score check, by the way, 65 for 6, because they'd missed off the last 4 off the board when I gave it at the end of the previous over. The first ball of this over, again being bowled by Kaylee Moore from the Finkel end, was wide of off stump and missed by Catherine Fraser. And she didn't miss this one because she's been caught behind by Kira Chatley to a ball well wide of off stump. Fraser gone for 7, 65 for 7, the Diamonds.
And that's another nail into the coffin of the Diamonds, isn't it? So Fraser departs for 7, off the bowling of Moore, for just 7 runs, 23 deliveries, 33 minutes at the crease. So yeah, that's certainly another blow for the Diamonds. They could have done with Fraser batting for a longer period of time, alongside Turner, who's batting quite well at the moment. Turner is on 18 of 20 odd deliveries, but the loss of Fraser means that the Diamonds are now 65 for 7. 65 for 7 here, and it's a decent pitch. It's offering a little bit of turn. There is a little bit of nip every now and then, and early on it was swinging, but in terms of if you get your head down, judge length really well, then it's still a good pitch to bat on this. But all credit to the South East Stars, a bit the Harriers, more consistently than the Diamonds bowling unit did, and certainly the Diamonds top order really struggled against this penetrative attack.
So Abby Glenn going in as low as 9 here, having played well the other day for about 30. She can bat. I think you'd say, if not completely gone, mostly gone, is hope here for the Diamonds. You've always got hope while ever you've still got a wicket intact, but it's a massive ask. 211 more runs to win in 31.4 overs with just 3 wickets left. First ball from Moore to Glenn, showed a bit of turning again, and Abby just had to block that. Moore again, floats one up, good delivery, she's got through, and Abby Glenn has been bowled leg stump, 65 for 8. She's gone for a second ball duck.
Yeah, and she's missed judge length, then she's gone back on a ball that she should have gone forward to perhaps, and also Moore's bowling beautifully, so that ball's gripped and spun, and there she goes, bowled through the gate, I think, for no runs at all off just 2 balls. And Moore is bowling really, really well at this point. She's got really good revs on the ball, which there generates that little bit of loop, but she's bowling at a really good pace too. So the score now 65 for 8. The Diamonds are really, really struggling, but the South East Stars have really wrestled this game away from the Northern Diamonds and have been bowling beautifully. The seamers, the swing bowlers, and also the spin bowlers are bowling really, really well here today at the Riverside.
Yeah, and the Stars, well, they are clearly now on for a 5-point win here. Got to be plus 1.25 net run rate, better than the opposition. So they would move to within a point of the Diamonds. They'd still have to be content with second place, but I think we can pretty safely say they're going to get there with just the 2 wickets remaining and all these runs to get. Katie Levick has gone in at number 10, which leaves Rachel Slater to bat 11 once again. And here is Moore bowling to Levick, who pushes into the offside to cover, and there is no run. So that will cement the Stars in second for a home semi, which is not going to impress the Vipers whether they win or not in that match at Southampton, as Levick flashes and misses at the final ball of the over. 65 for 8. They've only just avoided their lowest ever Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy total, the Diamonds. Still got 2 wickets remaining. So the real story, I suppose, is in the other game now, because it's about whether the Sunrisers can depose the Blaze and nick 4th place. And in fact, I guess if they got a 5-point win, if they manage to go through the Vipers for a low total in that match, which is not beyond question. Then they actually might nick third and stick the Vipers in fourth, and that could mean that the Diamonds are playing the Vipers again at Headingley. It's probably unlikely, but at this moment in time you've got to consider it as a possibility. Change of bowling at the Lumley end.
Big Gregory coming on.
Waiting for the announcement. Yeah, it's Danny Gregory with a leg spin. Pitches that on leg stump off Phoebe Turner's pad for a single down through fine leg. So leggy against leggy here, because it's leggy against Levick.
Gregory's balls a really good pace as well. There's a little bit of pace on the ball, so if you make an error in terms of your judgment to length or footwork, there's not much time to make an adjustment as a batter.
No, Katie Levick really squared up as she's playing that delivery. Danny Gregory, well, she's only got 2 wickets to play with here, not loads of time in that respect to get into a rhythm, but she might be able to mop up a couple of Diamonds tail enders, we'll see. Lovely sunny day, you wouldn't have known it was like it was this morning if you just turned up now, as Levick pushes up to mid on and there's no run. But you know, when you look back through matches like this, everything felt like it was a bowling morning. Diamonds won the toss, got to choose what they wanted to do, didn't use those conditions, profligate in the field, and yeah, disappointing with the bat as well, as Levick gets one away backward of point for a single. Although you've got to say that Alexa Stonehouse, the way she's bowled today, she would have troubled anybody in the competition, no doubt about that.
Yeah, she's bowled beautifully, and she's 7 overs, 4 wickets for just 17 runs.
Here's Gregory again, and Phoebe Turner pushing that one back to the bowler in a follow through.
What I really liked about Stonehouse was her intent, real intent to take wickets. She bowled accurately, she swung the ball, and she kept the stumps in play at all times, didn't she? Bowled beautifully.
Yeah. Gregory in again. Ooh, Turner pushing to the onside. Ball ends up in the offside. It's the end of Gregory's over, and she's gone for just the one. And the Diamonds are 67 for 8 after 20 overs. Not that it really matters, but just for comparison purposes, the Stars at the same stage were 107 for 3.
And just going down the batting lineup of the Diamonds, Winfield Hill departed for 2, Marlowe for 13, Duckworth for 1, Callis 2, Burns 15, Langston none, Fraser 7, Turner not out 18, Glenn went for 0, Levick not out 1.
And in comes Kaylee Moore for the first ball of her 4th over. She has 2 for 3 against the name here. Levick just pushing that one back to her, and she's in again. It's wide of off stump, and Katie Levick's falling away trying to cut, misses past the bottom edge of the bat, I think it was. Only the 21st over of the innings. Can they survive even for 25 overs? The Diamonds. More in again, and some turning towards Katie Levick, but she's got it away out to the offside for 1.
Yeah, Moore's been impressive, hasn't she? In just over 3.3 overs, she's bowled really well.
Just stops in her little run up. Phoebe Turner, top scorer for the Diamonds with just the 18. And she's having a go at this one wide of off stump, bit of an outside edge about it, to short third. And she comes again more. This time a straight blade offered by Turner, and there's no run. Glorious late afternoon for the few who turned up to watch.
Sure.
Yeah, nicely played by Turner down the ground. And Davison Richards does the fielding. End of the over. 69 for 8. The Northern Diamonds after 21.
I'm just wondering why the South East Stars have got 4 fielders outside the ring. You've got the Diamonds at 69 for 8. You know, I would make the Diamonds players hit the ball over the top and through the infield.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of sewn the game up here, haven't they? So there's an element of, are they giving a few people a few overs to get them some practice in for the semi next week? Because you'd think the way that Alexis Stonehouse was bowling, you might as well just bowl her and try and finish the match off, especially if you want the extra, the bonus point. First ball of this Gregory over. He's stroked back along the deck to her. Maybe Turner on strike, and she's going to get a single up to long on this time. $70 for the loss of 8. Katie Levick. Focus on her now as Gregory's in and bowling to her, and she's punched that one back past the bowler, fielded by Davison Richards.
So you've got Katie Levick that's come into bat on 2 runs, and you've got 1, 2,
yeah,
3. I'd have them in me and say, right, come on, like, you feel this pressure, let's be ruthless, hit over the top then.
Here's Gregory again, and she's hit it through the field in the covers. A couple of ironic cheers, I think, from the Diamonds bench as Lev gets a 2. And she's on to 4. The total to 72 for 8. Gregory. She comes and bowls again to Levick. It's fairly full and pushed to mid on this time. No run. It's going to be a pleasant journey back down south for the Stars girls. Lengthy journey, but always pleasant when you win, and particularly when you beat top of the table. She's in again here. Levick stroking that one to mid off, and there is no run. 72 for the loss of 8 wickets at the end of the 22nd. Don't forget, of course, no Bess Heath, no Holly Armitage here for the Diamonds. Understand that if they win the semi, Holly will be available for the final. Not sure about Bess. Which also brings to mind scores elsewhere. Ireland women against England women at Belfast today. The Irish girls made 210. And England, well, mentioning Bess Heath, she's 28 not out from 31 deliveries, but they're 163 for 6 chasing there, so in a bit of trouble as Moore continues, and Turner picks up a single first ball of that over. And well, Holly top scoring so far for England. She made 44 from as many deliveries, so well done to the Diamond skipper. Could have done with you here, Holly. Certainly, as that is pulled by Katie Levick and misfielded at square leg by Tilly Courtine Coleman. They pick up 1. But decent contributions from the Diamonds to batters in that match, whether they get home or not. Turner pushing 1 to long on where Alice Davidson Richards is positioned. That's what's going on in the Women's International in Belfast at the moment. The Men's International between Scotland and Australia. The Scots made 149 for 9, the Aussies 29 for 2. In reply, needing 121 off 90. That's just up in Edinburgh. Rain has now intervened in the match between the Thunder and the Storm. There's another dot there. And here's more again. And across the line from Katie Levick out to Cow Corner. She'll pick up a single. So 75 for 8. 69 for 2 the Storm. When the rains came. Play to resume in just under half an hour between the Sunrisers and the Vipers. The Vipers needing 160 off 20 on DLS to win that. Here's more again. Turner turns that one into the leg side and picks up 1. Phoebe Turner on 23. The score 77 for 8 at the end of that over from Moore, which went for 5. 23 overs in. And we just feel like now we're marking time, don't we, towards the end of this with the Stars victory. It's by how many? The Diamonds still need 199 to win with just these 2 wickets left from 27 overs.
Yeah, it's a matter of time, I think, isn't it? But what is pleasing to see is the way that Turner's playing. Phoebe Turner already done a decent job with the ball earlier today. He's rotating strike quite well and looking to put the bad ball away where she can. The most important thing is she's spending time learning how to play the game in a fairly pressured situation in the middle today, which will hold her and the Diamonds in good stead moving forward. There's the coaching mindset, looking for games within games and opportunities within games.
You the man. So Stonehouse, I was going to say Stone Man. Stonehouse is back on at the Lumley end of the ground. She's got that first delivery of the over out of the way. A re-loose note for a dot wide of off stump. Could get it to swing quite prodigiously in towards the right-handers earlier and caused all sorts of problems. 4 for 17. And she's got 2 overs and 5 balls left to try and finish off this Diamonds innings. That one didn't swing and has been patted away into the offside by Phoebe Turner for 1.
So for me, what I'm looking for now with Stonehouse is whether she can be as accurate and be hard into the length, because there's obviously no swing or very little swing at this stage of this innings, and also what slower balls does she have, what variations does she have, and can she execute them in the middle phase of this game.
Just bringing in the cover sweeper. 2 fielders out beyond the circle on the leg side, a square and backward of square, plus a third man, and that latter position is coming into play here to the Courtine Coleman. Single to her with an outside edge. 79 for 8. Here comes Stonehouse again, slanted across the right-hander, who's punching a single into the offside. In comes Stonehouse once more, and Levick punches out into the covers and will pick up 1.
And for our listeners, just a reminder of the current run rate, which is 3.4. The required run rate is 7.3. That's very much in line with the challenges that the Diamonds have had with wickets lost.
Stonehouse to Phoebe Turner, who hauls one away down through fine leg for 1. That completes 5 off the over. Make a note in your diary. Alexa Stonehouse hasn't picked up a wicket in that over. 4 for 22 now from 8. .82 for 8 after 24.
And Turner is playing quite nicely at the moment, just knocking the ball around, rotating the strike where she possibly can. Levick, due respect to Levick, is actually playing nicely as well and supporting the young Turner. And you know, as again with the coaching mindset, it's important that the Diamonds can ensure that this game goes as long as possible, so the batters in the middle learn how to play the game in these pressure situations.
More continuing, punched back down the pitch by Phoebe Turner, and there is no run. Good all-round performance from Phoebe. 26 so far, plus 2 wickets, and we said she probably bowled better than her figures suggested. She's got an inside edge on that one, square on the onside. No run.
I remember a number of years ago now, must be 6 or 7 years ago, Phoebe Turner coming through the academy, the Diamonds Academy, as a good young hard-working player, so it's pleased to see her progressing.
Yeah, that's turned into the leg side by Phoebe Turner. Now there's no run.
Well played, wasn't it?
Yeah, push back to the bowler. Another dot. And again, she has to show a good technique in getting in behind this ball. She's bowled also really well here as Kaylee Moore. That pressure that Stonehouse applied in the early part of the innings, she's carried it on. 2 for 10, and she's bowling in the last ball of her 6th over here. Once again on the money, and no scoring shot for Phoebe Turner. So that is 25 overs in. Will we get a drinks break? Looks like we will. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10 after that maiden for Kaylee Moore.
Yeah, Moore's bowled really, really well, hasn't she? Most of the bowlers for the South East Stars, their bowling unit, they've all bowled pretty well, really. But Stonehouse and Moore have bowled really well, given the game situations. And Stonehouse has been a real handful, actually. She's swung the ball, she's bowled at decent pace. She's kept the wickets in play and picked up the wickets that she's picked up. She bowled beautifully and ably supported by the fielding unit. And I think from that perspective, the coaching staff with the Stars will be delighted with the way they've played so far, but will also be wanting them to be really ruthless and get these last 2 wickets as early as possible to ensure that they get the 5 points that they're chasing, and take 5 points back down the motorway, which I'm sure will be a positive journey home for the Stars. And the Diamonds, on the other hand, are wanting to take this game as deep as they possibly can. Understand that the 7.8 run rate when you're 8 wickets down is a significant challenge for any batting unit in the women's game or the men's game. But it's important that they don't give up when they take this game, as long as it's as deep as they possibly can, and see if they can take it into the last 10 overs and see where they're at. Reminder of the score. Players just take drinks. 82 for 8 at the Riverside.
Yeah, comparing to 128 for 4, the Stars at the same time. And back after the break, it's going to be Alexa Stonehouse to continue for over number 26 then. .194 from 25 overs with 2 wickets left. Do you fancy the Diamonds? Well, Katie Levick is trying. She's out there in the middle. 8 from 18 now because she's just turned the first ball of the second half of this innings. Well, second half in terms of over allocation at least. Into the leg side. And Levick turning this one away through the leg side. And she's going to get 2. Double figures for Lev. She's on to 10, 84 for 8.
Interesting to see what Stonehouse is doing here. She's no longer over the wicket to the right hand because the ball's not swinging, so she's coming around the wicket and looking to go with the angle and work the ball into probably middle and leg. Out there.
Out there.
Which will keep the batters tucked up, and if the ball holds a little bit and holds its line, you could get someone just going across it slightly and hit on the pad. But she's quite clearly a thinking bowler, and got a really good plan, I think, here.
There she is again. Levick gets it away backward of square leg, nearly a catching opportunity for Emma Jones. It will just be one. When you said about there, is that posh Barnsley speak? Because normally in Barnsley, don't you say something like about there? About there, lad.
What do they say in West Yorkshire?
That knows. In West Yorkshire. Very much like this, you know. Good delivery here from Stonehouse, which has seen Phoebe Turner play and miss. Wonderful piece of keeping by Kira Chattel. That's a standard West Yorkshire accent, as you well know.
Yeah, I do.
Stonehouse round the wicket, angling in towards the right-handed Phoebe Turner. Interesting change of angle of attack from Stonehouse, and she's gone for just a 3 in that her 9th over. 4 for 25 off 9, 85 for 8 after 26, the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah, it's been a good spell. Like we said then in that over, it's really nice to see a fast bowler have real good understanding and awareness of the tactical nuances of the game and decide to come around the wicket, use the angle around the wicket to cause the batter some problems by angling it into middle and leg. And if the odd ball just holds, as we said before, then it brings into all dismissals. So really pleasing to see that. Interesting that Gregory swapped ends. Let's see if Gregory can get any more spin from this end of the ground. We know that Moore got spin, prodigious spin at times, so let's see how Gregory does.
Yep, bit of leg spin.
Ooh.
Turn first up, and Levick stretching forward to push to Davidson Richards at mid-on.
I think I might have a slip in here, don't you? I just have a slip.
There's Gregory again. Floated up, punched back by Levick and fielded at mid-off there by Chatterjee. Gregory just in her 3rd over. She conceded only 4 runs so far. Make that 5 now, because she's just been guilty of dropping one short. Phoebe Franklin brought into play at mid-wicket to a Levick pull. Gregory again to Turner, playing straight to Davidson Richards at mid-on.
Very present, Well, very pleasant late afternoon, Doisy. Sun is shining. Quite mild out there today, isn't it? When we walked for his lunch, we were surprised how mild it was, weren't we?
Gregory in, round about leg stump, flicked away backward of square by Phoebe Turner. There is a fielder coming round from long leg to pick that up. They're going to get back for 2. Phoebe Turner 28. 88 for 8.
Only 8.
Yeah, sign of a misspent youth there in bingo halls around Barnsley. Can only imagine what the scene there.
Oh, bingo halls are still packed around Barnsley. Very popular in South Yorkshire. Is it in West Yorkshire?
Danny Gregory in and punched up to mid-on by Phoebe Turner to complete the over. So 3 overs for 7 for Danny Gregory, 88 for 8 after 27 overs, the Northern Diamonds.
The partnership gradually building for the Diamonds from Turner and Levick. They're putting in some resilience, I should say, in this situation, and they'll look to take the game as deep as they possibly can. Pleasing to see Turner on 28 and rotating the strike as she is at the moment, although this game with a run rate require of 8.2 might be a long way away in terms of getting to that score of the total that require. It's still important time in the middle for these two players.
Yeah, and she's going to finish her allotted 10 here is Alexa Stonehouse. First ball shaping in towards Levick, who's defended. Turns again, running towards our commentary position. Well, that's a wide full toss and signalled as a no ball by Joe Ibbotson. Free hit. So 89 for 8. Katie Levick and a dozen against her name. And Stonehouse is in. She tries to heave that one away on the leg side. Gets it to Davidson Richards. Mid on, no run. Levick waits. Stonehouse in again. And flicked away by Levick through mid-wicket, but that is another error in the field there. This time Phoebe Franklin not able to get her left hand on it. 1 run.
Yeah, that's disappointing at this stage. There's just that lull in the game, isn't there? I know the coaching staff from the South East Stars setup won't be happy with this. They want them to be as ruthless as they possibly can, and I know Stonehouse will want to finish this spell and get her 5th wicket as such. So it's important from the South East Stars perspective that they just work really hard in this phase.
Yep, full length delivery aimed at the stumps and defended by Phoebe Turner, who has far and away faced the most balls in this Diamonds innings, more than double anybody else. 49 she's now received. And Alexa Stonehouse in again, good delivery, and that is dropped out into the offside by Turner, who gives a nod as well in playing it. .90 for 8. Stars trying to G up Alexa Stonehouse. She's got 1 ball to try and complete a 5 foot. Here she is. Oof, it's a good effort at doing so. Yorker, and well dug out by Turner. And that is an end of a brilliant set of 10. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 27 for Alexa Stonehouse. Outstanding. And as we expect the Stars go on to win this match, then she has played a major role in doing so.
Yeah, an absolutely outstanding performance with the ball. A great set of 10, as you say. 4 for 27 for any player is exceptional, but for a young player that's still developing her skill set as a swing bowler that has accuracy and pace, and I think has been truly exceptional. And the locals, certainly the Durham faithful and Diamonds faithful, have certainly given her a round of applause as Gregory comes in to bowl to Levick.
He's pushing one back to her first ball.
Yeah, really pleasing to see a young bowler in Stonehouse perform as well as she has today. She's performed her skills exceptionally well in the conditions that's been here before her today.
Gregory's in. Oh, should have been caught and bowled. Katie Levick getting away with one there. Yep, she pats the ground in frustration. Danny Gregory, she did the hard thing, which was producing the opportunity, and then couldn't manage to complete the job. Levick survives. She's on 13. That was lucky for her. And I think she's more or less toe-ended this latest attempt at a pull shot into the leg side.
I mean, the South East Stars fielding unit, when Levick's batting, have still got 3 out, 3 sweepers out, so there's ample opportunity for Levick just to hit it into a gap and get Turner on strike, and tactically play the game that way and give Turner that little bit more of the strike.
Here's Gregory in again, and Levick pushes out into the covers this time. No run. It's definitely not a 90 for 8 pitch. No problem on that front today. It's been a really good bowling display by the Stars, and not the best batting display by the Diamonds, I think you'd have to say, as Levick drops that one out into the covers. And there is no run. Final ball of this Gregory over. Could it be another maiden? None of those in the Stars innings bowled by the Diamonds, and this one isn't going to be one either. It's going to actually be 4 through the leg side, I think. Oh no, good diving stop as Katie Levick pinged it away square on the leg side. It looked as though it was going to split the gap between the 2 fielders, but as we've highlighted a few errors today, that was an excellent piece of fielding which saved a couple of runs. Shawsey, end of the over, 92 for 8.
Yeah, I thought really good cricket. Levick's picked the length, it's short ball, she's rocked back onto the back foot, hit the ball hard into the floor, onto the leg side, which travelled in at a good pace towards the boundary, and a great bit of fielding and great commitment from the fielder. I can't quite see who it is out there. Full stretch dive and pick up and throw. And saving 2 runs, so I think, yeah, good cricket all round, good commitment from both Levick and from the South East Star fielder on the boundary. So, yeah, all good stuff. As
it's Tilly Coleman, TCC back on, but this time at the Lumley end. Left arm round the wicket, bowling to Phoebe Turner, whose first stroke is to Chatterjee at mid-off, no run. On 28, and he's playing from the crease here to this latest delivery into the leg side. It hits the ankle of Katie Levick on its way through. 25 to 5 on a Saturday afternoon, the 7th of September. It was an autumnal morning, but a late summer afternoon as Turner strokes that one back to the bowler. In comes Coleman again, and that's edged through what would have been first slip. It's going to be brought in a few yards from the boundary rope by Danny Gregory, and they get back for 2 to Turner. He's going to be the first Diamond to make it to 30, 94 for 8, 30 off 55 for Phoebe. Double the score of anybody else in the side at the moment. She punches his latest back to the bowler, and just 1 to come in the 30th over. Final ball of it is defended by Phoebe Turner, so 94 for 8 at the end of that 30th over. And at the same point, the South East Stars, well, they were miles in front, as you'd expect from the scoreboard now. 157 for 4.
14 Coleman, 1 for 11 off 4. And Gregory, bowling partner, 1 for 9 off 4 overs. So every bowler that they've had in this game so far has bowled pretty well. Hit the lines and lengths. It's just important for South East Stars that they got to be ruthless in this passage of play.
Danny Gregory continuing with her leg spin. Bowling to fellow leggy Katie Levick. First ball turned into the leg side. No run. Here she comes again. Hop, skip and a jump in. Levick turns it back with a square leg. There's a fielder out there. They're going to go for 1. The mighty Rawdon recovered from 6 for 5 to 88 all out.
88.
Apparently. That's a little win for you. You won't be laughing when the opposition are out for 87, will you? Then comes Gregory again. Nicely played with a straight blade by Phoebe Turner. Up to Chatterjee at mid-off. Another dot ball. Shadow's beginning to lengthen. On this late summer afternoon.
Very pleasant.
And she comes again. Turner has to defend into the offside. Lasted a summer wine, eh? She wasn't.
In more ways than one, Dodgy. We're missing one, aren't we? We're missing one.
Yeah. We've pensioned off Compo. No, you're Compo, I think.
I Compo. Are you foggy?
Gregory to Levick, who strokes it down the ground. Davidson Richards has made a meal of that. Another gaff in the field, and 1 run there. .96 for 8. 31 to Phoebe Turner. Katie Levick back on strike. This partnership came together when the score's on 65, so it's now the best that the Diamonds have had to offer, but that has been a case of slim pickings. 25 the previous best for the 7th wicket. Ooh, swish and a miss from Katie Levick to the final ball of that Gregory over 5 overs, no maidens, none for 11. It's still very tight from Danny Gregory. 96 for 8 after 31 overs, the Northern Diamonds.
And just a reminder that the Northern Diamonds are chasing 275, so 276 is the total that they need to achieve to win this game. They're currently 96 for 8 with Turner on 31 and Katie Levick on 16.
And TCC continuing with her left arm spin from the Lumley end. This ball blocked by Phoebe Turner. Maybe Sophia Turner and Jess Woolston, who were just walking back around with Chris Bryce. Maybe they can go in at 12 and 13 for the Diamonds to give them a bit of a chance in this. As Turner swishes and misses to one outside off stump. There's Tilly 14 Coleman. Turner playing it out flat bat style to the square cover sweeper, 1 run.
Are they back on at Southampton, do you know? Are they down at Southampton?
4:39. In fact, now they've had a further delay, 5:17 it's saying. So there's going to be little time left, isn't there, to get those overs in. Not quite sure how many will be left at after that cut-off, as Levick turns one into the leg side and Davidson Richards fields. So they've now been set 94 off 10 with all 10 wickets remaining. As Levick flicks one backward of square.
You'd want to be in Viper's shoes then, wouldn't you, in that situation?
They get 2. Yeah, I think you would now when you've got that cramped amount of time to do it, because players have got to still find their feet when they get into bat. So you would, I think, want to be the Sunrisers rather than Vipers. Here's Tilly Coleman again, and Levick with an open face runs that one down to Danny Gregory, backward of point, and we'll pick up 1. That's 100 up for the Diamonds. It's taken them 32 overs fully to get to 100. Took the Stars 19.3. That is just to reinforce in Reading really how massively dominant the Stars have been in this match.
Certainly is, and the frequent loss of wickets for the Diamond side has really held them back in terms of run rate too. And traditionally we talk about the best way to slow down the run rate is to take wickets on a regular occasion, and that's what's happened. And 2 new batters at the crease building partnerships mean it takes them a little bit longer, and that's what's happened on 8 occasions here.
Good to see the maths is still keeping you going there as Gregory is in, and that's punched to mid-off by Levick.
Yes, the grey matter might still be grey, but it is working. The cogs are whirring. That's probably what you can hear, don't you?
Well, I can hear something at least coming from me right. As Gregory is in, that's looped up towards Levick, who pushes it to Chatterjee at mid-off, no run.
Turn run 32, Levick on 19. I'll keep you away.
It's what they say about little people, isn't it? They like to be heard, don't they? As Gregory's in, and that's punched into the covers by Levick, no run.
I wouldn't know.
My old school teacher used to say, empty tin cans make all the noise. Gregory to Levick. Wide of off stump, and a swish and a miss from Katie.
Tin Can Alley, that reminded me of.
Tin Can Alley?
Remember it?
No. Gregory in. Oh, should be out, and is out. Katie Levick trying to pull one, and she's got the toe end or the top edge of it, something like that, but looped up for the simplest of catches there for Kira Chatley. 100 for 9, the Northern Diamonds, and on the brink of a big defeat.
And that gives Gregory her first wicket. Levick departs for 19 off just 45 balls at the crease for 46 minutes. Yeah, she saw the ball short and she just tried to get on the back foot and then pull that ball away, but just hit the bottom edge of that, the bottom of the bat, the absolute toe of the bat, and actually ballooned up to the wicket keeper that took a comfortable catch, and that brings Rachel Slater to the wicket to join Phoebe Turner, who's currently on 32 and knocking the ball around quite well. But the score is 100 for 9, so if you're a South East Stars fan, you'd be delighted with the performance of your team today. They've been fantastic with both bat and ball, and they're on the very brink of a convincing victory here at the Riverside. But if you're just tuning in and listening to the dulcet tones of Doidge and Shaw, then you're a Diamonds fan, then you'd be disappointed with the current situation, with the Diamonds at 100 for 9, with still many overs left in this game, but it's the wickets that is the problem for the Diamonds.
32 overs and 5 balls in, 1 wicket left, and 19 off 45 for Katie Levick. Caught Chatley, bowled Gregory, so 1 for 11 for Danny Gregory, who's bowled really well here. She's been given a slip to bowl at Rachael Slater, who's stretching for one first ball, which she pushes into the offside. That's the end of the over then. So wicket maiden, another maiden in this Diamonds innings. They struggle to bowl them themselves, but they're not having the best of that bowled against them, because how many have we got now? Yeah, 5 maidens bowled in this Diamonds innings.
I'm just seeing that Lancashire Thunder have won the game against Western Storm by 2 runs. Duckworth-Lewis method.
That magnificent tail end batting coaching that put her in the driving seat there, as I was saying earlier on. What did I say, Shawsey? Good job. Good job we were there to set that, set the standard, set that foundation. Yeah, you should have negotiated a better contract though, because you go buy some new glasses there. Yeah. So, Shawsey's specs folks, they're split at the top of the frame, and during the first innings here, I can exclusively reveal on BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations and the Sport website and app and stream that one of his lenses fell out of his specs onto the commentary box floor. Change of bowling at the Lumley end, because Phoebe Franklin is back on, and Phoebe Turner has won the battle of the Phoebes, just for that delivery at least, by cutting 2.
But Dodgy, forever the professional. I kept going, didn't I?
You did.
Work through.
Manfully. In adversity there, it was like Rorke's Drift. Franklin in, and pulled by Phoebe Turner. Fielded there at mid-wicket by Ailish Cranstone. No run.
England women, I just know, have chased down the target of 211 against Ireland women to win by 4 wickets.
Meanwhile, Franklin bowling here wide of off stump, and that will be wide-id by umpire Joe Ibbotson. England women what, sorry?
England women have beaten Ireland by 4 wickets.
What did Bess Heath finish with?
That's a good question. Heath not out 33, Cross not out 38.
Well played, the pair of them. Full length delivery here by Franklin, defended by Phoebe Turner. I'm hoping to speak to after the match. 34 runs, 2 wickets. Franklin making her way in towards us once again. Turner pings that one across the line. There is a fielder out there at mid-wicket, and it will keep them to 1. Rachael Slater will have strike for the 5th delivery of this over. High backlift. Waits. Ooh, chops down on that good attempted Yorker by Phoebe Franklin. Good piece of bowling. Watchful with the bat. Rachael Slater.
Franklin does have the ability just to swing the ball quite late back into the right-handed batter and use the angle on the crease just to angle that ball in too, so I'm sure she'll be looking to go full and straight.
Driven down the ground to mid-off this time, and there is no run. End of that over, 104 for 9 after 34 overs. Turner
not out on 35. Still occupying the crease, knocking the ball around, building an innings still, and trying to take the game as deep as she possibly can from a Diamonds perspective. Good to see her have a good performance today. She'll be disappointed, as will the team, in the team's performance, but she can hold her head up high in terms of whether she bowled in the first innings. A couple of wickets, perhaps could have had more wickets, slightly unlucky, but certainly held this innings together as best she possibly can for the Diamonds.
Gregory in and bowling here to Phoebe Turner. Plays across that one, gets away with it. Gregory into 7th over. She's conceded just 11 runs so far. Super stuff from her for the Stars here, and she's in again. Oh, how has that missed? Phoebe Turner flicking it somewhere over near Lumley Castle, missing, and it missed the stumps as well. She's no wonder she's got her hand on her hip. She plays that one in her mind. 104 for 9 as Gregory carefully starts her run up once again. This time looks like the wrong one. That pinged up to Chatterjee, mid off, no run. My laptop's had a mind of its own for about the last 20 minutes. It's been voluntarily just flicking between one match and the next without me touching what's going on. Weird. As that is pinged up to the offside by Phoebe Turner. Nicely played. Chatterjee fields but can't prevent the single. 106 for 9. But the match that really lost much of its appeal as a match by the end of the 10th over of this Diamonds innings, and it's almost been like pulling teeth since then, really, because it's been an inevitable death, and it's been getting ever slower with the later partnerships increasing in number. Slater pushes one out into the offside, no run. We could still be here till the end, Shawsey. 15 hours to go.
We could dodge it.
Well, we'll be here till the end, but I meant the full end, if you like, of the match, the 100 overs. And that's a cut played by Turner. Well, she's still got a 50 to play for here as Phoebe. She's got 37 towards that little landmark. Singles off the last 3 balls of the over. 35 overs gone, 107 for 9.
Yeah, and Gregory's bowled 7 hours, 1 for 14, 1 maiden within that time, and Franklin 1 for 25 in 5 overs. The 3 senior players are just having a conflab regarding bowling changes and field placements, and I'm sure everything will become evident in just a moment or so. We've certainly got 4 sweepers out. We've got a deep square, we've got a deep mid wicket, long on, and deep backward point as Franklin comes into ball.
Yeah, angled in towards Phoebe Turner. He's going to go for 4 runs off her bat. Not sure if she'd got bat or if it was leg buys, but it's run away down to our left. Chloe Hill not able to get round and field that. So Nelson 111 for 9, the Diamonds. That still looks a bit better than 30 for 4, 30 for 5 and 40 for 6, doesn't it?
And Turner moves on to 41.
And in comes Franklin again. Phoebe Turner turning that one into the leg side. No run. Stars sticking at it. They're the first 8 wickets in 18.4 overs. Nearly double that length of time to get just one more since then. Franklin to Turner, whose punch into the offside is fielded. No run. And staff all on standby away to our right, waiting for the final wicket to do the tidy up. Lancashire, of course, here for some men's Division 1 County Championship action starting on Monday. Pull shot here played by Phoebe Turner. Oof, just one bounce for 4 over square leg. She's on to 45.
Yeah, she's played that nicely. Franklin's just dropped a little short. Turner's picked length really quickly, rocked back onto the back foot and pounced on that short ball and hit it over the vacant square leg area, split the two fielders, were patrolling the leg side boundary and bounced just a foot inside the road for 4 runs.
Just the 7th boundary in the whole of the Diamonds innings, that. This could be number 8 though, it will be, because she's got it off the outside edge through third man. That'll take her to 49. And it'll be 119 for 9. So, first time we've had back-to-back boundaries in the Diamonds innings. Maybe Turner leading the way in that respect with 4 of them. 3 for Erin Burns and 1 for Catherine Fraser. That's been it so far. And that is turned into the leg side final ball of the over. So 12 runs from it. Turner on 49, Diamonds 119 for 9 after 36.
Yeah, with Turner just 1 run off a half century, which would be, I think, just reward really for her patience, her determination and dedication to the innings that she's played so far. Got 49 off 70 odd deliveries and has played really nicely in terms of a difficult situation. Always nice to see a young player progressing, and there's certainly positive signs here for Phoebe Turner in the way that she's played the game, and just 1 more run will take her to that well deserved 50 runs and a half century that I'm sure that she'll be delighted to get, even though the team's in dire position within this game.
Kaylee Moore back on the attack at the Finkel end. 2 for 10 off 6 overs so far. Bowling to Rachael Slater, I should say, and she's not going to get her chance to get 50. Phoebe Turner, which is what I was thinking when I said that, because Slater has gone and the Diamonds are gone. All out for 119, and that means that the South East Stars have won this match by a country mile. 156 runs they win by. They will get the... it looks like they'll get the bonus point. We scratch our heads when we say that because we haven't worked that out, but such a massive landslide win, you'd expect them to pick up the bonus point and move to within 1 of the Diamonds going into the semi-finals next weekend. We shall wait and see who the Northern Diamonds play in that semi, because of course we don't know. It's pending the outcome of that Sunrisers Vipers match. But Phoebe Turner, 49 not out from 78 deliveries, and Rachael Slater, as opposed to Rachael Turner, was out for 1 off 5 deliveries, and she was, I'm just waiting for confirmation of who took the catch. She was caught at mid-wicket. Still not got it on the scorecard. There we go. Caught by Chloe Hill for the record, off the bowling of Kaylee Moore, who finishes with an excellent return as well herself, and backing up some super bowling by Alexa Stonehouse. Kaylee Moore finishes with 6.1 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 10, and all round just a thoroughly deserved win by the South East Stars, who on the day were in a different class, really, it has to be said, to the top of the table Diamonds.